CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Wallace. Police have swarmed a home about a mile from Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nano says the scene is connected to Guthrie's disappearance. Earlier in the day, he told reporters,
"There has been no sign of life, but I'm going to tell you, too, there's been no sign of death."
Secretary of State Marco Rubio told world leaders at the annual Munich Security Conference the U.S. and Europe belong together.
We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history. What we want is a reinvigorated alliance that recognizes that what has ailed our societies is not just a set of bad policies, but a malaise of hopelessness and complacency.
Another partial government shutdown is underway after Congress failed to agree on a budget for the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats are demanding reforms to immigration enforcement. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
They're brutalizing everyday Americans and law-abiding immigrant families. They're not targeting violent felons who are here illegally.
CBS's Nicole Skanga reports DHS's immigration crackdown will continue with funding from the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
Tens of billions in previous funding allows ICE and CBP to operate throughout the shutdown.
We have to protect law enforcement. ICE has done a phenomenal job.
At TSA, roughly 50,000 officers will screen passengers without regular pay.
Not being able to come home with a paycheck, it puts a toll on you, and not only on your stress level, but on your spirit.
Tough times at Wendy's.
More than 4 decades after this ad became its trademark and a pop culture reference point,
Where's the beef?
Wendy's says it will close hundreds of locations this year after a fourth quarter that was weaker than expected. The company says it closed 28 restaurants during that period, with as many as nearly 360 to shut down during the first half of this year, or as much as 6% of its nearly 6,000 locations. The company hasn't said exactly where those closures will happen. Peter King, CBS News.
Some students are learning communication skills through podcasting.
Students at Fairfield Middle School near Richmond, Virginia, under the leadership of teacher Nick Lapis, are learning communication and interacting skills through podcasting.
Our mission is to create experiences that get students together to communicate positively, to listen to each other.
The class is helping students, including Yalissa Tuckweiler.
One of the most rewarding things we get out of it is I get to see students come in here. They get to talk about what they like and their passions.
Among other things, the middle school podcasters avoid any talk about politics. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount Plus.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
You may be able to find some cheap airfares to Europe this summer. CBS News travel editor Peter Greenberg says the key will be to book early.
Cirium, an independent airline analytics company, has now looked at the advanced airline bookings for this summer and compared them to 2025, and the numbers are looking a bit grim. Advanced bookings to the U.S. from foreign travelers: from Amsterdam, down 23%, Paris, down 21%, and Frankfurt to the U.S., down a whopping 36%. What's even more troubling are the advanced bookings for Americans flying from the U.S. to Europe. U.S. travelers to Athens, down 13%, to Dublin, also down 13%, and Frankfurt, 29%. This means get ready for international airfare sales. But at the same time, not many hotel deals to be found in Europe. The Europeans may not be coming to the U.S. Instead, they're traveling within Europe, and they're filling up those hotel rooms. So book as far ahead as you can. Peter Greenberg, CBS News.
Happy hunting. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Law enforcement activity ramped up late last night at a location about 2 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home in Tucson, Arizona. Nearly 2 weeks into the search of the missing 84-year-old, it was unclear what drew investigators to the site. Now, the sheriff told CBS to their affiliate KOLD that the scene is connected to the Guthrie case and they're actively working a lead, that he could not say anything other than that. After several hours, the sheriff's department issued a brief statement saying law enforcement activity is underway at a residence near Orange Grove related to the Guthrie case. But this is a joint investigation at the request of the FBI. No additional information is available. Simply put, this has been a botched investigation. Now, today, it actually marks on this Valentine's Day 2 weeks. She was taken from her home on January 31st. I have never, in my entire broadcasting career, and I have covered many cases of epic proportion, major headline, names that truly are known by people throughout the country. And have I ever seen anything botched like this? No. I just can't believe, we've even heard that the sheriff has been accused of holding information from the FBI. I have heard from people in law enforcement, past and present, that the FBI should have been called in earlier. And sadly, when you think of an 84-year-old who has been gone as long as she has, no one has seen or heard of her since, medications that were needed, a heart monitor that was disconnected, so no one can even monitor if there is a heartbeat or if she is still out there. This is getting, darker by the day. And these notes keep coming in, and social media platforms across the country are trying to use it for a springboard to get recognition, clicks, and likes. The real source in this is simply the major networks like CBS and others. Without them, I don't know if any of us would have any information worth being able to wrap our hands around. As they call it in journalism, the backstory. And thank goodness for the major networks, because this is the story that you need, the backstory. You need journalists covering it and giving us facts. But the problem, there have been no major facts released since this kidnapping 2 weeks ago today. And just when you think, they basically pull back with that no suspect and no person of interest. And why would you call out bomb squads and SWAT teams and armored vehicles and send them to places and nothing transpires? All I can do is continue to pray for her return. But I must tell you, with each day, it does get darker. United States Steel Corporation released a report yesterday that said it had $5.6 billion economic impact right here in Pennsylvania and supported up to 13,687 jobs across the Commonwealth, whether directly or indirectly. U.S. Steel last year became part of Nippon Steel Corporation in a $14.1 billion deal in the midst of a major investment spree worth $11 billion between now and 2028. That includes a $1 billion new hot strip mill at Edgar Thompson Works in Braddock, part of the Mon Valley Works complex that employs thousands of employees and contractors. That also includes the Irvin Works in West Mifflin and the Clairton area Coke Works. This was something that I saw yesterday from the home studio when I was preparing for this weekend that just, gleam, pure joy. It is so nice to actually have a story that we reported on, talked about, passionate about, interacted with my audience about, people who live in the Mon Valley and are affected by this story, to actually see it come to fruition. Very little, if ever, have I seen a story that has unfolded and taken so long to get from the beginning, the middle, to the finish line that actually delivers on what the story is about. So to Nippon Steel, U.S. Steel, management, administration, USW workers, and everybody directly and non-directly connected to this, congratulations. Look, this is the first step in what hopefully will be a giant step into a bright future. But dollars make sense, and right now, places not just in the Mon Valley but across this country are reeling as well when it comes to good manufacturing jobs, that solid foundation that gives people a chance to grow and to build their family and to be a big member and a strong component in a community and to give the tax base what it needs, resources like police protection, fire protection, EMS protection, and yes, money for snow removal and to keep those potholes off the street and that main street busy with businesses, shops, eateries, and more. It's the, well, recipe for success. It's what made this country what it was in the very beginning through the sweat equity, and a lot of it started in the steel industry, well, what it is today. That blue-collar mentality, the Steel City. And just when you thought it was going to go away, Nippon comes in and was relentless. No matter how many times that they were being pushed back on, they just kept moving forward, one day at a time, 1 week at a time, 1 month at a time, 1 year at a time. And working with the management of U.S. Steel, this partnership has created something that is going to benefit generations long after I'm here. And to me, that's what it's all about. The time that you get the opportunity to be on this earth, you do everything to make it a better place for future generations, and they, too, do the exact same thing, because that is how we do business. You know, that was such a good story yesterday, because so many times you hear stories that never come to fruition. But this one is coming to fruition. Boots on the ground. They're already at work. I've talked to people in the building trades and obviously people from places like Clairton, various people in politics, and they've all said to me, the trucks are rolling and people are getting busy. And Nippon has wasted little time to do exactly what they said they were going to do. All right, 866-391-1020. Love to hear from you. We're in open talk until 7. But how many of you agree with me that this Nancy Guthrie case, this is just a botched job? And that sheriff's going to have a lot of questions to answer. Really. I mean, a lot of questions to answer. And, you know, in any type of kidnapping case, time is of the essence. Absolutely, time is of the essence. And, you know, I love law enforcement. I absolutely respect it. But when I look at this, how in the world an 84-year-old is taken from her house in the middle of the night and there's nothing. And they keep talking about with the family, doing everything that I would do, begging, pleading, hoping. And there's been no audio, no video. I really must believe that, sadly, she's no longer alive. And if that's the case, why can't they find her? How could they have removed her so quickly from that community? This is an affluent community. I mean, there's got to be these resources. Then you have that Nest camera, that video, nothing from it? Nothing? I mean, we have had nothing of concrete evidence whatsoever since the 2 weeks that this has happened. I don't understand it. We have drones in the sky over places around the world that can literally pick up, you know, the smallest of detail. And this 84-year-old woman taken from her house, how much fear she must have felt when she awoke and realized somebody was in her house. I feel sad for her. I feel sad for the family. And I respect law enforcement, but should have done a better job. As always, you can listen to us 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA on that Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDK Radio video stream. Just go to kdkradio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. And now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page as well and watch everything we're doing in the studio 24/7. Hey, NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows. Click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. And I do want to take time to thank Pittsburgh. Your generosity is amazing, and we can't thank you enough for your support during the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect, where we were able to raise $345,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund and support over 950 local families powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Your calls coming up next with your Pratt Pack for a Saturday morning on KDKA.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the second round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip. 93-7 the Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Looking for reliable HVAC services? Well, you're in luck. Impact HVAC is family-owned and operated right here in our community. They pride themselves on top-notch service and honest work. Got a question? Need a second opinion? They've got you covered. And guess what? Estimates are always free. Call them today, 412-297-1852. That's 412-297-1852. Impact HVAC, your local heating and cooling experts.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get started today. It is Andy in Butler to kick things off. Andy, good morning and welcome to the weekend. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, Rob. Thank you for asking. And it's a pleasure to talk to you on the weekend. I always listen, even if I don't call in sometimes, because like the last couple of weekends, you've had many new callers calling in, and it was a joy just to sit and listen. You had some old timers call too, like they always do, but you had lots of new people, and it's nice hearing new voices.
It is. It always is nice and welcoming new people. So that U.S. Steel deal, pretty exciting, huh?
I think it is. Yes, I think it's a great thing. I think it's going to be great for this region. It's kind of an indicator of how things are going because that deal's done. There's going to be money invested in this area again, which is a good thing. If you look at the latest jobs report, it was better than expected. Okay? If you look at the last time the GDP, we reported on the GDP, it was better than expected. If you looked at unemployment, it's going down. If you looked at inflation, it's going down. All those areas where people said the administration needed to look harder on things domestic, all of a sudden they're coming around because while they've been focused on things like Venezuela and Iran and illegal immigration, behind the scenes, obviously, there's been work being done on jobs, inflation, GDP, doing away with unnecessarily regulations so that companies can thrive. And I think we're looking at a lot of indicators that are going to say, this summer coming up is going to be a good summer as far as growth goes, as far as jobs go, as far as prices go. Right now, and over the last couple of months, things quietly have been getting better. And it's time to point some of that out. So just like the Nippon Steel deal, people aren't seeing all the benefits of it yet or anything of it yet. Right now, they know the security is there, and the benefits are coming, and that's kind of the way it is. Kind of the way I see it for the way things are going. Hopefully, going to be going around the country right now. Now, I'm sure my call is going to spur some people to call in and say Andy's completely wrong, and that's fine. I respect everybody's opinion, and all I ask people to do, Rob, is just look at the hard numbers out there right now. Like I said, it's a good jobs report. Inflation is going the right way. GDP is up. Unemployment numbers are down. Employment is up. So these are all the things we look at when we say this is what we got to do to get America heading the direction it should be in. And lastly, the other thing you talked about about the situation with Nancy Guthrie, I'm sorry, I agree with you there. The longer this goes without anything, the more it looks like the outcome is just going to be terrible.
You know, a local police department, if they were giving the answers that this sheriff's department is giving, they would be run out of town. I mean, I cannot believe, maybe because it's just a high-profile case or it's a large city, Tucson. But I mean, this is just unacceptable. I mean, it's unacceptable.
Rob, you get the government you voted for. Okay? If the voters feel like you feel in these towns and cities that this is unacceptable, that in Tucson that it's unacceptable, well, they need to bear that in mind when it comes time to reelect these people. You elect these people to provide a service for the community. If the majority of the community feels that they are failing to do that job, well, your recourse is the ballot box, and that's the only real recourse you have. I know you say run out of town, but I know what you mean is they wouldn't. Right, the elections, obviously, the way it's supposed to be done. So, yeah, and I agree with you. I think the ball's been dropped. All right. Now, I also think since you really haven't heard much about a serious ransom, you really haven't heard anything about proof of life. I think this went south from the beginning. Sorry to say it. I just do. Anyway, let you know, Rob, always listening. Enjoy the show. Love hearing the new callers. Have a good morning.
All right, Andy, thank you. 866-391-1020. Let's keep it going. Here's Ron in Michigan. Good morning, Ron.
Good morning, Rob. Rob, this story came out of the New York Times online edition that Epstein was involved in drug running and gun running. He was involved in the Iran-Contra, and he was also in league with Israeli agents. This report also came out on Charlie Kirk's show last week. He devoted a whole half hour to the subject. And going back to the 80s, the Iran-Contra.
Hey, I thought Charlie Kirk was dead.
He has a show on the religious channel. It comes out about 6 o'clock in the evening. It's the one spokesman who's always on the.
Okay, but it's not him, but it's a show that had got his title. Okay, yeah. Right.
It's putting out his messages and his beliefs from. But anyway, so yeah, it's a little. So as far as cover-ups go, that's one of the reasons we have to get into this Epstein thing. The tentacles go beyond sexual abuse of children. And as far as this last caller saying he's happy that Trump's going to stop regulations, all regulations on but clean water, clean air, clean everything. So that's a good thing, huh? Just like we have Kennedy is in charge of health care, another lawyer. He's not a doctor. He doesn't know what he's doing there. But what can I say? That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So thank you, Rob.
All right, buddy. Have a great day. Here's Ken in Lower Borough. Ken, good morning. You're on KDKA. Welcome to the show.
What's going on? Another week of warm coming, so I'm hoping summer is right around the corner. I'm hoping this groundhog is wrong. I did like some of the stuff your first caller was saying. I mean, the economy's starting to turn. It's going to take a while. I mean, inflation's still here. I keep pushing these blue states, especially with this governor, Josh Shapiro. And I did see something that I was kind of impressed with, that he came out with $805, I believe, to Pennsylvanians that make families that make $25,000 or less. But then I went and read the details on this. You have to have less than $11,000 in some type of an account to get this money. I mean, people that have 401ks that are struggling, I mean, they have more than that. I mean, if you got an inheritance, or let's say you did the American dream, like worked hard, saved a little bit of money, I mean, $800 and some would help you. But if you've done everything right, this guy's not giving you the money that you paid into. I mean, the blue states have to step it up. they are punishing these people. I mean, I look at property values in some of these Democratic towns, they're down. They are down. And you know what? Because nobody's coming there. And you get guys you have a lot of new callers now. I mean, this station needs to go neutral, like 2, 4, and 11. They need to go neutral. I mean, you had John Delano. Who did you replace him with? Do you know?
I don't know.
Anyway, this guy that you replaced him with, I mean, he's a Democratic operative. Go neutral, for God's sake.
I didn't replace Delano. You're talking about television.
KDKA.
Television. Yeah, but we don't have anything to do with KDKA TV. We're completely separate, Ken. What else is on your mind? Go ahead.
Eventually, this guy, he's probably going to come on. I try to think.
Well, that's okay. We don't. I don't need to know.
Okay, yeah, I got to find that out because I'm kind of interested. But anyway, I mean, you got to at least have. I mean, if you're making $25,000 or less in Pennsylvania, you're not surviving. That $800 from Shapiro would be a welcome help to a lot of these people. And you got these people calling in from other states. Michigan's a crapshoot. I mean, I like Cynthia. Trust me, I do. But you know what? When I'm hearing she's losing...
Listen, hey. Come on. Let's not waste time talking about other callers. What is on your mind today affecting you, not other callers? Go ahead.
State into this station. I mean, it just has to happen. I mean, they're here.
Ken, this is why you have a chance to voice your opinion, buddy, okay? I'm going to move on. But you got to call and voice your opinion about things that matter to you, okay? That's what you call checks and balances. That's how we make it neutral. And that's what makes this show so successful. 866-391-1020. Before we get to Ted up in Mount Washington, let's say hi to Ralph. Ralph, good morning and welcome to the show.
Hey there. How are you today? Good morning.
Good morning.
The Nancy Guthrie thing, I actually don't think it's botched. I think the FBI knows what's going on. Personally, I think it's the sister and the husband that are involved in it, and that they don't. It's one of two things. They either don't know if she's alive or not. That's going to be the hard part, or meaning Nancy, or Nancy's involved in it too. There's no way that they have messed this whole thing up this far. It's just that they're not going to give you the information right now. They knew who the shooter was for Charlie Kirk. Once the FBI gets involved, you're done. There's no way you're going to escape.
Well, so explain to me, why haven't they apprehended these people yet, or this person?
They just may not know if she's alive or not. But
do you really think she's alive 2 weeks later?
Well,
I hope
she's involved. She could be if she's involved in it, and it's just they're trying to shake down what's her
Savannah.
Savannah. And
you think the mother? You think the mother's involved in this?
Could I think it's a possibility.
All right.
No one's talked about it.
All right. That's fine. I got to get to the break for the news, but I highly doubt that. So, what do you folks think that happened here? I think an intruder breaks in, maybe with the intention to rob. Things go wrong. She dies. They take her. They dispose of the body. Because I don't understand, and I don't want it to be, honestly, anything other than a happy reunion, and I don't want to think of family members involved. Inside job, possibly. I know AI removed the ski mask on that Nest Ring camera, and it was a male underneath, but to me, I'm not so sure about that. But I still believe you can't go 2 weeks and have nothing. I mean, with DNA and all the things that we have in AI and cameras, they have nothing. Nothing. We haven't gotten one, morsel. Nothing. And SWAT teams show up, armored trucks show up, they go to various addresses, and there's nothing. What do you think happened to her? 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters. Painters.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. There's a large police presence at a home about a mile from Nancy Guthrie's house in Tucson. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos will only say the scene is connected to Guthrie's disappearance.
There has been no sign of life, but I'm going to tell you, too, there's been no sign of death.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio assured world leaders at the Munich Security Conference that the U.S. and Europe belong together.
We do not seek to separate, but to revitalize an old friendship and renew the greatest civilization in human history.
Congress went home for the holiday weekend without approving a budget for the Department of Homeland Security. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and his fellow Democrats are pushing for reforms to the immigration crackdown.
They're brutalizing everyday Americans and law-abiding immigrant families. They're not targeting violent felons who are here illegally.
With another partial government shutdown underway, TSA agents are again working without pay. The Coast Guard and FEMA are also impacted. CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Wallace.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. This winter, help keep Western Pennsylvania families warm. Support Dollar Energy Fund by bidding in the online Warmathon auction at warmathon.com. For nearly 20 years, Warmathon has helped provide critical utility assistance to neighbors in need. Bid today and help make a difference this winter. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37. Ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45. Then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back on Monday. Lots to talk about. As always, Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. Catch you on Monday right here, KDK.
Yeah, I can't buy any of it because it just doesn't seem as though it's protocol. None of it's protocol. None of it. I mean, and last night, this huge police presence goes to this house. I mean, armored vehicles. And there's like nothing. I mean, nothing. And why wouldn't you think that they would have pushed or basically went silent on these people unless they proved something that she was alive? This right now is the lead on every Saturday morning news program. Everyone. I don't care what's going on. We got this TSA situation, which is just a travesty. They're working again, not getting paid. We get a new chief, obviously sworn in yesterday in Pittsburgh, Chief Landos, who we had on the air here a couple of weeks ago. But there's nothing. I mean, just that the regular police blotter, as we call it, you'd come in on a Saturday and you'd call all the police. It's, it's thefts, it's break-ins, it's all that stuff that we've been doing for years. But this story with Nancy Guthrie has captivated this region, the print media, the electronic media, the nation. And we're talking more about it than anyone. And I think my audience is coming up with stuff more so than people that are supposedly trying to solve this thing. And I think the FBI, thank goodness for the FBI. And maybe this sheriff's department will do something to really impress me. But again, I talk all the time about why sheriff's departments are the most important, that layer of security. And I wish I could really, on a personal note, because there's nobody going to say anything ill will about anybody else. But my goodness gracious. I mean, how can you go this long in such a high-profile case and you have nothing? I mean, is it really that much of a Sherlock Holmes investigation? I mean, do they really have to do that kind of deep dive? I mean, it's not like, this was a young person and they had the ability and the wherewithal to get them out of the country, that quickly, unless they did get her across the border. But I highly think that's unlikely. An 84-year-old woman, if you're doing it for money, you're not taking her that far away from home because that's going to have deadly results. And how many of you think she's still alive? I mean, I hope that's the case, but 2 weeks? But it just goes to prove with all the security and stuff that we have, just when you think they have figured it out, they haven't. And that's what's scary. 866-391-1020. Here's Ted up on Mount Washington. Ted, good morning. Welcome to the show.
What's going on, Rob?
I'm very confused about this story. Every time I think it's going to go away, they're going to come up with some sort of answer. It just gets more twists and turns, and I am as perplexed today as I was when I was here 2 weeks ago on January 31st, finding out she was taken from her home. It just makes no sense. None of it.
Well, to give you a little insight, there was a retired detective who worked in that department, and what he was saying is that the problem you have is that the sheriff is very divisive. He pretty much was so divisive. A lot of your experienced detectives retired, over 10 years experience. And basically what this, retired detective was saying, the cops and the detective they have in that department do not have the experience. They have 3, maybe less, maybe 5 if you're lucky. And baby, you got, basically you have baby cops. Baby detectives. You can tell when they first examined the evidence scene around the house. They had the evidence tape up, and then all of a sudden they took it down, then all of a sudden they put it back up. They allowed the family to go in and take items. You never do that. So what he was saying is that you have a lack of leadership in that department. And it does happen in some departments. It's just this sheriff is over his head. And also there's reports that the sheriff was arguing with the FBI, who had jurisdiction the whole 9 yards, so that delayed it also. That's why the FBI is late. So, just like Andy said, you get what you vote for. The sheriff is obviously incompetent, is over his head, and should be removed. This investigation is solely botched. And also, I think the letters and everything else is just red herring. Because, one, why would you keep on communicating and you want attention to yourself with the FBI and the sheriff on your back? You never want to do that. You want to get the money and get this over with. So I really wouldn't put too much stake into the letters and the emails. It just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, even TMZ, they're using them as like the most credible source. They're actually doing Zoom interviews, some of the major networks, but nobody has anything. And if TMZ's not getting anything, then there's nothing to be had. And that's sad because a lot of this stuff has to be kicked up because of you have people inside that make the call because they've got sources. But they're blind right now. They're all flying blind in that sheriff's office. And I can't believe the FBI hasn't simply said, step aside, we're taking this over. Even the president has said, go do something.
You're right. The FBI is on the back foot. They arrive late, and then you're arguing with a sheriff's department. Sometimes you do get that, but like I said before, it's botched big time. As far as the lady being alive, I doubt it. Just, I'm going to be honest, 2 weeks is way too long. And I just think with the Bitcoin offer, I think that's a red herring. I really do. I wouldn't even pay attention to that. But real quick about the mayor, O'Connor, and also the county exec. I told you before about ICE being in Pittsburgh. And I'll be honest, Rob, I don't know what's wrong with Pittsburgh or Allegheny County, but they're not a sanctuary city and they're not a sanctuary county. If these guys don't get their act together, you're going to see, ICE just double down, especially during the draft. They're going to be all over the place. I wish the mayor would say, please do not interfere with ICE if they're doing their job. Don't interfere. And what Allegheny County wants to do Thursday, they're out of their mind. They want to ban anyone, I mean anyone, especially work for the county, to participate or even say anything about ICE or report anything. To me, I hope Trump, like I said, I disagree with the president on a lot of issues. Illegal immigration, I'm with him. I hope he cut federal funding to the city and also Allegheny County. You can't have it both ways. Federal law supersedes state law. And if these guys go for it on Thursday, I hope, like I say, we'll hope the president immediately cut federal funding. They don't deserve it.
I have a feeling ICE is going to go away entirely. And I don't know if that's a good idea. Horrible what happened in Minneapolis, but when you have Holman basically saying we're picking up stakes, we're leaving here, that's a victory for the Democrats. That's a victory for the protesters. And I think they're going to push this thing as far as they can. And I wouldn't be shocked if ICE just simply disappears. And I don't know how people feel about that, but I think in the big picture, that makes us even more vulnerable as far as what's happening on the world stage right now. I mean, it's listen, we can't even solve the disappearance of an 84-year-old woman in Arizona. How are we going to figure out, our defense and our national security? I mean, I don't know what's happened to this country. It's just, and honestly, if I'm Savannah Guthrie right now, I may be, I don't know. I would be definitely making it. If this thing goes in the wrong direction, it wouldn't be over for me. I can tell you that right now.
Oh, I'm steady. But like I said before, hey, it's like Andy said, you get what you vote for. Same thing in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. We get what we vote for.
Yeah, but let me tell you something. We have great sheriffs in Beaver, Butler, Lawrence County, Allegheny. I know these people. I'm telling you right now, this is one of the most botched investigations I've ever been a part of. I mean, I have my audience calling in with scenarios that make a whole lot more sense. I mean, they're saying an AI camera, AI unmasked that person with that Nest camera, and it turned out to be a male. I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. And I don't know if it's an inside job. I don't know who it is. I still think it's somebody she knew. I don't even know if kidnapping. I think it just might have been some sort of robbery or even the possibility of a kidnapping or just to scare someone, and it went wrong. And she died. God forbid, she may have had a heart attack right there. Who knows, Ted?
Oh, yeah, but the question I always have, why were the cameras off?
Yeah. And what this 84-year-old woman didn't disarm him.
Question. Why was the cameras off? If you got that if you're worth that kind of money living in $1 million house, that's the question I'd love to be answered.
I don't know. I just feel bad for him. Now, they say one person has been detained, but we've heard that how many times? I mean, this is an 84-year-old woman who has lived her life, done everything she's had to do. She's, goes to church 3 days a week. She's just trying to get by. She goes into her house at 9:45 on a Friday night, and she's gone. And no one can find her. God forbid, she must be, if she is alive, she must be absolutely terrified right now. And sadly, her life will be cut short, even if she does live, because this has probably traumatized her to the point of no return. I cannot believe. I'm surprised more people aren't pounding their fist on the table saying, we want help. this is unsatisfactory. You can't carry on an investigation that has taken on national interest and come up with now. If they release this next person they've detained and they have nothing, what are they doing? They keep making more mistakes, and every mistake they make, that gives whomever more time. I mean, I just can't believe it. Teddy, I appreciate it. I have never been so frustrated about something because I love law enforcement. I believe in law enforcement. But this isn't working. It just is not working. And I can't believe it. I mean, an 84-year-old woman, where could she have went? 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
We're only 68 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. News Radio KDKA Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the second round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip. 93.7 The Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I don't know. I get so upset. I mean, because you can only envision what that would be like if you had to go through that. Crazy. All right, here's Bill in Westmoreland. Hey, Bill, good morning. Thanks for holding on. Welcome to KDKA.
Yeah, Rob, thanks for taking my call. This has nothing to do with ransom, nothing to do with money. You know what it is?
What's that, sir?
It's payback time, buddy. Somebody in that family stepped on somebody's toes, and they could care less about any kind of ransom. And they know it. That family knows it. And they offered, what's the offer? $100,000 a reward. Give me a break. That family could have put up $1 million. They know, and they know if they say anything, they're going to be next. It's as simple as that. And that flunky at that camera that they keep showing, he was a flunky. Come on. He's gone too. They're never going to find him, or they're never going to find her, Savannah Guthrie's mother. Give me a break. Why can't anybody figure this out?
It's a very good point. This may be payback. Something happened along the way, and it's just somebody who's like, okay, you did this to me, I'm going to do this to you. Because, I mean, let's face it. I mean, that's $6 million even. That's chump change. Sad to say.
It is. You're right, Rob. It is. It's nothing to them. And just the look on their faces whenever they kept putting them on, interviewing them. Come on. They know from the beginning, and they know it's done. They ain't never going to see that flunky on that camera they keep showing, and they ain't never going to find her mother. You ever remember Jimmy Hoffa case?
Yeah, you're right.
Case closed, Rob.
All right. I appreciate the call, Bill. Thanks. Let's go to Jane in Squirrel Hill. Hey, Jane, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi. Good morning, Rob. To be honest with you, I think the Nancy Guthrie case has been given too much publicity. I believe that many people go missing across the United States, and just because her daughter is a famous TV personality, this is getting special treatment. I'm not interested in it. I'm interested in the SAVE Act and voter ID. And I believe the American people want voter ID, and I think we should be discussing that. I think we should be discussing the partial government shutdown.
Which I mentioned today, and I also talked about voter ID just on Wednesday. But anyway, go ahead.
No, Nancy Guthrie is stealing the airwaves. I don't even hear as much Olympic coverage as I hear about this woman.
Well, I hate to say this, and I'm going to be very blunt about this, in this day and age, because of social media, people don't even report on it anymore because people can watch it. And there's not that many people that even love the Winter Olympics anymore. It's more the X Games. People like it's just a different world today. The Olympics, especially Winter Olympics, don't matter like they did when we won Olympic gold in the hockey matchup in 1980. It's sad. It's just because there's so much content out there. People, if I would ask 10 people who represents the Americans in figure skating, men and women, they wouldn't even know.
Right, I don't know.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I have the same feeling about it as you do. It's another distraction. We need to focus on what's most important to the nation. And I believe the SAVE Act is very important. And Nancy Guthrie is a distraction from that. And I believe we should be discussing what Ted said about Allegheny County and the city of Pittsburgh. City of Pittsburgh is a sanctuary city. That's wrong. He's right. Federal law supersedes state and local law. Nobody, no party, no politician should be saying that the police department should not cooperate with ICE. I personally will state it again. Anybody who comes here illegally, by definition, they've broken our law. They've come here and they're here. They're a criminal by coming here illegally. Anybody who overstays a visa, that's breaking the law. These people must go. And we would have a better functioning society if we didn't pander to people from all over the world and neglect our own, which is what we do.
Every day.
And it's wrong. If some little boy goes in or little girl goes into the convenience store and robs it, they want to arrest him or her. But they'll let somebody come here from Nicaragua or El Salvador or Somalia, and it's fine. You can do whatever you want. You can scam any federal agency, and you can get away with it. The American people, I believe, don't pay attention to what's most important to them. And another thing I'll say, if we do have a successful deportation operation, these schools will empty out. And these teachers and these counselors, they'll be without a job. And that's why they're out there protesting, because they want to keep their jobs. It's not that they really care about the state of the nation. They care about themselves.
You realize, though, no matter what I've tried to do or talk about, people just want to talk about this Nancy Guthrie. And the reason being is I think it's they envision what they would feel if that was their mother. And also when you have a person that has national appeal like Savannah Guthrie, which is on the #1 watched, viewed morning show in the nation, still drawing millions every day, it's piqued their interest. But what's frustrating to me is, and what people should be talking about, is how they have no answers 2 weeks after the fact. Listen, Jane, God forbid, even if I disappeared, somebody would have had something within a couple of days, and I'm nowhere near as popular as that Guthrie family because of Savannah. I just can't believe this type of police work is taking place in America, especially with all the technology. You would think that we would have more than what, I mean, listen, that's a neighborhood that people are living in $1 million homes, so they're not worried about a tax base or assessment properties like we are here in Allegheny and obviously the city of Pittsburgh. So if they can't get answers, what's going to happen to us?
Well, I heard the one caller say that they've retired so many people and that the younger detectives are on the case. Well, younger detectives have tools like AI to aid and assist them that the older detectives didn't have. So that probably makes up for a lack of experience. But in my estimation, and I haven't followed this story very closely, but I think it's a family deal. I agree with the last caller, and I believe, when you have siblings and when you have parents and when you have one sibling responsible primarily for the care of the parent, there's a lot of resentment. And I believe the sister and her husband, like your other caller, they have something to do with this. And that's why it's taking a long time, because the FBI and the other authorities have to ferret out the facts.
Well, and they keep going back to that neighborhood where they live over and over and over again. So there might be something on to that. Let me ask you about voter ID. You think it could make a real difference? I don't have a problem with it, but I still can't believe that we use paper ballots in 2026. You think with all the bells and whistles, electronic devices and technology, we'd be able to figure out, is voter ID really that necessary, do you think?
I do. And I think back to the election of 2020 when Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. I went to my local polling place, and the line was, I had never seen a line like this before. And I saw a lot of foreign students in line. And I saw the judge of election trying to deal with some of these people. And if you remember, Mark Zuckerberg had those drop boxes, and they were registering. There was a Get Out the Vote campaign to register people with driver's license and things like that. I don't think there was a lot of vetting. And I think there were people who should not have been voting, non-citizens. And I will tell you another thing. I got mail at my house, and I continue to get mail at my house for people who never lived here. I've lived in this house 40 years. My in-laws lived here 20-some years. So there's been a member of the family in this house for over 60 years. And when I called to make an inquiry about one individual in particular, I was told by the election officials, oh, well, at one time that person lived in Allegheny County and is an expatriate and is voting from their current residence, which I looked up. And apparently this individual lives in Canada. And I tried to track down that individual, as my two sons did as well, and we couldn't. So, yes, there's voter fraud. And, yes, everybody involved in the process knows it. You've got to clean the voter rolls, and it's got to be an election by American citizens only.
It's amazing to me in 2026 that we're still talking about this stuff. I appreciate it so much. Thank you for the call, Jane. Let's keep it going. We'll come back. Another hour of Open Talk. Rob's got your news next at 6. Good morning.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 31 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. Fire began around 4:15 Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. The Indiana County Coroner's Office said 1 adult male and 2 children died in the fire. The male's been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Lee Babashevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died. 2 dogs also died in the fire. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Cause of the fire is under investigation. A crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital. Police say the crash happened Friday evening along Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in the crash flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. Well, less than a year after Chatham University took over the Hunt Armory, the Urban Redevelopment Authority has voted to rescind the agreement. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The URA board voted to cancel the agreement this week due to ongoing negotiations and a shift in the proposed management structure of the rink. Executive Director of the URA, Cecilia Namani Stanger, says they are still talking to Chatham to keep hockey at the Hunt.
And I just want to be clear that the core vision for the future of the site remains the same. The goal is to have the Hunt Armory continue to serve as a viable ice rink facility that could support ice hockey teams for play and practice, and also provide public skating opportunities for the broader community.
The Penguins had been operating the rink for about 4 years before Chatham took over. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Former Rankin Borough manager, who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president, is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, and a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend the charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. And Pittsburgh's Department of Public Works crews are out filling potholes on city streets all day today. City says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz today. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that doesn't require heat to be applied. City has also been patching potholes throughout the week that were reported to its non-emergency 311 line. KDK Radio News Time is 6:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I was ordering food from our usual place for the big meeting. My VP said, "Please, God, no."
For workplaces suffering with corporate catering deficiency, every day's a struggle.
The food was always meh and over budget. Before Easy Cater, I thought that was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat CCD with a huge variety of restaurants, help meet dietary needs, and stay on budget. Use daily. One platform lets you save time and thrive. Ask your web browser about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
What's going on, Rob Taylor? How are you, bud?
Well, I guess you're getting ready for the big retirement tomorrow. Chris Moore.
We did a lot of stuff last week. The Courier's done a good job, and everybody, lots of flowers coming in from all over. Look, guy had immediate impact when he first took over the airwaves here. You know, obviously all those years on QED, public broadcasting, but he was meant to do talk radio, especially for this city. He really spoke the language of people who love Pittsburgh. Chris Moore was a beacon for sure.
Yeah, and it's almost surreal that it's actually going to be the final show tomorrow. You just always, every time I think about his show just in recent years, I always remember how he says, he's always on Super Bowl Sunday, and he always gets calls no matter what. He still has a hot show even on Super Bowl Sunday. Every year he always talks about how he's broadcasting during the Super Bowl.
Well, listen, I just mentioned his name when I got to get calls. You know what I mean? Listen, there were times I'd come on the night or morning after he would be on, and his name was mentioned so many times, people would say, what was Chris Moore doing on your show the other day? I've had Chris on many times. We've done a lot of crosstalk. I absolutely love him. And because of, him being a Patriot Vietnam War vet, we've talked about that quite a bit as well, too. And I'm going to miss him. I don't know if I told you, my love of really historic black colleges, universities, a lot of it has to do with him because of Grambling and Eddie Robinson. And we immediately had that connection when we first met. And we would always go back and forth about Grambling and about the history of some of those universities. And Bill Nunn, obviously, the Courier, the Connection, the Steelers. So Chris has really helped me a lot and educated me for sure. What else is going on in your world?
Well, we're just kind of hanging on here, man. With I'm looking at the forecast and I'm like, 40s and 50s all week finally, because I'm the guy that's been out on the south side every night, trying to shovel the parking spaces on East Carson Street so I can have somewhere to park. But so I'm excited about finally this melting of the snow and trying to get back to a little sense of normalcy in here and not be freezing everywhere I go.
Well, I got some concrete done at the end of last season, so I couldn't put down the typical calcium chloride and rock salt because it would do damage. So I've got signs up, posted notes, this and that. And even my young son, who can maneuver and is much more nimble than me, who was over the other night, he's like, Dad, you really got to be careful. I said, I know. I said, but in memory of the Winter Olympics, I'm working on my triple axel. It's kind of sad, and I just mentioned this to a caller. I remember Sapporo, Japan, 1972, the first Winter Games that I got plugged into. And I still watch, and I still give them some, video work, and I still give them some, love during my sportscast on the weekends. But the Winter Olympics, there's just so much content out there. You don't see people like my son's age, 26, or my daughter, 24, like I would have been at that age, gravitated towards that. I don't know if it's because there's so much content and they see so much of this stuff because of all the different cable news channels and sports channels. They just don't seem to be excited by it at all.
Well, you have Chloe Kim, and then you have like Lindsey Vonn, but after that, you don't really know. There's no names, like you said, when it comes to figure skating for the Americans. You don't know who's skating. every time I think of the Winter Olympics and I think of figure skating, I'm thinking Nancy Kerrigan's about to be back on there. So I don't know who else is.
Well, this young
performing.
man, this Elilio Milan, who is like tremendous, could do a quadruple axel. Well, he fell on his derriere, sad to say, and I felt so. I couldn't even watch the highlights this morning. So he finished like in 8th place, and he was the guy everybody was counting on to capture the gold. And I pay more attention to Crosby playing for Team Canada. And then I do the Team USA, and they believe that it'll be Canada and Team USA again. But, I saw Mike Eruzione on a special the other day, and that's on Netflix about the 1980 Lake Placid, and that was right in my wheelhouse. I was very young at the time, and, Olympics were rare to be able to see that, and something that was like on television late at night, and, you gravitated towards it. And I remember Mark Johnson, who was on that team, ended up coming to the Penguins, and I actually did a little remote with him at a fast food place that is no longer around. It was such a big deal. It was massive, and all those great teams as far as the Dream Team in basketball and what have you, and Edwin Moses, and we'd be here all day. But it's just, the Olympic has really lost. I don't know if it's because so-called professional athletes, which they, for the most part, have always been, but like when Bruce Jenner, obviously Caitlyn Jenner, won it in 1976, the Wheaties box, it's changed, man, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I've been watching, I've been watching the Winter Olympics. I think I'm getting a better appreciation for what the athletes can do. I mean, the downhill skiing.
Oh.
I mean, the just being up in the air. It's just, as I just have a better appreciation for what they can do, even though I do kind of feel like I'm the only person watching it.
Well, listen, Alberto Tomba, who was from Italy, and Italy right now is with Norway leading the medal tally. I think Japan and the U.S. are tied at like 3rd. But I've always loved downhill racing. Jean-Claude Keely, I mean, going way back. And Lindsey Vonn, I absolutely love her. And I never do this, but I've actually given a few thumbs up on social media, and she has no idea who I am or where I'm from. But I just feel really bad for her, man. She's had these multiple surgeries. She needs more surgeries. Then you start thinking, at 41, she went back, she qualified, but now, is she ever going to be able to just have a normal life after that many surgeries to her legs? So you hope and pray for that. But when you're going 70 miles an hour down a slope, sometimes I'm just watching sometimes, the nighttime, the primetime stuff, and I kind of marvel at it a little bit, just seeing, even though I know I would never be able to do that in life, it's kind of fun just to. You could do it once.
One time, but I won't be going back up the slope. There's no way I'm going back up.
Or you might not be going anywhere after. But here's the thing, bobsledding is going to be happening too. That's another thing that absolutely amazes me. And then Jake Paul's fiance, the fastest speed skater in the world.
I like speed skating, though.
Yeah, Eric Heidel, that same year, 1980, he won 5. He was like the Mark Spitz on figure skates, or ice skates, I should say. But I grew up with, like, back in the day, like Peggy Fleming and them, and you have no idea who these people are. But what they would always do, they would win the Olympics, and then they'd be a part of the Ice Capades.
Oh, okay.
And then the Ice Capades would always come to Pittsburgh. And this is like 1964, and I was just a baby, but I fell in love with Peggy Fleming. I had posters, basically cut out Sports Illustrated, and begged my parents. And I mean, I'm not even 10 years old. And they took me to see her, and I'll never forget when she came out on that ice. It was like, I don't know, it was like a religious experience. But Peggy Fleming was my first connection to the Winter Olympics. And I tell my kids this all the time, sometimes less is more, and I love the technology. I've got the Alexa, I've got the iPad, I've got this, I've got 12 TVs in the house. I have no other vices other than streaming and news and information, and I love it. But back in the day, like cross-country skiing, you'd have woke up on a Saturday morning and you would have watched it because it was unique. But you can see so many things with social media and with television, and even what we do here at Odyssey and what we talk about, how we can go from this to that. It's the world is full of a lot of information, but sometimes it's nice to kind of quiet down a little bit too,
Yeah, and that's why, everybody's into just like that 10-second video on your TikTok, or on, everything is a 15-second clip, a 20-second video. Sometimes it's just good to just, put the phone down, turn on the TV and just, or radio, and just get a comprehensive feel of something. Not everything is a 15-second, because some of the stories in the Olympics, how they tell stories of different athletes, it could be 4 or 5 minutes long on TV. Check that out. Just relax and check out some of the stories, and not everything has to be a 10-second clip. When Lindsey Vonn, fell.
I didn't even see the fall, and I don't really want to see it.
I mean, it was just everybody online. It was just it was just the fall.
Was it bad?
Yeah, she was screaming, for kind of basically for help, and they had the airlifter.
Oh, geez.
Airlifter off the snow, but online it was just that clip. It was just like a 15-second clip. No real context, no update. So everybody's just worried about the clip. 15-second clips of everything. Sometimes it's just good to just watch the whole thing, relax a little bit, stop worrying about that 10-second clip, because there was more to it than just her falling.
I got to ask you one more thing, just your opinion. What do you think these athletes do now? Do they make money after this, or do they make money while they're doing it? Because back in the day, when you won in the Olympics, you made money endorsing products. But is there still a market for these people to endorse, or do you think they make money while they're participating? Because I surely hope Lindsey Vonn's got enough of a bag that she doesn't have to worry the rest of her life.
I don't think it's, as black and white as seeing an athlete like on a Wheaties box. You see what I'm saying? But there's a lot of opportunities online. Their online presence. Obviously, you can make money if you have, millions of followers or hundreds of thousands of followers on social media. So I think they're getting, money in that respect, because a lot of people follow the Chloe Kims and Lindsey Vonns of the world online. So as they post different things, they can make money that way. But, that traditional Wheaties box, I don't think that's happening as it did, 20, 30 years ago.
We used to run to get that Wheaties box.
Why do I keep thinking about Dan and Dave?
Oh, yeah. Listen, that was pretty cool back in the day, man. That was pretty cool back in the day. Dan and Dave. Good stuff. All right, Rob, I appreciate you, man. All right, let me take a break. I got lots of folks that want to talk. We will do that when we get back on KDKA. It's your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the second round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip, 93.7 The Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
The National Negro Opera Company began right here in Pittsburgh in 1941. Founded by Mary Cardwell Dawson, it became the first successful African-American opera company in the United States at a time when black performers were shut out of major opera houses because of segregation. This company created professional stages where black singers could train, perform, and shine. What started in Pittsburgh grew into a national movement, producing full operas and launching careers, proving that excellence rises even when doors are closed.
Hey folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Listen to this. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs, storm hits, substantial damage. She calls NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company, installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO up on the roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, off to Wilkinsburg. One of our highly intelligent callers. Always love talking to Dave. Dave, you're on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. Good morning.
Hi, Rob. Turn off my speakerphone.
Okay, but no, it's fine. You're good.
Okay, that lady that called before the news, now I've been listening before her, she said she's from Squirrel Hill. For all we know, she could be in Mexico, right, calling you, or somewhere, at a beach. But she was all right. She made sense. The police, the local police, should, if they have to, if they really want to, work with the ICE agents, the ICE detectives, the younger, maybe like she said, AI is involved, the younger detectives with the local police working with the younger detectives in the ICE agency.
Let me tell you something. I just think to completely get rid of ICE, and I think that's where it's headed. I don't know how anybody else feels, but I think ICE's, their days are pretty much numbered. Unless you do something else, because here's the problem, Dave. We have such low numbers in law enforcement right now. We could use another 100, 150 police officers in Pittsburgh, I'm sure, and it would still be in the need of maybe more officers down the road. I believe you need to have 2 officers in the cruiser on duty every day and night, various parts of the city. I think communities, municipalities, boroughs, townships, you need at least 2 police officers in a cruiser on a regular basis. And it'll probably never happen. And when you start removing all these extra layers, that's why sheriff's departments are so important, state police so important. It only makes us more vulnerable. And look, even though these were 2 tragic deaths in Minneapolis, believe me what I'm telling you, there is a lot of very unscrupulous people walking around all of our neighborhoods.
Now, Governor Shapiro has not let ICE, or has he let ICE into some parts of Pennsylvania? And I know they're probably not in Pittsburgh or surrounding communities, but are ICE agents in Philadelphia.
Oh, there's ICE agents around. I mean, I know that for a fact because they've made some arrests.
Oh, well, there's even, they call them, what do they call them, snookies or something in jails, or sneakies. Anyway, Miss Guthrie, Savannah. I agree with you. She could be in a nuclear power plant waste deposit area, and Trump wants to take over Canada, maybe, to dump nuclear waste up there.
You think that's what he wants to do?
He would if he could get away with it. He wants more oil from Alaska. He wants Iceland for minerals. he mentioned taking over Canada in his campaigns and the people elected him for presidency this time. Hey, by the way, whatever happened to Joe Biden? You don't hear too much about him and his wife anymore.
No, you do not. You do not. He's basically fallen off the radar. I honestly, Dave, I think his health is not that good. I really do. Dave, I got lots of callers. I got to move on. Call anytime. They'll always love hearing from you. We're going to get to Cynthia in Florida, and we've got Craig in West Virginia on the other side of the news, which is just a couple minutes away. But I'd love to hear from you about this voter ID. You know, we were discussing that a little bit on Wednesday night. I just think what we need to do in our society is understand that everything has issues, okay? And anything can be infiltrated. And if you do not use technology for something as simple as voting, if we're still in paper ballots, look, when I first got into this business in my 20s covering elections, we were using paper ballots. And here it is, 2026, and I've been at it a few years, right? We're still using paper ballots. There's got to be something. If you can invent millions of apps for your phone and walk around with that phone and computer in your hand and click on anything and get results or even ask AI, and you know what? As crazy as this may sound, I actually believe that AI could actually help us clarify the election process in this country and actually make it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And I think there should be a 90-day cooling off period, but then there should be something written, bipartisan executive order, that once that 90-day cooling period has come and gone, you can't mention it again. Because what I have seen happen in our country, and we've seen it with these presidential elections, we saw it in 2016, and it just seems that it's basically filtered into every type of election, no matter how large or small it might be, that the debate rages on. And nobody ever accomplishes anything. They are literally down to the final year of a term, and people are still complaining that they lost the election or the election was stolen. So what does that do? It prevents anybody from getting anything done because you have this nagging story leaning into you, and it's basically there as you wake up, you go out through your day and end your day. And by the time you get to the point where you're running for re-election, you have no meat and potatoes to speak of because you have spent the entire first part to the latter part of your term in office pushing back all of the negative publicity. And there have been some, like the president, who's used it to his advantage. We've got to find a way to change the narrative in this country. And I still believe it's through technology. There's got to be a fail-safe system, and maybe getting AI involved is necessary. But voter ID, look, they'll find a way to bootleg voter IDs, just like you did when you were 18 trying to get a 3-2 beer in Ohio. 866-391-1020. We've got Cynthia and Craig on the other side. We'd love to hear from you. Open talk until 7 with your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Good morning.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Fantastic February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh strawberries, 1-pound packages, 2 for $6. In the deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Ken's salad dressing, 16-ounce bottles, 2 for $6.
At Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 31 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire on Friday in Indiana County. That fire began around 4:15 Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when that fire began. Indiana County Coroner's Office said 1 adult male, 2 children died in the fire. Man has been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Fabishevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died. 2 dogs also died in the fire. Other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Cause of that fire is under investigation. Well, for the first time since Larry Scarrato resigned, Pittsburgh officially has a new police chief without the word acting in his title. Jason Lando sworn in on Friday at the city council chambers. Lando says he knows the position has been a revolving door, and he says he's in it for the long haul.
We're not going to change everything overnight. You need someone who's committed for the long haul, and we do these things like incrementally. But I'm here, as long as Mayor O'Connor will have me.
Lando says a sign of his commitment is stepping away from his chief's position in Frederick, Maryland, to return home. Crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital Friday. Police say the crash happened along Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in that crash flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. Well, Pittsburgh's Department of Public Works crews are going to be out filling potholes on city streets all day today. City says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that doesn't require heat to be applied. City also has been patching potholes here and there throughout the week that were reported to its non-emergency 311 line. KDK Radio News Time. It's 6:32. We have the AccuWeather forecast on the way.
This is Greg Trusinski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37. Ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45. Then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back on Monday. Lots to talk about. As always, Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. Catch you on Monday right here, KDK.
All right, here we go. 866-391-1020. Talking voter ID, partial government shutdown. Some TSA workers are on the job and not getting paid. Talking about the $5.6 billion investment, U.S. Steel and the Pawn Steel. Big, big news. That's a fantastic story. And the Nancy Guthrie case, waiting and wondering what's next. I have simply said that they have botched this investigation, that sheriff's department, as it is 2 weeks ago today that she disappeared. Your thoughts on what you think happened or is going on right now and why it's taking so long to get some sort of information that we can wrap our hands around. 866-391-1020. Here's Craig in West Virginia. Hey, Craig.
How you doing, Smitty Rob?
I am good, sir. How are you?
If I could, let me make a couple corrections. Number one, Pittsburgh isn't a sanctuary city.
Yeah, the mayor said no, not going to happen. And so did Dave Gainey. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And second thing is that you keep hearing over and over that people keep saying federal law supersedes state and local law. That's totally incorrect. If you read the 10th Amendment, one of the things that was written for was to make sure we did not have federalism, which allows the local law enforcement, especially policing, to be handled by local, not by federal. So that's incorrect. Now here's what I've really called about. You had a caller talk about how foreigners are flipping elections from the 2020 election. Since 2004, 24 years ago, there has been 32 cases of a foreigner voting in our elections. 32 cases in 24 years. Now, here's the thing. With the margin of victory that Joe Biden had in 2020, there would have had to have been 180,000 illegal votes per state. 180,000. Now, we are barely averaging over one a year per country, and it would have had to have been 180,000 per state. You know, when Kamala Harris lost, did you turn on CNN and MSNBC and hear anything about voter fraud? No. Who come in to fix these Dominion voting machines that they didn't believe them in 2020, but they believed them in 24? That's the part I can't figure out. I never heard about no contractor coming in fixing these machines. Rob, if we do not find a way to get Fox News off the air, we are never, ever going to fix this country. The only way the Republican Party lasts is by being angry. 180,000 votes per state would have been needed. We just can't keep having this misinformation. We just can't.
Well, one thing we have to do, we as voters have to shut out the noise. It's just not Fox. They play against each other. I mean, there wouldn't be as many viewers at Fox if it wasn't working in some form or another. Okay, let's just be honest. Everybody dips their toe in the water. But we as individuals, Craig, and you know it as well as I do, we don't do our due diligence. We don't do our homework. We don't look at the issues. And anytime we see somebody trying, whether they be a Democrat or Republican, to push issues, then our anger sets in, and we're not doing the whole political system any good by stressing so much anger. Listen, we need to be more informed. I may not agree with you, but you're one of my most informed callers. We need more people understanding the facts as opposed to what's fiction and what is fact.
Well, let me say this. You were just talking about getting rid of paper ballots. The paper ballots is what's going to save the officials in Georgia. Having those paper ballots in hand, there is no hacking into the system. Thank God they have those paper ballots down there. That is, that's what's going to be the savior. But I just don't do my due diligence just to pick on Republicans. I was 100% against Joe Biden, that college debt relief. I thought that was crazy. Those kids knew what they were signing the day they signed that paperwork. Now, I wouldn't be against going after the predator lending. That is taking place. But those kids knew what they were signing. So when Joe Biden originally started that debt relief under the HEROES Act, I pulled up the HEROES Act because if he was not allowed to do that legally, I was going to come on KDKA and roast his behind. Then I found out that the HEROES Act wasn't legal, and he went to the SAVES Act. That was legal. So as long as it's legal, you're not going to hear from me. These people coming into this country are in this country legally. The checks and balances we have in our voting system, you can't have 180,000 illegal votes per state. It just can't happen. We have to get over that. We have to just move on. Joe Biden won in 2020. He did. How Donald Trump won in 2024, I have no idea, but he did. You've never heard me say voter fraud one time on this station.
Absolutely. Spot on. I couldn't agree with you more. Listen, I got to move on. I got other callers. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, now let's go to Florida. Cynthia wants to talk about ICE. Go ahead, Cynthia. Welcome to KDKA.
Well, first I will talk about the SAVE Act, and thank you, Craig. And Craig, I want to know if you're a land man. I'm watching that series.
He is a land man. He is a land man.
Anyway, I want people to go to the Heritage Foundation, the Conservative Heritage Foundation website, like I did. There were like 1,600 cases, and they've said there's minimal voter fraud. They've been analyzing this for 25 years. And there were 1,600 cases. Most of them were Americans. Somebody filled out somebody's absentee ballot when they shouldn't have. Somebody actually voted twice, and maybe they didn't know that they were not registered in one state and voted in another. So this is a fraud. But I had a funny conversation with my mom last night. My mother was born in Jim Crow South, and many people who were born at home, and this goes for people in West Virginia, wherever, they don't have official birth certificates. So my mother had other documents that she got from the state years ago. She worked for the federal government, always voted. And I asked her last night if she was able to get this information to verify that she is an American citizen again. She said she hadn't received it yet, but here's what she said to me. I don't care. This administration is demanding the voter records from state to state. They have no right to my records, and I don't like the surveillance. But millions of people will not be able to vote because they can't get those documents. Right now, she can't get a real ID. So she has a state ID card, and that's what we use to fly her from place to place. But because she, again, didn't have a birth certificate, hasn't received those documents yet, she will not be able to vote. But she says she doesn't care because she doesn't want to be surveilled. And then she said to me, I want you to stop calling these politicians because I don't want the target on your back anymore either.
I just wish we could get through.
But I want to get to ICE.
Yes, but okay. I just want us to get through the noise in this country so we can actually have an election and move on after the election. Okay, go ahead.
Right. Okay. ICE, Kristi Noem, I was reading an article about her. She fired the most experienced ICE agents. So then we can see why some of these abuses are happening. She ended up firing a pilot on her plane because he didn't transfer her blanket to the plane. This woman isn't fit. But here's a question I have for the audience. Okay, say we deport all these migrants. We're spending billions of dollars on building these detention centers. Who's going to be in them next? Homeless veterans? Other poor people? I mean, what are we doing here? Spending this money. And that's taxpayer dollars. Paying for these private, for-profit prisons. Who's going to be in them? Are they going to be in your neighborhood? Are you going to protest these things? We're living in a surveillance state. People don't want us to vote. They don't want us to be free to be able to have any dissent. And on Chris Moore, I never listened to talk radio until Chris Moore invited me to WCXJ. So if people don't like me on the radio, blame him.
Well, he's a legend. He's a legend, and he taught me so much, and he will be missed. And all I know is we're all better for have had time listening to Chris Moore. That's for sure.
Yeah. Oh, and one last thing. I sent you something. Kash Patel, who wants to be everywhere, did not.
You don't think they want anything to do with? You don't think?
Nope.
Why not?
Nope, I don't. Well, listen.
Don't say it. Don't you say that.
I will say this. I'm reading the Epstein documents, as I've told you. The FBI erased the prison camera footage outside Epstein's cell. So you answer that.
Yeah, but did you see that? Wait. Did you see the story that came out the other day about how they figured out what happened to the minute of that tape and how it disappeared and why it disappeared?
I know what they're saying. In the documents, they were ordered to erase it. And then they got pressure to try to reformat it and put it back together. They're liars.
Well, let me tell you something. Sadly, if half of the stuff that they said about him is true, so be it. You know what I mean? Horrible. All right, listen, I appreciate you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
man.
Have a great day. Listen, the world is not going in the wrong direction because that guy's no longer on the planet. That guy was just a bad individual, All right, let me get a break in here. We'll come back, wrap up the hour. Any more thoughts on Nancy Guthrie? I still think, sadly, I don't think she's alive. And I just think it was either a robbery that went bad, because when you look at that Nest camera, that guy or whomever under that mask, amateurish. I mean, trying to actually pick up some twigs to cover up the lens. I mean, and like looking into the lens, getting like nose up against the lens. And it might have just been a random situation. They break into the house, they attempt to rob the house, or one individual attempts to rob the house. She's, frightened, obviously alarmed, trips, falls, hits her head, has a heart attack. Who knows? Or they kill her and they remove the body. But the only reason why I may not be leaning into that, because if it was a robbery, they would have taken and left the body, or if they would have been there just for a robbery and she gets killed or she dies, they would have left the body and ran. So they took the body for a reason. So maybe, just maybe, holding out hope, maybe she still is alive. Any other thoughts on that? We'll wrap up this and get ready for the news at 7. Then we'll start our Pittsburgh Works programming for today on KDKA. Good morning. It's your Pratt Pack.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the second round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip, 93.7 The Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 93.7thefan.com.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hear that? That's Mike. He took ZQL Pure Z's, so now he's sleeping soundly on a Sunday night. ZQL Pure Z's are fast-acting melatonin gummies with a complementary botanical blend to help Mike get the sleep he needs to wake up refreshed and ready to conquer Monday.
Let's do this, Monday.
ZQL Pure Z's, just for sleep. Really great sleep.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Uses to
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let me get you set for the rest of our marathon day that'll take us till 1 o'clock. Jessica Festa, Optilux Wellness Center, helping you get out of pain so when we spring into spring, you'll be ready to spring into action. She'll be here in just a little bit. Always look forward to spending time with her. And then at 8 o'clock, we have got Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Brian Caranta is off today, but we have got in studio today Michael Diolis and Ben Davis. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, that open enrollment period will roll on until March 31st. And then after that, it's the guys from True Value, Andy Amron of EV True Value, Mike Broniszewski, Sarver True Value, and our buddy Paul from RC Walters & Son, Eddie Pfeiffer, True Value, and Mars, and all those great True Value dealers that help us with our show every week and help us as they have in recent weeks with the ice and snow. Where would we be without True Value, right? And then Andrea Benacki is going to be here today. She'll be hosting AAA Essentials Talking Travel, and that'll begin in just a little bit. And then we're going to have another hour of open talk. But I want to kind of wrap up. We talked about a bunch of stuff today, and I don't need to reiterate. We got talking about voter ID, partial government shutdown. Some TSA workers at airports, including our own, are working today, and once again, not getting paid. So the consumer, once again, put in the middle of government, and to me, that's shameful. And whoever is responsible, it has to change, but obviously it won't. Government shutdown is all we know. It's become a part of our vocabulary. Every couple months, it comes back up for conversation. And what has happened with this government shutdown, which even has me more honked off, is the fact that in Washington, they're using it as a political ploy to get certain things done. And right now, we're dealing with the Department of Homeland Security and ICE. You know, and the borders are Homan recently saying, after going to Minneapolis on a couple of occasions to speak and to calm the citizenship down, that they're going to be leaving Minneapolis altogether. And what has alarmed me, and the talking heads will all be talking about it this weekend, Face the Nation, Meet the Press, all of them are going to be talking about how I believe that ICE has seen its final days, and it will go away. Even the president accepting the phone call from Governor Walz, and right away, basically telling Kristi Noem things have to change. She puts the body cameras on these ICE officers. This is one, sadly, that the protesters and the American people have won. And I'm not saying that the protesters didn't have the right to protest. They did, but sadly, it got so heated that two people ended up losing their lives. Good, bad, or indifferent, you'll never bring those two people back, nor will their families ever have them again. But when you have people in a confrontational situation like that on a regular basis and the anger just heats up, it eventually will spill over, and then sadly blood will be spilled. So what do we need to do? I wish we could figure something out. And the reason why, once again, we're talking partial shutdown and funding that's not going where it needs to go is because you've got certain Democrats in Washington who are using this as a political pawn. And to me, that is wrong. Just as much as dealing with people's lives in other situations, whether it's the TSA or it's ICE officers, I don't think that these politicians realize that in the palm of their hand, they have the lives of the American people who gave them the opportunity to get these jobs in the Capitol. And yes, these jobs that these people deal with every day, whether it's the TSA or ICE, are a matter of life and death. And as far as I'm concerned, there should never be a place in the political world, no matter what level it is, even in the nation's capital, in that Capitol Rotunda, to where legislation should be decided upon because of a political agenda, to where people could actually have their lives in jeopardy. It just doesn't make any sense. All right, listen, Rob's coming up next with the news, then Jessica will be here, and then we'll get up and running for Saturday with our Pittsburgh Works programming. We actually are going to have an extra hour today to discuss some things in the noon hour, so if you were unable to get through today, very busy morning, just kind of hang around with us, do what you need to do. Hopefully you have that Odyssey app, so wherever you go, we can go. It's a free app. Download it on your phone, AUDACY. Or if you're nearby that laptop or desktop, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel and watch everything happening in the studio. And don't forget the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Watch. But in the meantime, we're just a couple of minutes away from that news at 7 with Rob Taylor, and then we'll get right back at it today with your Pratt Pack, that weekend tradition. And, of course, we're here till 1 o'clock on KDKA 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Let's be honest. The hearing aid industry is broken. Overpriced clinics, pushy appointments, bills of $5,000 or more. That's the trap they hope you fall into. Don't let it happen. Audion Hearing is the escape. Their FDA-registered hearing aids cost just a fraction of the big brands, starting at only $98. Instead of paying as much as $5,000 plus all the doctor appointments and wasted time, you get what you need with no prescriptions, no office visits, no time wasted, and no crazy price tag. Call 800-700-HERE. That's HEAR. Audion's cutting-edge devices are rechargeable, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. Try them risk-free for 45 days with lifetime support and real human help just a phone call away. Over 1 million people have already said yes to Audion Hearing. Join them. Don't let them take advantage of you. Break free from the trap. Call now 800-700-HERE. That's HEAR for a very special offer. 800-700-HEAR or 800-700-4327.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 31 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. That fire began around 4:15 on Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when that fire began. Indiana County Coroner's Office says 1 adult male and 2 children died in that fire. Male has been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Fabashevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Cause of the fire is under investigation. 3 people were injured after a crash in Aliquippa. That happened Friday evening in the 1300 block of Kennedy Boulevard. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. Now, no word on the conditions of those who were injured. Crash is under investigation. Former Rankin Borough manager, who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president, is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, even a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend those charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. Well, do you still use your local library? 54% of Americans say they use the libraries annually. Ruth Neely, the executive director of Sewickley Public Library, says despite this being the digital age, libraries are having a major resurgence.
Access and skills and trust are not accessible online. And so libraries are here to help bridge that gap through our collections and our programming.
She tells Michael Bartley on KDKA Radio right now it's a challenge to keep up with the demand.
We circulate nearly 400,000 print books per year. So
just
it's
in
really
the Sewickley Public Library?
Yes.
She says the Sewickley Library remains fine-free, meaning no overdue fines. Sunday, tomorrow, will mark the end of an era as KDKA Radio's Chris Moore will retire after his final broadcast. Moore was asked on Friday morning on KDKA Radio what he's proudest of.
Oh, I think showing Pittsburgh a reflection of itself through some of the documentaries that I have produced, like Wiley Avenue Days, Barbershops, and so many other shows that have had a positive influence on people who watch television.
Chris Moore's final show, Sunday, tomorrow, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. KDK Radio News Time is 7:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Long-range forecasts indicate brutal winter conditions are coming to an end, and not a moment too soon. The numbers show we endured the coldest start to a year since 1994 and racked up at least 25 days with temperatures below 15 degrees, the second most all time. As the deep freeze fades away, higher utility bills are arriving. Electricity rates went up 6 to 10.5% in December. Natural gas rates are up 5 to 6.5% as well. These higher rates, combined with much higher usage during a long stretch of extreme cold, made the 18th annual NRG KDK Radio Warmathon more relevant than ever. And you responded with kindness, helping us raise more than $364,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund. More than 1,000 Western Pennsylvania families in need will be getting utility assistance thanks to your generosity. And you can still make a donation online through the Dollar Energy Fund Warmathon page. To the listeners and sponsors helping Pittsburgh area families stay warm and pay their utility bills, we couldn't do it without you.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, she's back. And listen, by the time the snow finally melts and the sun starts shining again, you need to get out to the Optilux Wellness Center because you're going to spring into spring. Believe me, they can make it happen. She's got a seminar coming up, and they've got some openings coming up, so we're going to get into it all right now. But if there was ever a time to get the kinks out, now's the time. Good morning, Jessica.
Now is the time. Yes, good morning, Rob. How are you today?
I am wonderful.
We are not buried in 14 inches of snow this weekend.
It's going to warm up, too.
I know. Well, that makes everybody start going out. And if you didn't blow your back out or pull something while shoveling all that snow.
And the only triple axel I'll be seeing is at the Winter Olympics, not me off the front porch.
Oh, my gosh, right? I've had so many people in the office from falling.
Yes.
And shoveling, like injuries, their back and shoulder. But honestly, every season in the office offers like this whole other round of people that come. And it's so predictable. But, I'm glad that we're there to help when somebody, hurts their shoulder finally gives up on them. It may take a snowstorm, but you just never know what's coming. But the slips and falls this year, Yeah, I walk my dogs early in the morning, and you've got to watch, especially with the last couple of days, how it's melted. There's like these little spots that you don't even see coming on the sidewalk, and next thing you know, you look like a Scooby-Doo, But yeah,
So,
everybody's good.
All right, you got seminar coming up, but I want to talk about something else available. The 17th is the first of 2 days.
Yeah.
You actually have openings. So if anybody is listening today and they want to get it done, now is the time to call.
Well, and treat your sweetheart. Today is Valentine's Day. You can write it in the card. Hey, honey, I have made an appointment for you at Optilux Wellness Center. You know that girl we hear on the radio for the last however many years with Rob? Let's go and get our knees done so that we can, go on this trip. Write it in the card. I'll cover for you. You can tell them.
In other words, I've caused you so much pain. Now I'm going to get you out of pain.
That pain in the rear end. Yeah. You can take away a certain kind of pain, and we're pretty good at it. So, I mean, I do have people that gift it every holiday. I end up having people that use regenerative medicine as a gift, and it really is. It's such a gift, and especially if you do the IV of the full body protocol. You're truly giving the gift of life. You're giving people the opportunity to regrow tissue from the inside that's theirs to keep. It's not a patch job. It's new tissue for them to have a longer life, a healthier life, and more pain-free, which, who doesn't want all the above?
So let me ask you something. You posted a beautiful picture of you and your lovely daughter, who is now a teenager, but from when she was such a baby and so adorable. Yeah. So here's my thought process. You and her father, Ron, have been letting your children get these treatments forever.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, if somebody is younger, they're a student athlete, they're an athlete, they're dealing with issues, and they're of age, and they do this clinically, and it's under the guidance of Optilux Wellness Center, will they not be dealing with the same problems that I've dealt with in my life as they age?
Yeah, it will take it off the table because their bodies will be healing completely from each injury. And so that's for us. I mean, I think if I had no other motivation in this it's a lot of work to have a practice like this. And we've been doing this. I'm in my 30th year. I started in 96. And so here I am in this 30th year, and I cannot find anything that motivates me as much as motherhood does, and taking care of my children. And to have my background in all of these areas with nutrition, with chiropractic care, and now having regenerative medicine, I feel like I'm able to serve my children. I only have this short window of time on this earth, period. There is a final day. Everything counts to me. How I leave my kids, in what condition do I leave my kids to carry on without me? I'm going to cry just thinking about it because hey, real quick, my heart goes out to Pastor Jeff Leake's family and the Church of Allison Park Church today. Today is his funeral. He was my pastor, and we lost him last Saturday, so that's a little bit fresh on my heart here. But, as a parent, knowing that you have to leave here, and you want to leave with as many memories in their minds of you, but you also want to leave them in the best condition that you can. And regenerative medicine, using it starting at a young age. Both of my children are athletes. Both of them have been injured on the field, and both of them have fully recovered from those injuries because of regenerative medicine. We've been doing chiropractic their entire lives. Literally, they were still attached to the umbilical cord, laying on my belly the first time Ron checked them. Cecilia's hip was out of place at birth. How long would that have taken to have shown into so many symptoms? And I could do days of seminars just on that one thing. But the idea is start this on your young people so that when they're our age, they don't have the buildup of the injuries and the wear and tear. That degeneration will catch up to you no matter what, but you can put it off and you can rebuild and not let things degenerate by using regenerative medicine.
All right, let's talk about what you're going to do at your seminar. And by the way, this is the phone number, 724-335-5210. This seminar is free, but if you'd like to attend, they want you to call so they can basically establish how many people are going to be there. 724-335-5210. Remember, regenerative cellular therapy designed to maintain, heal, and regenerate tissue. Type of therapy is great for knee, shoulder, ACL tears, back pain associated with degenerative disc or damaged tendons. And remember, you need to make the call if you want to be there. New Kensington, Stevenson Boulevard, Monday for this seminar, because here's what she'll be doing.
All right. So Monday, typically the third Monday of every month, I do an in-house seminar. It's at 12:30 at our office in New Kensington. Just head up Route 28 to exit 14 and get off the exit and go straight until you see my office on the left. It's about a mile and a half off of the exit. Very easy to find, very easy in and out, parking, one level. It's all this sort of thing. But at 12:30 on Monday, the 16th, this coming Monday, I will be going over regenerative medicine in the way that it pertains to you. And that means you're sitting there in the chair and you get access to me for a couple of hours to answer your questions, to give you more information than you could probably retain all at once. But it's a starting point. My job is here to teach people how to get healthy. And we have to explain certain things to you. If you don't know what your options are, if you don't know what your options are. And so that's what the seminar is about. I am not and I was talking to a salesman this weekend, earlier this week, and I said, I'm just not a salesperson. And he said, when you're educating people, that is sales. And, but I want you guys to rest assured that when you come into these talks, it is not like a hard sales pitch. Nobody likes to get kind of pulled into that, timeshare sort of situation. That's not what this is. This is a seminar for information for you to learn what can regenerative medicine, chiropractic care even, of course, it always has an influence in my talks, and even nutrition. But how do those things pertain to you? And how can we as Optilux Wellness Center serve you in one or all of those areas? And we just want you to understand the magnitude of regenerative medicine, that this isn't a fad, that this isn't something that you either believe in or you don't believe in. This is scientifically proven, and this is all things happening at a cellular level. And I think that it's important for people to add this to their toolbox. When you are trying to take care of you and your family, you need more than a box of Band-Aids. There are things that go into taking care of this human body that you really should know, and regenerative medicine is one of those really important pieces. And so just come for the information, if nothing else.
When we come back, we're going to go through everything that they do, from those PRP treatments to stem cells, break it down, give you all of the information that you need. But what you need to do is to make a call and be a part of this seminar on Monday. 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. Our guest, Jessica Festa, along with her husband, Ron, and, of course, they are the Optilux Wellness Center, 706 Stevenson Boulevard. We'll be right back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the second round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip, 93-7 the Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Jessica Festa is here. Now, we're just going to start to do the deep dive and explain the whole process, what it's about, and let's simply begin with stem cells and how does this work? Go ahead.
All right, so in our world, you have to say like regenerative cellular therapy with the products that I use, because we do use mesenchymal stem cells, which are cells that can turn into many different kinds of tissue. So I don't need to harvest bone tissue or cartilage tissue or heart muscle cells. You can use mesenchymal stem cells for most things that we are trying to regenerate, including brain and neural tissue, heart tissue, organ tissue. So if you're having liver issues or lung issues, a lot of people are using this for COPD because then at a cellular level, you're rebuilding the lung tissue itself. That requires certain kinds of cells, and mesenchymal stem cells are able to be that cell. Once they are introduced into an environment, they are able to mimic and become that cell. And so heart capacity, we've had increase in people's heart and lung capacity by doing IVs, like the full body protocols, and incredible increases in capacity. Not like, yeah, maybe I feel a little bit better. Like, no, like the color of their skin is different. And so we can go at it, things like that. The IV is exciting to me because it offers so much healing throughout the entire body. Excuse me. But those are always my most exciting days, is when people are in to get the full body protocol. What will typically happen is somebody will come in and say, oh, I have this, and they have this laundry list of things that are wrong. And so what you're able to do is to use the IV, but then you can move into specific joint or muscle injections on top of that, whether that includes the mesenchymal stem cells and the matrix, which is where we get that regenerative cellular therapy, because it's a mixture of different cells that came within the umbilical cord when the child was born cesarean. The moms are able to donate the umbilical cord. In that umbilical cord is this lining called Wharton's jelly. The Wharton's jelly has the highest number of harvestable mesenchymal stem cells and what's called the matrix, which is hundreds of different growth factors, proteins, cytokines, all the good stuff that's like the miracle grow that makes those cells so useful and viable from the very beginning. They just finished building an entire human being in 9 months' time, and actually shorter than that because the little guy was a full-fledged human in the womb still, and then just had to grow in size. But all of those cells grew organs and bone and tissue within a matter of a couple of short months. So what we do is the leftovers of those cells in their umbilical cord, stem cell banks process them, and then we are able to purchase them for you. So you come in and you tell me, oh, my knee is really bad. I don't want to get surgery, or I've had people who had surgery scheduled, did this treatment and canceled the surgery because they were out of pain. They felt better. The knee regrew tissue inside. So if you come in and you tell me, oh, my knee hurts or my hip hurts or my shoulder, and, I'm getting close to bone on bone, or please don't wait. I always tell people, I know a lot of our people come in when it's bone on bone or quote, close to it. Do this at first signs. When that knee starts popping, when you start noticing that going up or down the steps, is becoming a little slower. It doesn't even have to hurt yet. But if you are losing function, you're degenerating. Something is broken down. You can be going down Route 28 on 3 tires. You're going to know it doesn't feel the same as when you're going on 4. Right? If you've got a flat tire, which all those metal shards on 28 this week, I don't know what that was all about, but there was so many people with flat tires. And at some point you have that, oh my goodness moment, something's not right here. Stop lying to yourselves. You know when something's not right. You have been with yourself since the day you were born. If you suddenly can't go up and down the steps, or you can't mow the lawn, or you can't dance, or you can't do the dishes, you're breaking down. Let's just start that week, right? So you go, all right, you know what? I've been hearing this Jessica chick for like 6-7 years here. Maybe you felt good up until the snow shoveling, but be honest with yourself that something feels like it's breaking down, and let's rebuild it now. I can meet you at any point in this journey, but the sooner you do it, the less deficits that you're going to have. So why wait until you can't do anything? Let's start as soon as you notice. Like, if your walking is different, there's an issue. If your sleeping is different, there's an issue. If your elimination, going to the bathroom, is different, there's an issue. If your menstruation is different, there's an issue. So we have to look at these things for the whole organism to be healthy. With regenerative medicine, you're able to go with mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix and do so many things within the body. But then you can also use PRP as platelet-rich plasma, which we always end up getting into quite a bit. That's great for soft tissue healing. So as we go through the show today, we can kind of break that down. But mesenchymal stem cells are an incredible scientific find, and I'm just enjoying the heck out of changing people's lives using them.
And they do it every day. Tell them about this seminar, and I'm going to tell folks you got to call to register. It's free, but this is what's happening on Monday.
All right, so Monday at my office at 706 Stevenson Boulevard in New Kensington at 12:30, I will be hosting you guys there in the waiting room, teaching a seminar all about regenerative medicine and what that looks like for you.
All right. She's really good at what she does, as is Dr. Ron. They would love to see you, get you out of that pain. And we're going to talk about where do these stem cells come from. We're going to pick up on that a little bit more. Also, are they approved by the FDA? Talk about some different studies, who does the procedures and more. And we'll get down to that bottom line that is price. But when you think about what you will save in the long run, no matter what the price is, to be out of pain, it's definitely worth the price, no doubt. All right, so here's their phone number. Call if you want to be a part of the seminar. Absolutely free, but they need to know you're going to come. 724-335-5210. You can call that number right now if you want. Leave your first and last name and a working number that they can reach you during business hours, and they will see you on Monday. 724-335-5210. 724-335-5210. The Optilux Wellness Center in New Kensington at 706 Stevenson Boulevard. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Good morning.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 31 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. This fire happened around 4 o'clock Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when that fire began. The Indiana County Coroner's Office said 1 adult male and 2 children died in that fire. The male has been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Babashevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Right now, the cause of the fire is under investigation. A crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital. Police say the crash happened Friday evening along Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in the crash flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. A large law enforcement presence descended on an area of Tucson, Arizona, related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the NBC Today Show host Savannah Guthrie's mother. It was nearly 2 weeks ago. Investigators theorized she was taken against her will from her home. Now, the movement on Friday night is confirmed as related to her disappearance. Here's CBS reporter Christian Benavidez.
Sources with knowledge say law enforcement officials reviewed video at this Walmart location in Tucson.
I think that suspects should be afraid every night. We're going to find you.
The sheriff denied reports his department was withholding evidence from the FBI by using a contracted lab in Florida instead of the FBI lab.
Why not lean on Quantico and their lab? It adds a step that's not needed. I have a lab that has taken on this evidence.
KDKA Radio News Time, 7:32. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37, ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45, then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Optilux Wellness Center.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we're back with Jessica Festa, and it's all about regenerative cellular therapy. The Optilux Wellness Center. Don't forget that seminar. It's free coming up Monday. Call to reserve your space, 724-335-5210, 724-335-5210. We talked a bit about where they come from. Now, I have to ask the question, because you know somebody's out there going, is this legit? Has the FDA approved them? And she has said she does not want to wear orange for anyone.
Exactly. You know, I even looked at my eyeshadow today, and I was like, that's a little bit too orange. I'm not even kidding. I do not appreciate the insinuation that I would do anything that would be illegal on somebody's health care, especially. No, this is all approved. Of course it is. And, you know, regenerative medicine has been around about 50 years. This isn't actually new, but it's new to the Pittsburgh area. When Ron and I brought it here, you know, years ago, we were one of two clinics that were doing it. So, yeah, we've seen a lot. We've seen the court cases come and go where people were fighting for power and dominion over it. Here's the thing. At a cellular level, nobody has dominion over the cells in your body. You don't get to decide most things that are happening in your body. Now, when, you know, there was a time that before we were doing this, that I had heard, you know, that they were using like aborted infants in the studies and to harvest certain cells. That is not the case with this particular kind of practice. And from what I understand, that sort of thing has, of course, been outlawed and done away with. This is all from live cesarean births. It's pre-planned, just like any other organ donation. The umbilical cord is a very important organ. It's a temporary organ, but it's an important one. It's the conduit between a placenta and the mom and the baby. And that's it's probably one of the most unique and important organs that you get to temporarily have. But in the birth process here in America, most of the time they clamp that cord because, we need the picture with dad clamping and cutting the cord quite quickly. And in all honesty, I want every single one of you to tell every person who's giving birth in your family, do not let that happen. let that umbilical cord drain completely into the baby. Let them get all of the cells that the stem cell banks are harvesting and selling to me to help you. That might not help you in the long run at some point in time if that pool would dry up. But the reality is those cells are vital for life. And if you let the umbilical cord completely drain and not cut it and even keep the placenta attached to the umbilical cord until everything dries and the umbilical cord falls off, then you know that your child got the cells that were intended for them. But if you don't do it that way, if you don't do this like kangaroo birth kind of thing, then these cells are able to be harvested from that umbilical cord that was otherwise going to be thrown into the red trash bin. Now this gives you the potential to take your life back, to have some life added back into you where you can have these cells injected into a joint, into a muscle. We can do a sphenocath, which is like a nasal spray up through the nose to help regrow and affect brain matter. So we're using this in head injuries, in Alzheimer's, in like concussions, ADHD. We've had some actual patients that had birth injuries that I think if the birth process hadn't gone the way that it had gone and there were some interferences done, one particular child that we treat in particular would have been a normal functioning little girl. And her family is investing a good bit of time and money, giving her sphenocaths of these cells. And they said on the first round, she started sleeping better, that she's actually moving. She's nonverbal and she cannot move. And after her first round of the sphenocath, so the nasal spray of the cells, she started moving so much that she fell out of her little toddler bed. They said she's 4 years old. She's never moved. They would put her to sleep in one position and that's where she was. These cells have gone into her body and started healing things within her brain from the brain injury that the birth process just ridiculous. If you could ever get a chance to hear it, maybe at my seminar, if you come and you ask me, I will tell you the story. But her parents had tears in their eyes last week when they came in for her second treatment because they knew, now they drive over 3 hours to get to my office, and they brought a newborn. He was a 3-month-old little brother and this little girl back, and they said she stopped vomiting as much. She started sleeping better. And her legs are moving so much now that she wiggled herself off of her bed. They had to go and buy bed railings and put them up for her. I know that to most people that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you have a child who gags on phlegm every 15 to 20 minutes, who cannot sleep and who cannot move, those small things after 4 years of dealing with this are a big deal. So if her little body can heal, and this was 3 months, that they were going to do these cells every 3 months. If her little body can have that much go right in 3 months' time, what can yours do? You're not fighting a brain injury of birth process. So when I say that we have a sphenocath, I don't take that lightly. The brain is that central nervous system. That's where it all starts. And once you can make it into the brain tissue, and into the spinal cord and then out through all of those nerves. When you're healing nerve endings with mesenchymal stem cells in the matrix, or you're healing nerve endings with PRP, those nerves are your function, right? If you cut the nerve root off, you are going to have pain and dysfunction. So that's in our chiropractic realm. Why do we adjust the spine? Because the spine, when it's crooked, is squishing your spinal cord. What's in the spinal cord? The nerve root of every single system and every cellular move that your body makes originates in that spinal cord. That spinal cord is an extension of your brain. So when we start in the brain, we get to affect the entire body. So that sphenocath is nothing to just go, oh, well, that's a thing. It's a really important thing that we've had some insane results with. But then you also have the opportunity to do this in an IV where you could put these cells into the bloodstream. Just the bloodstream itself, it goes through the heart and lungs first. So if you put in 300 million cells into your bloodstream that are capable of rebuilding nearly any type of tissue in the human body, you are about to have a life-changing experience. So that's why I get so excited about the full body protocols, because I have seen the coolest stuff, things that they didn't come in aiming at any one thing. There is a multi-system breakdown when you just feel run down, when you feel like I'm getting old, and this is a way that you literally at that cellular level can take back time and rebuild what's broken down. But it also gives the body to clear what's called senescent cells that have died, that are just sort of ghost cells lingering around the body causing inflammation. Inflammation is one of the biggest markers of sickness in the United States, really in the world, but we'll just stay here at home. Inflammation is a good thing for some things, and it's a bad thing for most things. And when you have senescent cells and the bloodstream is toxic and it's not cleaning itself out, and you have this chronic inflammation, you have disease on its way. And so with these particular injections that we do, that helps to clear even all of that up. So we're going to get rid of inflammation because we can fix the injury, the sprained ankle, the torn shoulder, the torn meniscus, you have bursitis in your hip. That's okay. Let's get to it. I had it too 3 weeks ago until I did a PRP injection, and now it's completely gone. So there's so much that this affects, but you have to start looking at your health from a cellular level and a step-by-step level.
All right, tell them about the seminar.
All right, so the seminar would actually be able to let me evolve into a lot of this much deeper, and that is this Monday coming up, the 16th, 12:30. It's midday at the office. I just thought with winter and the way it gets dark early, a lot of our people don't like to drive in the dark, and if you're coming somewhere new, so I stopped doing the 6 p.m. What I am going to start introducing here soon, and if you would please call and leave me a message if this interests you as well, is to start doing like Zoom call for you guys for a seminar, so that you can just join me from the comfort of your home or at the office instead of worrying about coming out at all. I feel like I want to be able to reach as many people as possible. And if you're not somebody that's comfortable driving yourself, or you can't, or it's late, or that kind of thing, now you just join me from your computer and we could figure that out.
All right, sounds good, Jessica. Excellent stuff. We'll come back to wrap up this week's edition of the Optilux Wellness Center. Still to come today, we've got Michael Dailos and Ben Davis, Secure Money Advisors, on the money. And then at 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. 10 o'clock, of course, the guys from True Value. And it'll be Andrew Benacki and I hosting AAA Central's Talking Travel. And the latest now, according to Fox and others, 3 people detained at a house, 4th in the vehicle, as this Nancy Guthrie story enters its 2nd week as of today. And we're going to talk much more about that in the noon hours. We got an extra hour of open talk today. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Stay with us. Good morning.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio, KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market, with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. High school basketball action last night. Daniel Spence led Elizabeth forward in their dominant 83-60 win over Avonworth to advance to the 2nd round of the WPIL playoffs. College basketball today. Pitt at the University of North Carolina, 2 p.m. tip, 93.7 The Fan. Duquesne takes on St. Bonaventure. Penn State goes against Oregon, and West Virginia takes on University of Central Florida. In the Olympics, in Italy, U.S. women's hockey advances to the semifinals after a win over Italy in the quarterfinals. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspenwall, amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO, appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO, 412-373-2000. Get them on your roof, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
A warmer, safer winter in every home across Pittsburgh is why NRG is proud to sponsor the 18th annual Warmathon and honored to share in this city's generous spirit. When you pick NRG as your energy supplier, you'll have the power to do more, like earn cash back and travel rewards, or even contribute to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. With NRG, giving back is built in. Learn more and switch today at picknrg.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. After my husband died, the last thing I wanted to think about was money. Ethos made it affordable to get life insurance. Signing up was fast and 100% online. I knew that I could pay our mortgage and have food in the fridge. I could focus on my kids. No one ever tells you how much you're going to depend on. So grateful we had coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, we're down to a precious couple of minutes, and I want to remind you, you really need to go out and meet them at the Optilux Wellness Center in New Kensington for this seminar on Monday. It's free, but you got to call to reserve your space. Just make the call. Get out of pain. 724-335-5210. Look, the procedure, yeah, we've talked about it before. The cost, we've talked about it before, and she can do that. But one question, just to tie into how this could help you in real time. We were talking about Lindsey Vonn, the Olympic skier. And we do wish her nothing but the best, and we're praying for her. But how many people are skiing right now or can't be skiing, and this has been a perfect winter for them, but because of that knee issue, that back, that shoulder, that hip, and you can get people back on the slopes.
Oh, absolutely. One of my friends, we got him back on the slopes 2 years ago. He had a knee tear, and he had the surgery, but it just never really healed. And he did a round of the regenerative cellular therapy, and he is skiing. He even went out to Utah to another friend's house and was like, man, I'm so happy to be back on the slopes. And he had just retired, and he was like, I finally have time to ski. I have money to ski. All my kids are grown, and I can't ski because my knee. So we fixed the knee, and he's out skiing. He's actually out of the country right now, just enjoying life out there. He wanted to go walk the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Are you serious? Right. Okay. So if you are in your 60s and you can't go do that, maybe you should do what my friend did. And Lindsey Vonn, man, what a devastating injury. But like I was saying to you on the break, do you know how many times that woman skied down a ski slope? How many times she wrecked? How many times she cut left, right, left, right, left, right?
Maintenance, just for maintenance.
You know, folks, it is soft tissue. It wears out. And so if I had been on her team staff, she'd have been getting regenerative medicine every month, because I would have wanted any micro tears in that knee to be healing in real time with extra help, because she's biologically aging. She's, the years are passing, but she is beating her body up. She is gifted. You have to preserve that gift. Not everybody can be a Lindsey Vonn, but why were her knees not being taken care of with regenerative medicine? That's what I said in the first segment. Do not wait until the problem is so big that you lose. right? This poor woman worked how many years to end up again on these ski slopes, and she knew it going in that she had an issue. And I know, and I saw her post and everything, hey doc, no, it was a tear, blah, blah, blah. This is not something, it's really a non-negotiable. And I'm having a hard time like tiptoeing around it. But if you are not using regenerative medicine, you are not doing yourself a service, and you're not up on how to best take care of your body. If you are doing anything repetitively for a lifetime, it is going to wear down the soft tissue. Then add being a mill worker, working for the railroad, being in construction, being a secretary, being a mother. You know how many times you lift a child in their little toddler lifetime? These things all have a cumulative effect. And so you don't have to wait till you're in pain. Just know if you have lived another day, you have degenerated another link. And now you can go and use regenerative therapy, whether it's a sphenocath, whether it's an injection, whether it's directly into a joint that is already hurting you, a muscle that is already torn or is bothering you. Maybe you're not sleeping well at night. Maybe you're in menopause and your hips hurt every time you turn over in bed and you want answers to that. This is what we do. This is what I'm passionate about. And if you know anything about mama bears, they're super passionate about their kids. I'm not chasing these answers just for people I don't know. I am chasing these answers and these methods for my kids, for my grandkids, because I can tell you right now, my son and I and his girlfriend had an in-depth conversation just over wisdom teeth this past week. I never stop educating my children on what I know because I want them to be able to affect people's lives, but I most want them to have healthy lives themselves. I'm motivated from a mother's heart, not just for my kids, but for everybody who I'm coming in contact with. I care what is happening to your body, and I'm tired of the healthcare system lying to you and telling you that the only options out there are drugs and surgery. That's not the truth, and you do not have to live in pain, and you don't have to swallow a pill. You can regenerate the tissue that is missing, that is causing you pain and dysfunction, and that's what I do every day at Optilux Wellness.
It's always a pleasure seeing you, and I guess we're going to see you twice next month.
Yes.
So enjoy the rest of February, and happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day.
And I hope you have a very pleasurable weekend.
Thank you. I've got a wedding to go to now.
Oh, see, perfect. Valentine's Day. All right, listen, we're going to take a break. We'll come back on the other side. Michael Diulis and Ben Davis from Secure Money Advisors on the money. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, open enrollment through the end of March. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. Andrea Benacki is here. AAA Central's Talking Travel. Alma Waterway is going to be in the topic of conversation today. So we got a lot more to do. Stay where you're at. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
The preceding was paid for by Optilux Wellness Center. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Fantastic February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center-cut boneless pork loin chops or roasts are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, Sunkist Jumbo, Cara, or Navel oranges, 10 for $10. In our deli department, Coons pepperoni rolls are $4.49 each. An additional savings this week, Eggland's Best large eggs, 1 dozen cartons, 2 for $5.
Coons Market, that special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. This winter, help keep Western Pennsylvania families warm. Support Dollar Energy Fund by bidding in the online Warmathon auction at warmathon.com. For nearly 20 years, Warmathon has helped provide critical utility assistance to neighbors in need. Bid today and help make a difference this winter. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 31 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital. Police say the crash happened on Friday evening along Kennedy Boulevard in the 1300 block. 2 of the 3 vehicles flipped over and were involved in that crash. 1 person was flown by helicopter to Pittsburgh Hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. A former Rankin Borough manager who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, even a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend those charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. Well, a major fast food chain is reportedly ready to shut down a large number of restaurants this year. Here's CBS News correspondent Peter King.
More than 4 decades after this ad became its trademark and a pop culture reference point.
Where's the beef?
Wendy's says it will close hundreds of locations this year after a fourth quarter that was weaker than expected. The company says it closed 28 restaurants during that period, with as many as nearly 360 to shut down during the first half of this year, or as much as 6% of its nearly 6,000 locations. The company hasn't said exactly where those closures will happen. Peter King, CBS News.
Less than a year after Chatham University took over the Hunt Armory, the Urban Redevelopment Authority has voted to rescind the agreement. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
The URA board voted to cancel the agreement this week due to ongoing negotiations and a shift in the proposed management structure of the rink. Executive Director of the URA, Cecilia Navani Stanger, says they are still talking to Chatham to keep hockey at the Hunt.
And I just want to be clear that the core vision for the future of the site remains the same. The goal is to have the Hunt Armory continue to serve as a viable ice rink facility that could support ice hockey teams for play and practice, and also provide public skating opportunities for the broader community.
The Penguins had been operating the rink for about 4 years before Chatham took over. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
You might see some City of Pittsburgh Department of Public Works crews out today. City says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz today. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that doesn't require heat to be applied. City has also been patching potholes throughout the week here and there that were reported to its non-emergency 311 line. KDK Radio News Time, 8:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville know health is about more than movement. It's about staying safe, steady, and independent at home. Specializing in advanced balance therapy to help prevent falls, improve stability, and keep our community moving confidently. Physical of Monroeville is proud to support Warmathon, helping to keep homes warm and our community steady on their feet. Physical Therapy and Balance Centers of Monroeville, FYZICAL, spelled differently because they are different. Call 412-457-8200.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I always miss not seeing Brian, but I love the fact when Ben Lewis and Michael Diolis are here because I get to go to school. And listen, I get a chance to learn and see how they're working and what they do and how they build plans for people. And no one does it better than Secure Money Advisors. We'll tell you about the book, how you can pick it up, and it's absolutely free. We got a couple of people standing by that'll take your call in real time. We've got all of that and some great information over the next hour. So let's get to it. This week's edition of On the Money. Of course, the folks from Secure Money Advisors. Here he is, Michael Diolis. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Rob. Good morning. How are you?
I am wonderful. I love seeing you, too, and I love listening to this show.
Yes, we love being here.
Yep.
And you know, for all the folks who are tuning in, if you haven't had a chance to see us yet, call Luke and Mike. They're our advisors. They're sitting on the side waiting for you to call. It's 412-286-1470. And if you've never had a chance to read Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, I really encourage you to do so. It's completely free. We pick up the shipping. Just go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and order your free copy of your book. Now, you know, Ben, I just had a guy in last week that said something that blew my mind.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been on this show at KDK for a little over 3 years now. We've been on the radio for going on a decade, the TV show for over half a decade. And he said, I didn't know you guys specialized in retirement planning.
Yeah.
And it blew my mind. I mean, we take it for granted. We talk about it every single day in the conference rooms, at our educational events, at college campuses, the radio, the TV shows. But maybe we don't use that specific language.
Yeah.
So for all of you out here who are listening right now, this is what we do at Secure Money Advisors. We specialize in retirement planning. Yep. 99% of our clients are 55 plus.
Yep.
those either entering retirement or those who are already in retirement. Now, the other 1%, of course, will help the kids of our clients make sure they're on the right track, but there's two different kinds of advisors. Ben, why don't you tell them about that?
Yeah, it's such an important distinction because, the old adage of the strategies and what got you there isn't always what takes you through. There's such a distinction between our accumulation phase during our career, where it's just grow as fast as you can, get to the highest number as fast as you can, between that and the distribution phase of, okay, now I have this pile of money, but my paycheck stops.
Exactly.
I'm retiring, and now, as opposed to grow as fast as possible, the most important things are, where's my paycheck going to come from? How am I confident that that's going to last throughout my retirement? And so the priority shifts from get to point A to Z as high as possible, as fast as possible, to, okay, now how do I carry through and how do I make sure that I have some predictability?
Right. How do we bring the ship home? Right. Whenever you're in your accumulation phase, you're working, you're saving, you're sacrificing so that you can save. And like Ben said, your goal is just to grow that money. Well, eventually, you get through the storm, through the housing market crisis, through COVID, the pandemic, through the 2022 inflation crisis, and eventually you want to retire. Well, now you're in a whole different phase. And what we want to talk about today are what are the 5 biggest mistakes that you need to avoid moving into retirement. And mistake number one, the biggest mistake is failing to have an income plan. It's crucial. The paycheck stops. You work your whole life. You have the stability of the salary. The paycheck comes in. And one day you retire. Everyone congratulates you. And now what? Now what do you do?
Yeah. I'll give you an example of this. I mean, how often do we hear people come in and say, always the number one question is, well, Michael, I know you can't give me all the specifics, but compared to other people, how's my number? My grandfather said I needed $500,000. That was 30 years ago. Uncle Jimmy at Thanksgiving says I need $1 million. And what do we say? It doesn't matter what your overall number is. What is your income need? And how do we accomplish that? I'll give you an example of this. We had a couple come into the office and they had over $3 million. More than enough. And I won't get into specifics of their income, but more than enough for them to comfortably retire. And when I say comfortably, do all the things that they want to do, but they were terrified.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is, you know what their income plan is? You can probably guess it. Was their advisor told them, hey, we're going to take risk with this money, but in a diversified portfolio. And for those that can't see me, I'm doing air quotes, diversified portfolio.
Right.
And let me know when you want some money.
Yes.
There's no predictability there.
Well, no, and people treat it in 2 ways when they don't have an income plan. Either there's the piggy bank method or there's the Fort Knox method. The piggy bank is, well, we'll just take what we need. If we need income, we'll just take what we need. Well, that's not predictable. What if the market's crashing? What if there's a year where, 2008 happens and the market's down 50%? You're just going to take what you need? Then you're locking in and compounding losses. So you need to be very methodical about where you're pulling your income from and when. What a true structured income plan looks like is you know exactly where your income's going to come from. How does it tie together with how do all the income sources tie together? Your Social Security. If you're blessed enough to have a pension, the pension as well. And then the income from the investments. How long does that income last? Not hypothetical average rates of return, but true written plan of knowing how you're going to replace that paycheck. That's what an income plan looks like. And when we see people come in that have the piggy bank method, that's terrifying. What's even worse is those that have the Fort Knox method, and they have worked their whole lives to build this nest egg, and they're terrified to touch it. Because it's always, what if the rainy day comes? What if the rainy day comes? And then you just keep working. And you keep putting monies away and you keep saving and you never touch your money and then you retire and you just live on Social Security because what if the rainy day comes? That's not a plan. If you want guilt-free spending in retirement where you can go on the vacations you want to go on, you can, take the trip to Italy, the cruise to Alaska, the train through the Rockies, you need to make sure that that's not going to impact you 20, 30 years down the line. And how are you going to do it if you don't have a written plan.
Yeah, it's a good thing to bring up too, Michael, because unfortunately for the couple that I had mentioned, they followed the Fort Knox method.
Yeah.
Right? They were putting off vacations that they should have been taking, that they could have been taking. They weren't spoiling the grandkids as much as they wanted to. And it was because, again, there's no predictability. And it's important to observe this distinction between there's the math behind your retirement plan, right? You can look at withdrawals over time, and spreadsheets can work all this stuff out, which we love, working with spreadsheets. But there's this psychological side of it too.
Oh, yeah.
There's and we use these words so much, peace of mind, right? And it's impossible to have that when your retirement and your income, and again, the most important thing in your retirement, your income, is revolved around the ticker symbols you see on the morning news, and if they're red or green, going up or down. And so having that peace of mind, I'll give you an example. That's why we use things like the guaranteed lifetime income annuity, right? Because it gives you a paycheck.
I just had a couple in the other day. They're in their late 50s. They want to retire at 65. And so what we did for them is they have about $1 million in their portfolio. We took about 40% of that, about $400,000, and deferred it till 65. So it was about a 6-7 year deferral period. And they are going to get $55,000 a year guaranteed lifetime income. Now, on top of their Social Security, that's going to cover everything they need in retirement. And guess what they can do with that other $600,000 now? They can take the trip to Italy. They can take the cruise to Alaska. They can take the train through the Rockies. They can spoil the grandkids because they're not scared to use their money anymore. They have a real written plan that is predictable.
Yeah.
And, folks, if you're out there and you're thinking, hey, I'm not sure if I have a retirement specialist. We haven't talked about it yet. I've been with them for a few years, but maybe it's on me. I haven't brought it up. That's not the case. If that's what they specialize in and you're getting older, they know you're going to retire someday. So if they haven't reached out to you and said, let's put together a plan, call this number, 412-286-1470. Talk to Luke and Mike. They'll give you a little bit of info about us and help you get scheduled. Or if you haven't ordered the book, righttrackpittsburgh.com. And what we'll do in that complimentary meeting is we will go over any red flags with your plan, starting with your income, going into your taxes, your investments, your health care, your legacy strategy, making sure you're on the right track. And when we come back, we're going to get into the second biggest mistake, which is failing to have a tax strategy.
All coming up next, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Ben Lewis and Michael Diola's in today for Brian Caranta on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back with Michael and Ben, more secure money advisors on the money. Go ahead.
Yeah, so folks, failing to have a tax strategy is the second biggest mistake that people make moving into retirement. And why is that a problem? You know, whenever you all started working, you were told, hey, save your money now. Put it in this 401k, this 403b. Save on the taxes now because you know what? You're going to be in a lower tax bracket in retirement.
Yeah.
Is that true?
For a long time it was.
Yeah.
Michael, for a long time it was. And what we're seeing, and we talk about it a lot at the events we do at local libraries and restaurants, is that with the biggest generation to date retiring, the baby boomer generation, there's over $40 trillion in pre-tax retirement accounts. And the bottom line, folks, is that the government needs that money. And
you have it.
And you have it, right?
Exactly.
And so through these things, and sometimes it may not even just be increased tax rates. It might be, which we're going to talk about here in a second, your Medicare premiums, your cost of your Medicare, and these different things. But they're gonna be changing these things. And for the first time in a long time, the case might be that we're going to be in a higher tax bracket in retirement than you were when you were working.
Yeah, it's very possible. We see it very often. I mean, and here's why. Think about this. You know, whenever you're working, you Monday through Friday, you're typically going to work, maybe you pack a lunch and you come home, maybe you fill the tank up with gas. That's most of the money that you're spending, right? Weekends come around and you can go to shows, sporting events, see your friends, and that's when you can spend more money. Well, when you retire, guess what? Every day's the weekend. Every day's Saturday. You know, maybe one day a week, Sunday, you put on your church clothes, and that's what you have to be prepared for. But outside of that, every day is Saturday, and you have the freedom to spend, which typically means your income is just as high, if not higher, than when you were working, meaning you're in the same, if not a higher tax bracket.
Yeah.
And that tax bracket problem can get worse over time. Have anyone out there heard of RMDs, required minimum distributions? They are a huge problem. You know, if you're not planning for this now, if your advisor is not talking to you about it now, I don't care if you're 55, 65, or 72, you need to be thinking about them now and actively planning towards it because it is a retirement savings time bomb. Now, that's Ed Slott wrote that book.
Yeah.
And it is a problem because if you leave it go, that compounds. And then you get to retirement and maybe you didn't need those IRAs. And next thing you know, you have $1 million, $1.5 million, and you're forced to pull distributions out, and that can push you into a new tax bracket. You know, I just had some folks in the other day, and what we're doing for them is each and every year, they're in their early 60s, each and every year, we are maximizing their tax bracket.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is they're in the 12% tax bracket, which we feel is a steal of a deal.
Absolutely.
And they're taking their retirement income, their Social Security, but we're doing Roth conversions every single year just to hit the top of that tax bracket.
Yeah.
That way, when they get to RMD age, they won't have RMDs anymore. They're going to have it taken care of because it's all going to be Roth money. And that's huge, not only for them having that tax-free bucket of money, but that's also huge for their beneficiaries.
Yeah.
Because if they leave tax-free money through a Roth to their beneficiaries, they don't have to worry about what their kid's income is and how much they're going to be inheriting. So it's huge to be doing tax planning early on. And RMDs can also impact something called IRMA.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a great point, Michael. I mean, you're taking advantage of, again, to your point, what we see is, especially historically, extremely favorable tax bracket. Folks, there's a lot of you listening out there that find yourself in a 12% bracket. If we're not at least entertaining, taking advantage of that and doing some conversion, then we're missing the boat. But to your point, you know, the IRMA brackets and how much we pay for Medicare, a lot of times we forget that, number one, yes, we do pay for our Medicare. It comes straight out of the Social Security check, but it's tiered based off your income. Okay, so you may be taking withdrawals from your IRA and you've gotten used to a certain income level and you're on Medicare, and then RMDs hit, and now, I mean, we've seen a lot of people, Michael, the amount of money that we have to take from 401ks, IRAs doubles, sometimes even more than that. And now, as opposed to paying just under $200 a month for each of you for Medicare, can be over $300. We've seen as far as over $500 a month. And now that's putting a strain on your take-home income, and it's less money coming home in your pocket as time's going on, and the cost of goods are probably going to start going down, right? Do you see that happening? No.
Yeah, so, and on top of that, not only does not planning for these taxes then slide into impacting your healthcare costs through these IRMA brackets, but also, how about your legacy plan?
Yeah.
You leave this big bucket of pre-tax money to the kids who, when do most people inherit money, Ben?
In their prime earning years.
Yes, in their highest income earning years, your late 40s, your mid 50s, maybe even your early 60s. That's typically when people inherit money, when you're making the most money. And the IRS has officially killed the stretch IRA as of the Secure Act in 2020.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? You inherit an IRA now from your mom, dad, brother, sister, aunt, uncle. You have 10 years to spend that money down. Meaning, if you had $1 million IRA, you have to pull, assuming no growth, $100,000 a year. I mean, that could take someone who's currently in the 12% tax bracket up into the 24% tax bracket. That's huge. And, you know, for those of you out there who are saying, we've helped our kids enough, we've helped get them launched, and if we don't leave them anything, so be it. Definitely understand that, and that's your right to feel that way. But don't think about that. Think about how much money you want to give the government.
Right.
You've worked really, really hard to build this nest egg. Do you really want to give a quarter or half of it to the IRS? I mean, folks, the top tax bracket right now is 37%. Back in the 70s, it was 70%.
Yeah.
In the 40s, it was 93%. So how much of your money, when you leave it to your kids through a traditional IRA, are they going to keep? Is it going to be 20%, 50%? Or are they just going to get 7% of that money?
Yeah.
You need to make sure you're planning, because you can see, as we just talked through that right there, all of these areas are impacting another. Failing to have a tax plan means you're failing to have a healthcare plan, means you're failing to have a legacy plan. And that rolls right back into an income plan and investment strategy as well. So it is extremely important, folks, if you are not with an advisor that specializes in retirement planning, that focuses on making sure you have the income you need for the rest of your life with predictable, safe options, not hypothetical average returns. Using tax-efficient strategies to make sure you're not paying more than you need to, making sure your investments are truly aligned with your goals as you shift phase. Make sure that your healthcare strategy, both on the Medicare side and, God forbid, if you need to go to a nursing home, making sure that that is planned for as well. And then if there's a goal to leave a legacy, making sure your family keeps as much money as possible. If you're not 100% confident that you have that type of advisor that specializes in retirement planning, at least give us a call at 412-286-1470 and see if what you're looking for is what we do. Or if you haven't read the book, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, order the book. It's completely free. We cover the shipping. It shows up in a gold envelope like a Willy Wonka ticket, and make sure that you get a chance to read it. It's very easy to read, even if this isn't your language here.
And if you want to talk to Luke and Mike,
Yes. Call Luke and Mike. It's 412-286-1470. There's some of the advisors at our firm, and they'll help walk you through if what you're looking for is what we do.
All right, we're going to take a short break. Much more to come with these gentlemen. And again, Secure Money Advisors on the Money, Michael Diolis and Ben Lewis. And then after that news, we'll come back for our third segment. We have two more segments to go after the news at 9. MediConnect, the Inside Connection, open enrollment period till the end of March. And then, of course, 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. Weather going to warm up a bit, so that's good news. So now you can actually start thinking spring, working and planning projects. At 11 o'clock, Andrew Benacki. It is AAA Central's Talking Travel. It's your Pratt Pack today till 1 o'clock. Long way to go on KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh body repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Spent all day yesterday at the farm doing all kinds of social media stuff, and they were planning for today because it's going to be a big day at Janoski's. Door prizes, live music, and more to celebrate Valentine's Day. Homemade cabbage, $3 a head, 2 for $5. Homegrown apples, $5 for half a peck. Cherry Crunch pies in Joanne Janoski's Bakery, only $17.95. Fresh baked Italian bread, $2.25. Additional sales in-store and farm fresh kitchen specials, too. Don't miss it. Happy Valentine's Day from Janoski's in Clinton.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 32 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. Fire began around 4:15 Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when that fire began. Indiana County Coroner's Office said 1 adult male and 2 children died in the fire. Male's been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Fabishevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in that fire. 2 dogs also died. Other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Cause of the fire is under investigation. Pittsburgh has a new police chief, officially taking the helm of the city's police bureau. Here's News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush.
Jason Lando was sworn in as Pittsburgh's newest police chief in a ceremony led by Pennsylvania Superior Court Judge Jill Beck.
I, Jason Alex Lando,
I, Jason Alex Lando,
do solemnly swear
that
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
As he steps into the role, Lando says rebuilding trust and strengthening community relationships will be a top priority.
And I'd like to bring this group together, do some training, education. And when I say education, educating each other, right? Like, I want to know the needs of the community, and I also want to make sure the community understands our policies and why we do what we do.
Lando returns to Pittsburgh after spending the past 5 years serving as police chief in Frederick, Maryland. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
A former Rankin Borough manager who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, even a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend the charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. Well, do you still use your local library? 54% of Americans say they use the libraries annually. Ruth Neely, the executive director of the Sewickley Public Library, says despite this being the digital age, libraries are having a major resurgence.
Access and skills and trust are not accessible online. And so libraries are here to help bridge that gap through our collections and our programming.
She tells Michael Bartley on KDKA Radio right now it's a challenge to keep up with the demand.
We circulate nearly 400,000 print books per year. So
Just
it's
in
really
the Sewickley Public Library?
Yes.
She says the Sewickley Library remains fine-free, meaning no overdue fines. KDKA Radio News Time, 8:33. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Ready for custom window treatments? You've got options. At Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory, the Lachina family has been serving Pittsburgh homeowners for over 60 years. Choose from custom blinds, shades, shutters, and draperies made in Lachina's own factory and tailored to your home. Enjoy Lachina's free shop at home service or visit one of Lachina's 2 convenient locations in Dormont or Wexford. Call 412-665-4900. That's 412-665-4900. Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. The quality you deserve.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Who says vaping is safer than cigarettes? Science does not support that belief. Vapes can contain a variety of chemicals, flavoring agents, cancer-causing elements, and other harmful substances. High levels of nicotine in some vapes can be more likely to lead to addiction, and chemical ingredients are not always listed accurately on vaping packages. Vaping can also damage your DNA, your heart, your lungs, and even your smile. Enough with the puff. Learn more at ul.org/vaping.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37. Ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45. Then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back for another segment of Secure Money Advisors on the Money. All I need to say is Michael Diolis and Ben Lewis, gentlemen.
Yes, and for those just tuning in now, if you haven't had a chance to meet with us yet or even have a conversation with us, Luke and Mike are standing on the sideline waiting to hear from you. Give us a call, 412-286-1470, and they'll walk you through what we do and see if we should set up a time to get together, completely complimentary. And if you haven't had a chance to order the book yet, righttrackpittsburgh.com, completely complimentary. We even pick up the shipping. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. And folks, we've talked about failing to have an income plan. We've talked about failing to have a tax strategy. What's the third biggest mistake? Failing to have an investment strategy that's built for retirement. Yeah. You know, we started off today's show talking about accumulation versus distribution, and it is wildly different. You know, in accumulation years, if you let's take 2020 to 2025. Let's say you earned 5% in 2020, 10% in 2021, negative 10% in 2022, 20% in 2023, and 25 and 24, and then you mix all of those up and have the same returns but in a different order, you'll still have the same amount of money as long as you're not taking distributions.
Yeah.
Mathematically, the order of returns is irrelevant when you're in the accumulation phase.
Yeah.
But it is one of the biggest risks you face whenever you move into the distribution phase, and it is called sequence risk. For those of you who've never heard of that out there, I encourage you to get on Google right now, type in sequence risk or sequence of returns risk, and look up some horror stories that we have seen in person. You know, we've seen people that have followed this 4% withdrawal rule that has been historically what a lot of people have used since the early 90s. But in today's environment, it has up to a 57% chance of failure because of the sequence of returns in retirement. So why don't you walk them through that, Ben?
Yeah, it's such an important distinction to make, Michael. I said it earlier in the show today. I'll say it again. The strategies that have gotten you to this point are not always what carries you through. But it's so important to talk about sequence of returns risk because, like you said, in our eyes, it's the biggest risk that you face as someone who's heading into retirement, can see the finish line of your work career, going through retirement. And like you said, it all boils down to when you're working, right? I'll give you an example. I look at some of my peers outside of this industry, and do they care what the stock market is doing? No, right? Because regardless of whether the market is up, down, sideways, left, right, they're not taking money from their retirement accounts. And even better than that, when the market's going down, they're still adding every 2 weeks to their 401k, so they're buying at a discount.
Volatility is your friend in the accumulation phase, but it's your biggest enemy in the distribution phase. But maybe you've heard this. It's just a paper loss, though, right? Or, don't worry about it. You're in it for the long haul.
Yeah.
You know, in Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, we have an example of a brother and sister who retire in 3 years difference, right? Brother retires in 1996. The sister retires in 1999. They both have the same amount of money to start. They both follow the same 4% rule. They both use the same investment strategy, the stock market, but they just retire in 3 years different time. And the results are crazily different.
Yeah.
For the brother, everything's beautiful. He doubles his money. Everything's great. The sister has a devastating retirement. She runs out of money in her early 80s. And then what is she supposed to do?
Yeah.
Right? You need to make sure that you are not following rules from decades and decades ago. You need to make sure you have an advisor that knows what the strategies are that work today, not what worked in the 90s. Because today's market is nothing like the market was in the 90s. We joke about it all the time. If in 1993 you wanted to trade your Pepsi stock to buy Coca-Cola stock, you wrote a letter, gave it to the mailman. Maybe a week or so later, it got to your broker on Wall Street. It landed on a stack of papers. And maybe a couple days after that, he got to your letter and made the trade for you. Now, you could all pull your phones out today, put in a trade, and come Monday morning at 9:30 a.m., the market opens, boom, the trade is placed. And then at 9:45, you could trade it again. And 9:47, you could trade it again, and again and again and again. And this volatility has made this 4% roll and the sequence of returns a huge problem for people who don't have a plan.
Yeah.
But here's a bigger problem. What if you're too conservative?
Yeah.
Then longevity risk comes in.
Yep.
If you're just tucking all your money under the mattress and just pulling out what you need and you're not taking enough risk, then you could be in trouble too, because you could spend your money and not have enough growth potential on the other side.
Yeah.
The balance is so difficult to perfect, and that's why we look at buckets of money.
Yeah, it's such an important point because, folks, if you've listened to us before, you've heard us talk about safety, right? Guaranteed income producing annuities or, fixed annuities that give you a guaranteed rate of return. But it's important to talk about that balance too, because folks, we love the market. No secret to it. We love the market, and over a long period of time, there's no doubt about it that the market is going to be your best earner. But the what nobody really talks about is it needs that time. And when we look at a time horizon that's shrinking, and I'm not talking about your expiration date on this earth, I'm talking about your time horizon on when you're going to be switching from a saver to a spender. I mean, Michael, how many horror stories do we see of, my dad retired in 2007.
Yeah.
And here it comes. And because there was no income strategy, and maybe they had an advisor that was telling them, oh, we see the market going to be good for the next. Folks, if you're listening, if anybody is telling you that they know and they can see what the market's going to do over the next 5 or 10 years, they're either so full of it that they've convinced themselves or they're lying to your face.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's why we talk about that balance for having an income strategy and the investments that are going to produce the predictable income that you need, but also a long-term growth strategy. To your point, I mean, it's an inevitability for a lot of people for long-term care and things like that. So we need to make sure there's a bucket of money that's for long-term growth.
Right. And so we talk about sequence of returns and pulling monies out of the market at the wrong time when it's going down. But it's a problem when you're pulling monies out of the market when it's going up too.
Sure.
Because have you heard of compound interest?
Yeah, right.
If you're pulling money out of the market, you're not allowing it to compound. The number one most important variable in the stock market is time. Warren Buffett has a saying, if you're not going to own a stock for 10 years, don't think about owning it for 10 minutes. So how can you have that strategy if you're 65 years old and you're putting your 2 weeks notice into your employer and you need to start using that money?
Yeah.
How can you hold it for 10 more years?
Right.
You can't. You need it. That's why you need to split it. That's why you need to specialize your money into 2 buckets. One bucket focused on safety and reliability and predictable income for at least 10 years, if not 12, 15, 20, or even a lifetime. And then once you have that bucket, you are now artificially building time back in. You're essentially making your risk money not like you're 65, but like you're 55 or even 45. So you have the time to ride the waves, to hang in there for the long haul, because you have that specialized bucket focused on having the foundational income generated for you. Now the risk money has time to grow. And, if you're not sure that your advisor does this, you're not sure that you have these buckets, or you think your bucket's the 60-40 split and that's going to be sufficient, you're in trouble. Call this number. Mike and Luke are sitting on the sideline waiting for you guys to call to schedule your appointment. It's 412-286-1470. This meeting, what we'll go over is these 5 biggest mistakes in retirement and make sure you're avoiding them. We'll make sure that you have enough money to retire and stay retired. Make sure that you're not paying more in taxes than you need to be. And make sure that whenever you retire, you can move your monies into something that's safer, predictable, creating you the income you need for the rest of your life while still optimizing growth on the other side. And if you haven't ordered the book, folks, righttrackpittsburgh.com. It's a very easy read, and you will get so much out of it. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com or call Luke and Mike at 412-286-1470.
Back with one more segment with Michael and Ben right after this on KDKA. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schlei Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleiDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schlei Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleiDeckCompany.com.
A warmer, safer winter in every home across Pittsburgh is why NRG is proud to sponsor the 18th annual Warmathon and honored to share in this city's generous spirit. When you pick NRG as your energy supplier, you'll have the power to do more, like earn cash back and travel rewards, or even contribute to local nonprofits just for paying your bill. With NRG, giving back is built in. Learn more and switch today at picknrg.com.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough. But if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. The Alzheimer's Association provides care, support, and research to help you take control of the situation with your family and manage the disease together. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Don't act like that. Don't wear that. Don't think that. I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know that you can be vulnerable and powerful. That taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love and who loves you. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we got Luke and Mike standing by. We're going to give you that number. Mike's going to do that in just a moment. Right Track Your Retirement, the name of the book. We'll send it to you free. RightTrackPittsburgh.com. Ben Lewis, Michael Diola's final segment for Secure Money Advisors on the Money. So how do we get a hold of Luke and Mike right now?
To get a hold of Luke and Mike, call 412-286-1470. They're waiting for your calls, and they'll walk you through what we do. And if what we do is right for you, we'd be happy to see you come in. And, for this Valentine's Day, for that special someone in your life, maybe you've gotten them flowers and chocolates. What's something else you can get them? Peace of mind for the rest of their lives. And that might be worth more than those flowers and chocolates. So call 412-286-1470 and talk to Luke and Mike, or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and order the book. And now we're going to do one of our fan favorite sections with consumer questions.
Yep.
People that come into our office who've asked these questions, who've called into the shows. So Ben, take it away.
Yeah, so Michael, we get this question a lot, and I think the reason that we get this question a lot is because we do talk about annuities a lot, and we talk about the different types and how we use them. But the question for you is very, very, it's a simple question that I know that you're going to have a nuanced answer to. But the question is, are annuities good or are they bad?
Yeah. Are stocks good or bad? Are mutual funds good or bad? Are people good or bad? Right?
Right.
It depends on what the purpose is.
Yeah.
We say this over and over and over again. The purpose of your money determines the placement. Now, if you ask me that and you're 28 years old or 31 years old, and your goal is to take your money and really supercharge your growth and make sure that whenever you get to retirement, you have a big enough nest egg, should you park it on an annuity? No, absolutely not.
Right.
You are focusing on growth. You are focusing on trying to accumulate money, and the market will be the best provider of that. So it is not built for aggressive growth. That's not its purpose. Now, situation's different. You're 55 years old, you're moving into retirement, and you're going to lose that paycheck soon. Could an annuity make sense for you? You are surely right, it could.
Yeah.
You need to make sure that you are buying investments that align with your goals. So if you're 60 years old and you're still taking the same risk you were taking when you're 30, does that sound like a good idea? Not to us, it doesn't.
Right.
So make sure that your investments are aligned with your goals.
Yep.
And how about this one, Ben? We just had somebody come in that asked if they should pay off their mortgage before retiring. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question, and it's a question that gets asked because people don't like a payment on the docket.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it can make sense in some ways. It cannot make sense in other ways. We have to look at your interest rate. We also have to look at, I had somebody ask me this the other day, and it was going to take 100% of the liquid money that they had saved up to pay off their mortgage. So sure, it gets rid of a payment on your docket, but then what if then 6 months later the roof needs done, and now you got to go into debt to pay for the roof getting done?
Right. Not at 3%, but at 20%.
Exactly.
Whatever the interest is going to be at that point.
Exactly. So it's going to make sense for different people, and that's something, again, if that's a question that you're having, give Mike and Luke a call. 412-286-1470. Talk through your questions and come up to the office if it makes sense.
Yes. And, another one we get is, what is the biggest risk in retirement? We've talked about a few today. Failure to have a clean, clear income plan in retirement. Number 2, failing to have a tax strategy to make sure you're not paying more than you need to. Number 3, failing to make sure your investments are aligned with your goals. We didn't even get into 4 and 5 today. Failing to have a health care plan and failing to have a legacy strategy. If you're curious about those, give us a call. But overall, what is the biggest risk in retirement? Going into it blind.
Yeah.
Not knowing what you should be doing, not knowing how all these areas impact one another,
Right.
and going into it with the mindset of, my guy that I work with right now, he's been getting me pretty good returns. That should be enough, right? No, it won't. That is nowhere near enough to have a right plan for retirement. So give us a call, 412-286-1470. Luke and Mike are waiting for your calls, or go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. Thank you all for tuning in today.
Good job, you guys. Looking forward to your next adventure here with us. But, of course, every single Saturday, same time, same station, Secure Money Advisors on the money. All right, we're going to be on the money with that news at 9 minutes away, and then we're right back at it. So stay where you're at. Your Pratt Pack for a Saturday on KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters, doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with the sea. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro painters.
Throughout Black History Month, the city of Pittsburgh celebrates the spirit and heroism of the Vachon family, which settled in Pittsburgh in 1829. A month-long display at the City County Building and online content explores the enduring legacy of these inspiring abolitionists and activists, whose impact continues to motivate contemporary movements for justice and equality. This celebration showcases one of the most important families in the city of Pittsburgh during the building of our nation. Learn what's happening in February at KDKA-radio.com.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
As veterans, we've lived through ups and downs. For many of us, alcohol's been there for both. Over time, we realized that a bottle of beer isn't a bottle of beer, and 2 fingers of whiskey are more than just the liquid. What we're really consuming when we drink is time. Sometimes it's a good time. Time with new friends in a bar, old friends over cards, or just a moment to unwind at the end of a long day. Sometimes it's wasted time. Time that could be better spent focusing on things we never finished and reconnecting with those we lost touch with or pushed away. But sometimes that drink is time that gets out of hand. It's time spent apologizing. And sometimes it's time with a heavy cost. If you feel your alcohol consumption has become unmanageable, VA has treatments to help you manage. Visit va.gov/recovery.
Front seat. Just this one time. Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
A teddy bear dreams of a best friend who they grow up with. What they don't dream of is being left alone in a shrine for school shooting victims who could have been their best friends.
School shootings are preventable. Learn the warning signs at sandyhookpromise.org.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 35 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Clymer, Indiana County. That fire began around 4:15 on Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. There were 3 people, as mentioned, who died. An adult male identified by the Indiana County Coroner's Office as 34-year-old Kirk Fabishevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in the fire. Cause of the fire is under investigation. 3 people sent to the hospital after a crash in Aliquippa Friday evening. It happened in the 1300 block of Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 were taken to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were involved. That crash under investigation.
A former Rankin Borough manager who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, and even a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Now, her attorney, Phil De Lucente, says the charges and allegations are out of Lawson's character and intends to defend those charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing set for March 19th. Sunday will mark the end of an era as KDKA Radio's Chris Moore will retire after his final broadcast. Moore was asked Friday morning on KDKA Radio what he's proudest of.
Oh, I think showing Pittsburgh a reflection of itself through some of the documentaries that I have produced, like Wiley Avenue Days, Barbershops, and so many other shows that have had a positive influence on people who watch television.
Final show Sunday, tomorrow from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. KDKA Radio News Time 9:02. We have the AccuWeather forecast next.
What if you could buy a flippable two-sided mattress made with the finest materials that cost less than other luxury brands? This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory, and this is exactly what you'll find with our new Orthos line available exclusively at OMF. We build these by hand using premium materials like wool and cotton. It's old-world craftsmanship with modern comfort, our most extraordinary sleep system. Built locally at a price other luxury brands just can't match. Visit the Original Mattress Factory and experience the Orthos line for yourself.
By JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Yes, this is one program that definitely works. It's MediConnect, the Inside Connection, the open enrollment until the end of March. We have the annual enrollment, and we are just as busy this time as we were a few months ago. Why? Because people are getting questions when it comes to their health care that they've never gotten before, and they need answers. And when you need answers when it comes to Medicare, the single most important source, make no mistake about it, is MediConnect. And joining us today in the host chair, here he is, Mr. Sean Horn. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I am feeling great.
You look great as well, and happy Valentine's Day to you.
Oh,
and
that's right.
It is, and we're going to talk a little bit about that in the opening segment here, hit a little trivia as well to talk about Valentine's Day, but happy day to you and to the audience, and hopefully you got your reservations in ahead of time, because probably not getting into your favorite spot tonight otherwise. But
have you ever tried to do that?
I have.
Back in the early days, when you wanted to impress someone, well, I'll just call. We have no room. We have no room.
Yep.
So the next thing you know, it's like, hey, can we just hit the McDonald's drive-thru?
Yeah, go to Burger King or something.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I mean, here's the other thing, too. The price on this day.
Oh.
Yes, we'd like a carafe of your finest. And it's basically like brand X, and it's like $300, of champagne supposedly, but it's more like 10W motor oil.
Right.
But thank goodness for places, and I mean this, like the chains, like the Great Olive Garden and that, because a lot of these young people who really want to go out, and look, I'm to the point now, if I would have saved half of what I've spent on Valentine's Day, I would have given Warren Buffett a run for his money.
Right, absolutely.
Believe me. But I hope springs eternal. And what did I ask you? As I always ask you, how's your wife? How's your kids?
Yep.
If you have that, you are one lucky individual. And I know that there are a lot of people out there. This is still a big day. So, hey, embrace and hug those who are near because you never know what's going to happen the next day.
Absolutely, and happy Valentine's Day to mine, Tina and Aliana and Kaylee. I can't wait to spend a day with you. We're actually going snow tubing tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's more about memories for me now as opposed to like the material things that are, you're going to look around your house in a couple years and go, why do we even have this still, right? So I'd rather much more about the memory and having fun with the family. So we're going to be doing that tonight. But again, happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Before we get into the Valentine's Day discussion and trivia, I do want to remind the audience that we do have our new to Medicare in-person seminars. They're back up and running. We've had quite a few successful events already, and we are back at it again. So February 17th, we're going to be at the Sewickley Public Library. February 24th, we're at the AHN Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. March 3rd, we're at the Quality Inn in New Kensington. I think I'm hosting that event and can't wait to see you all out there. March 10th, Shaler Hills North Library, one of my favorite locations. And then we're back out your neck of the woods on March 17th, Rob. We're going to be at the Monaca Holiday Inn Express. March 24th, Washington Holiday Inn Express. And then the 31st of March, Moon Public Library. So we're going to be north, south, east, west, wherever you are. Come and hang out. Again, if you're going to be newly eligible for Medicare within the next 12 months, that's if you're turning 65 years of age in the next 12 months. If you're looking to potentially retire after the age of 65 and you might be going on to Medicare for the first time, must attend events. 888-818-6334 to register, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. And I also got to tell you, Rob, I'm very excited about this. I don't have all of the finalized details just yet, but you're going to be hearing about a new community event to engage with MediConnect in the coming months. We're super excited about it, as it's going to cater to a slightly younger audience. So those of you who are 60 years of age and older who may be looking to retire within the next 5 or so years, we got an event for you as well. So just stay tuned for that. But about Valentine's Day, did you know there are 50 million roses sent each year on February 14th? 50 million.
I know, and I probably spent most of those.
Right?
Listen, I think back, what was I thinking? Oh, no problem. I got it. Next thing you know, you're like $1,000 in, $1,500 in. And sadly, it's all wonderful, but it's so fleeting.
And as I mentioned before, the material items, you look around in your house in a couple of years and you're like, why do we still have this? And it goes in the garbage. So again, I'm all about the memory more so now. But how about this one, Rob? Kissing increases most people's heart rate to 110 beats per minute.
Believe me, I know that to be a fact.
I'm sure you do, of all people. But that's another reason we're going to be spending a lot of time talking about protecting your heart today. So stay tuned for that.
Well, but let me tell you how this all ties in.
Okay.
So my mom and dad got engaged on Valentine's Day in 1948. Mm-hmm. Okay. I think I probably got engaged a couple of times on Valentine's. Everybody does.
Yeah.
Right? But you look at those pictures, and I was telling somebody earlier today about their children. I measure everything by my kids now.
Of course.
Okay. And my couple of kids, they went away this weekend to Deep Creek, okay, with some friends.
One of my favorite places, by the way.
They absolutely love it. They get an Airbnb and the whole crew goes. But anyway, all you have is memories. And here I am now of this age when I was your age yesterday with those little kids, that they're waiting for you to come home going, as you said, you're going to snowboarding tonight. It just goes by so quick. So that's why, even if you're not there for Medicare yet, you're a couple of years out, where you've been thinking about it like me and you're eligible, you got to pay attention because this comes by so quickly. And I know if you're in your 50s and 40s, you're not even thinking anything about it. But believe me, it goes full circle. And the next thing you know, you're going to be calling MediConnect.
I totally agree. And it does happen quick. You blink your eye and you're there. And then when you get there, you're like, what the heck do I do? Because all of your life, you're so used to your HR department handling all of your decisions for you. And now you got to do it on your own. So I totally agree with you. But also, just to continue on with the Valentine's Day discussion and fast facts, 9 million people buy Valentines for their pets each year, which I find kind of interesting.
Yeah, you can buy them treats.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Valentine's Day. Like, do you really? I don't know. That's not my thing.
But then you also go full circle, but in the end, that's the only Valentine you have.
I guess you make a point. Like, you do make a good point there. But this one here, I think you'll find very interesting. The longest marriage ever recorded, according to Guinness Book of Records, is 86 years and 290 days.
That's pretty impressive.
Imagine that. I mean, Rob, you're nowhere near that age in life. And there's somebody who was married to or a couple that was married for 86 years and 290 days. I mean, what age do you have to get married in order for that to even be?
See, there's some things happening in marriage that I just don't understand. Some of the latest trends, sleeping in separate rooms. I find that it's mind-boggling. That's why you get married, to have that bond, that human contact. But, the game has changed so much. I think that person or those individuals, like my parents and others, I don't know if we'll ever see that again. The world is just so different today.
I mean, you might be right. I mean, I look at my parents. It was 52 years before my mom passed. I mean, that's a lifetime in by itself. So how do you find somebody, on one person on this planet of, I don't know, 8 billion people, whatever it is, that can put up with your stuff long enough to make it to the point where you're there for 50 years with each other? And to all of you out there who have that, I mean, what is the secret? You're more than welcome to call in with that today.
That's a great topic.
It really is. I mean, and what is it? Let us know, because I mean, I think we're also living in a society where everything is heightened, of course, right? You go to Facebook, you see someone, you're like, "Ooh, wonder what they're up to these days," and then the mind just starts wandering, right? So it's easy to, for your eyes to kind of. But for your generation, the golden age, where this is my person, I'm with them it's truly impressive, and I hope we could get back to that.
Here's the other thing, and by the way, if you are of this age and you have been together for 40 years, what's your secret? 50 years, 30 years? Call us. We'll do a little Cupid edition, and it all kind of ties into that same age, that is Medicare age, so 866-391-1020. But I'll tell you something else that's changed, and I've never done it, nor do I think I ever will at this point. Dating apps. So many people. But you know what? I talk to people, and they actually say it works.
Let me tell you, my daughters are 15 and soon to be 13, and I am scared for them because of that. I mean, that's how you meet people these days. And
kids don't even date today.
Well, I hope mine don't.
I tell my one son and my one daughter, don't you go pick them up and go to the movies, or they come and pick you up? Now, my oldest kind of fell into that because he's 34, met a nice woman. They've been happily together forever. But do you go to dances, or what do you do you go to Eaton Park? It's just different now, man.
It's a completely different game. And I mean, I think that's something that keeps a lot of people together too, because they don't want to experience that element of dating again after having someone for so long. So they just ride it out, right? Which, as they should.
But my mom and dad, you were talking about your mom and dad, they sat next to each other in the car.
Yep.
They went out dancing every Saturday night.
Yep.
They held hands in public. They slow danced. They would make steaks on the grill at night and have glasses of wine. And I'm telling you, my mom and dad, I would be in Ohio getting ready to do a game, and I had a sister that lived down there, and I'd be driving. I'd be like, I'm killing myself. I want to go see my kids. And over the horizon would come this little Buick, and I go, look at that nice couple. And it would be my mom and dad.
Yep.
So there are certain people, like she fell in love with him when she was 14. He was like, I think 16. He went off to the Navy, came back, 22, 20, got married, and we're together. And my mother said that the very first night that he basically was going to be viewed, she said, this is like the first time, other than having kids, that your dad was not in the same bed with me.
That's crazy, isn't it?
I mean, but you and your wife it's still possible.
Yeah.
But it makes us realize that these folks that are signing up for Medicare now or this may be the last of that golden romance generation.
And it very well may be. And before we head to break, real quick, trivia question.
Got it.
Going to make it very simple for you all. Okay? So, what profession receives the largest number of Valentine's Day cards every year?
What profession?
What profession? What job?
Psychiatrist, no.
They should.
Wouldn't that have been something if I would have got it?
Yeah, we would have killed the question right there.
Yeah, right there. But anyway, if you think you know it, 412-922-1020, you get a $15 get-go gas card. But being that it's all about Valentine's Day today, what's your secret? If you've been married for over 30 years, what is the secret? How have you made it work? We want to hear from you, especially those of you Medicare age now. You're together and you both have great Medicare coverage because of MediConnect. We'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. And we're going to talk to Betty in Plum to kick it all off when we get back. Sean Horn, you see, he came up with a much better topic than I came up with. That's all next on KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
I'm here with Harold Shepley. Two things. Folks want to lose weight in the new year and get out of debt. Any ideas on the debt thing, my man?
Absolutely. And those two things actually kind of go together because getting out of debt is a lot like losing weight. You have to be serious about it, have to be dedicated to making that life change. And by calling my law firm, we can help you make that life change with a debt negotiation, settling your debt for less.
And folks, it works. I've seen it firsthand. Go to ShepleyLaw.com, the best.
Hey, I'm Sam.
And I'm Calvin.
With Cousins Roofing, Siding, and Decks. You ever wait way too long for a haircut and finally get one and think, why didn't I do that months ago?
Oh, yeah. Suddenly you're walking taller, smiling bigger, and feeling like a new person.
That's exactly what it feels like when you finally replace that old roof or deck. You don't realize how bad it looked or how much better it could be until it's done.
And when it is, your whole house feels fresh again.
Give your home that clean-cut confidence with a new deck, roof, or siding project.
Call the Cousins.
Call the Cousins. Columbia Gas of Pennsylvania is committed to the communities they serve, ensuring that all their customers stay safe and warm in their homes during the cold winter months. To ensure that no one goes without heat when the temperatures drop, Columbia Gas offers energy efficiency and bill payment assistance programs to make their customers' lives easier. To learn more about the valuable services available through Columbia Gas, call 1-888-460-4332 or visit online at columbiagaspa.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so how you made your marriage survive? All of you that are of Medicare age, we want to hear from you. 866-391-1020. We're going to get to Betty in a moment, but Donna in Pittsburgh is the winner of the trivia question. She gets the $15 Get-Go gas card.
So, as I said, I was going to make it easy this week so we can carry on with our discussion because we do have a heavy topic today. But what profession receives the largest number of Valentine's cards every year? I think they have a little bit of a head start on this because in class you give Valentine's Day to your classmates, so it's teachers. Teachers receive the most amount of Valentine's Day, any profession. So, and it makes sense.
I've spent some money on some teachers, too.
I'm sure of that as well.
So, sir, you already have 1 dozen of roses. Why do you need to do 2? Well, she's worth it. So anyway.
I got you. Well, before we get into the heavy topic, I'd love to hear Betty's secret on how we've gone this long. So welcome to the show. Good morning, Betty. Give us the anecdote here. How do we do it?
Hi, Betty.
Good morning. Hello. So one of the secrets is we treat each other equally. We respect our opinions. He still lights up my world after 43 years.
Oh,
hey.
That's nice.
We listen to each other. And I don't want to do anything to ever hurt him.
Oh, come on.
How do you get any better than that? We can end the show right now.
Oh, Betty.
High school sweethearts.
So when you look at him, your heart kind of still flutters a little bit once in a while?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Does he have how lucky he is? I mean...
he says he's pretty lucky, and I say I'm pretty lucky.
I knew she was going to say that. She's really special. Betty, thank you very much. And how long have you been together now?
43 years, high school sweethearts.
I hope you have 40 more. That's such
Absolutely.
And that gives everybody hope. Well, listen, have a wonderful Valentine's Day, okay?
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
See, I still believe in love.
Oh, you have to. You have to, because you could fall down the pits of despair very quickly if you don't. So you have to believe in it.
Well, and this kind of brings it. And by the way, anybody else wants to share their love secrets, we'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. All of our lines are open. We'll get to as many calls before the top of the hour. But this is where love really gets tested when somebody gets ill, like with cancer.
Oh, boy. Yes. And, we've gone through the last few weeks of talking about Medicare, all parts of it, A, B, prescription drugs, Medicare Advantage, Medicare Supplement, talking about Education. This has been our Medicare 101 series. So here on KDKA, we've, gone into depth in detail on every one of those topics. But, as you've come to learn, hopefully over the last few weeks, unfortunately, Medicare is not completely comprehensive. And as a result, some people will align with a Medicare Advantage plan, others will go with a Medicare supplement to fill in the gaps that Medicare, unfortunately, again, leaves behind. But sadly, I'm not sure if people are aware, but sadly, even though you pick one of these coverage types, such as an Advantage plan, or a supplement, policies do not cover 100% of all aspects of healthcare. There's still going to be out-of-pockets and risk associated with these coverage types. So let's first define insurance. When you take a state exam to get your license, what the very first thing they hit you with is, what is insurance? And basically, insurance is, on all levels, no matter what type of insurance you have, it is a transfer of risk. So you're going to pay a monthly premium and have a policy, and in exchange, the insurance company is going to assume the majority of the risk for whatever pain point you may have. So let's talk about where the risk can be a burden on your retirement planning relative to your health care. So major illness, such as diagnoses related to cancer, heart attack, stroke, are going to, put your retirement planning to the test. Somebody in America, this is kind of alarming, has a heart attack or stroke every 40 seconds in this country. Every 40 seconds, somebody is either having a heart attack or a stroke. That's a lot of, when you just do the round numbers there, that's a lot of exposure there. And then approximately 39% of men and women will be men or women will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime at some point. And this is based off of 2017 to 2021 data from the National Cancer Institute. So health plan out-of-pockets such as inpatient hospital copays and outpatient surgeries are also going to be a burden on your budget. So let's get to the more close-knit data. So Allegheny County, for example, we have a much higher rate of diagnosis of death due to cancer. We're about 4% higher than the national average. And that probably makes sense as you listen in, because this is why UPMC has a legendary Hillman Cancer Center. And then AGH has a phenomenal cancer institute as well. Unfortunately, the need is very large here in Allegheny County. So I don't know. Why do you think we see such high cancer rates here? Probably a little bit of unhealthy habits, a lot of smokers and drinkers and all that, ease and convenience of fast food, I would imagine, with all the preservatives. It's not the healthiest food you can take in, unfortunately. I happen to think that it's environmental and occupational as well. I could tell you now, I had a client way back in the day who lived in the back end of Squirrel Hill, like over top of the Hazelwood, like his street overlooked Hazelwood. Beautiful neighborhood he was in. And there was about 17 houses on his street. And in 16 of them, at least one resident had cancer. And I think it's because, of course, you get all the smoke coming up from the steel mills. It's still in the soil probably, right? So you're cutting your, whatever it may be. I'm not a scientist here or anything, but I will tell you, I think that there's an environmental and occupational aspect to it for Allegheny County because of all the steel mills we had back in the day. So we got to talk a little bit about the cost of dealing with these ailments such as cancer, heart attack, and stroke. So you're going to face some out-of-pocket exposure with the diagnoses, then the surgery, treatment, post-hospital care like skilled or home health care or therapy, and of course prescriptions. So one of these ailments or injuries or illnesses is going to unfortunately take you from what you were used to spending previously on your health care and probably add a few dollars to that. Because again, as I've been talking about throughout this show so far, Medicare is not all encompassing, unfortunately. And really, I want to spend a moment and really focus in on this, folks. Chemotherapy is most often considered a Part B drug. And why it's Part B is because it's administered in a facility through an IV or a port. You just can't pick it up at a pharmacy usually and take it yourself, orally or whatever it might be. So Part B, I really want you to focus in on this. It's very important you all know. Part B drugs are not cost contained like Part D medicines are, where you're capped at $2,100 for the year out of pocket now. So most of the time, people who have to undergo chemotherapy will hit their Medicare Advantage maximum out of pocket, which in 2026, unfortunately, can be as high as $13,300. It's a big chunk of money. So even if you have a Medicare supplement, however, which does cover Part B medications comprehensively, you're still likely to incur out-of-pocket costs. We're going to talk a lot more about that in the next segment.
And if you want to tell us your happily ever after story, if you are of Medicare age and you're still at it, what makes it work on this Valentine's Day? 866-391-1020. And here's a list of the seminars. February 17th, just days away, Swick Public Library. All of these at 6. The 24th, A.H.N. Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. March 3rd, Quality in New Kensington. March 10th, Shaler, North Hills Library. The 17th of March, Monaca Holiday Inn Express. And the 24th of March, Washington Holiday Inn Express. And then the 31st, Moon Public Library. 888-818-6334. You can call now. Live advisors standing by to set up an appointment. Never a charge for those appointments. And these seminars are free, but you have to reserve your space. You can do it by calling that number or going to MediConnectInsurance.com and clicking on the seminars tab. It's Valentine's Day, and he is Sean Horn. We're back with more of MediConnect, the Inside Connection, in just a couple of moments with your Pratt Pack KDKA.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at BotkinFamilyWealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hi, Paul Alexander with some breaking news. This September, head west with me for a 5-day Arizona adventure based in beautiful Flagstaff, where cool mountain air and wide open skies still mean something. From there, we'll explore Sedona's Red Rock Country, where freedom feels as big as the views. Stand at the edge of the Grand Canyon, one of America's greatest natural treasures, and take in the crystal blue waters of Lake Powell, carved by time, grit, and nature, not Washington bureaucrats. 5 days, one unforgettable trip. History, adventure, and American beauty, all without the crowds or summer heat. September's the perfect time to go, and these spots will fill up quickly. Don't wait. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Travel with KDKA.com to book your Arizona escape and see firsthand what makes this country worth exploring. Call 800-383-3131 or go to travelwithkdka.com for all the details and to reserve your spot. That's 800-383-3131 or travelwithkdka.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we are here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 35 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Brian Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. That fire began around 4:15 Friday morning at a home in the 400 block of Hancock Street that's in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. Indiana County Coroner's Office has identified the man who died as 34-year-old Kirk Fabashevsky, his 2 daughters, who were ages 4 and 7. They also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died in the fire. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. The fire is under investigation. The Subway restaurant on Ridge Avenue on the north side was ordered closed by the Allegheny County Health Department. Inspectors found 10 violations, 2 of those considered high risk. There were a number of foods measured above 41 degrees inside the walk-in cooler and in the sandwich prep cold rail. And inspectors also found a buildup of mold-like substance on the caulking and under the hand sink's faucet. KDKA Radio News Time, 9:31. Next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Are you prepared for winter storms and possible power outages? Duquesne Light Company urges you to prepare your emergency kit ahead of the next storm. Stock up on bottled water, non-perishable food, flashlights, batteries, a first aid kit, and warm blankets to keep you and your family safe and comfortable. And don't forget to charge your devices. A little preparation goes a long way. Learn more about how to prepare for storms year-round at DuquesneLight.com/stormplan. That's DuquesneLight.com/stormplan.
With multiple Tri-State Neuropathy Centers treatment locations throughout the region, relief from peripheral neuropathy has never been more accessible and successful. Here's Sean Ritchie, founder and DC of Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, with one of his stories from helping over 15,000 patients regain their comfort, mobility, and quality of life.
James from Youngwood suffered for 10 years. He had all the symptoms of neuropathy, the numbness, the pain, the burning, the stabbing, even had these jumpy legs at night. It was destroying his life, and he had to quit his job. After going through our non-invasive treatment program, we were able to get him pain-free, sleeping again. In fact, he told me he went hunting this year and was able to do it without any problem.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help James. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for an initial free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell consult. The Cordell consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37. Ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45. Then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we have a lot of stuff to get to, so let's get right back to it. Don't forget, set up an appointment, open enrollment until the end of March. 888-818-6334. Never a charge for their services. Sean Horn.
Also, as we've been kind of teasing, if you have a story on how you and your significant other have made it so long, please call in. Share your secret with the audience, with us, because we're always trying to learn and get better. So please, if you have a secret you'd like to share, because this topic is a little heavy today, I would like a little bit of a reprieve. So if you have a way to lighten up the mood, I would greatly appreciate it.
So where'd you meet your wife at?
So we actually grew up in the same neighborhood, like 5 blocks away from each other, but we went to separate high schools and separate colleges. But then we met again at a mutual friend's party during our college years.
Oh, wow.
And then we have basically been inseparable since. So
that's amazing.
It's pretty wild how it all worked out.
We're in the same neighborhood. Isn't that great?
It is. Her dad was actually my very first baseball coach, so that was pretty cool. But we just didn't really... We knew of each other, but not I wouldn't say we were friendly towards each other because we were just from different areas of the neighborhood.
So when you met at that party, did you realize you grew up that close together?
We knew who each other were.
You knew ahead of time?
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely. And then we just fell in love after that. So
that's a great story.
It's been pretty cool. But yeah, if you have your stories, call in. But before we get to any potential stories, I do got to remind everybody again, we're talking about completing your Medicare coverage. If you have a Medicare supplement, Medicare Advantage, you're doing better than a lot of people, but there are still gaps and loopholes that unfortunately a huge diagnosis can pull away at your retirement savings. So want to get to that, but also quick little reminder, you're going to be hearing about a new community event and a new way to engage with MediConnect in the coming months. We're targeting April in the area of Cranberry to start it, and we're going to hit every quadrant of the city this year. We're super excited about it. It's going to be catered to a slightly younger audience who has retirement on their radar, but not quite Medicare eligible yet. So just stay tuned for that. But, again, we've been talking about those coverage gaps in Medicare. And, again, the areas that we got to pay attention to when you unfortunately have a big diagnosis is the surgery, the treatment, the post-hospital care, such as skilled or home health care, therapy, and then prescriptions, because these things will change, unfortunately, if you get diagnosed with a major condition. And it's, easy for a Medicare Advantage consumer to hit their maximum out of pocket, which is typically between $8,000 and $13,000 for 2026, when a cancer diagnosis hits your radar due to chemotherapy. But then there's a list of other very real yet under the radar costs that will impact your budget, regardless if you have a Medicare Advantage or supplement. Let's say that you get diagnosed with a condition and you want to go see a world-renowned physician, specialist, oncologist, cardiac surgeon, whatever it may be, and they're across the country on the other coast. Some of the things that you're going to have to incur in order to get the care that you want that you may not have on the radar are travel. How about lodging? Meals while you're getting your care for you and your loved ones? Parking, because parking at the hospital is not cheap, as I well know. And what about if you're given an opportunity to get on a trial medication for that ailment that is showing positive return? It is very important you all understand. No Medicare plan covers experimental treatments or drugs. None of them. Not even your Medicare supplement. It has to be FDA approved in order for the government to consider covering that medication or treatment. If it's not there yet and you're on a trial basis, unfortunately, Medicare does not cover that. And it's also, worth thinking about the lower out-of-pocket costs that could still have a negative impact to your budget, like inpatient hospital copays or outpatient surgeries. Let me tell you about my mom. I think many of the listeners probably remember this story from last year. My mom, unfortunately, a few days after the Super Bowl, got very sick, gets admitted to the hospital. She has a long 12, 13-day stay in the ICU, gets discharged. She had a copay for that scenario. It was a few $100s. And again, my parents didn't have a lot of money, so any deviance from their normal budget is going to typically throw a curveball into things. She gets discharged, goes home, has physical therapy, co-pays for that, but eventually gets a little bit better in the summertime until she has another illness, which she has to go back to the hospital for, which is another copay. She gets discharged again. Then she has to go through the physical therapy and everything again. Copay. So, again, because of their fixed income situation, as we all should be able to enjoy and live off of, unfortunately, with the cost of everything going up, it again caused a dent to their budget as a result. So if my mom had the right type of plan to cover her inpatient hospital stay, as well as some of those extra items, she could have got the care she needed without having to worry about her budget. And that truly is the peace of mind that I really wish everybody who's listening in on would really take advantage of, because these things can have a major impact to your day-to-day budget. And so as we look through this, indemnity plans are used to complete your Medicare coverage, leaving you with comprehensively covered benefits if you have an awful condition. And it's completely optional. I do want to make that known. Indemnity plans are completely optional, but if you have a Medicare Advantage plan, especially, it is becoming a lot more commonplace that we're discussing this with you, because there's a lot more hoops that we have to jump through and gaps that we have to cover. So I really want to make sure you all understand. We're going to talk about this a little bit more in the next segment. I see that a gentleman wants to share his story with us as well. But we're going to talk about a little bit more in completing your Medicare coverage. Just having a Medicare Advantage or a Medicare supplement does not comprehensively cover you against everything.
All right, you want to make an appointment? Never charge for their services. 888-818-6334. We have advisors standing by up until noon today. We want to hear those forever after stories on this Valentine's Day. Those of you Medicare age. Ron, South Hills, you're on the Inside Connection. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. And I have contacted that office by phone a couple times, and they've given me excellent free advice, and I appreciate it.
Well, thank you.
I've been married. Yeah, you're more than welcome. I have my wife been married well over 50 years. I can't count anymore. The secret is this, and I have, transgressed a few times. I'll admit it to you.
Okay.
Never to her.
Okay, thank you.
Because even if somebody tells her, hey, I saw he did that, blah, 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 and maybe they did, maybe they didn't, never confess or admit that you did it. Always leave doubt. Because I'm going to tell you what, they are like elephants. They never forget. And 10 years later or longer, they'll bring, remember, you did that, you dirty son of a gun. So believe me, if you commit something, which you shouldn't, never 100% confess. Always leave a little doubt to save your butt.
Now you tell me, Ron.
And you know what?
He's right, though. It's deny, deny, deny.
But listen, this is why this is the Inside Connection. I mean, he's given us an inside tip right now that most of us don't even consider. So please carry on, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, in all seriousness, because what will happen is sometimes people will make things up. Oftentimes, they will catch you or whatever the case is, and they won't come to you. They'll go to her. And I'll say, well, here's the situation. I didn't do that. If you want to believe your friend, that's up to you. But they're making it up. They misunderstood, whatever. Even if you're guilty, never, ever admit 100% because you're doomed. You're doomed forever.
I can still hear my dad going, what? Come on. You believe everything you hear. Oh, my goodness gracious. Unbelievable. Ron, thank you. What's your wife's first name?
I'm not going to tell you because she might be listening.
Hey, smart guy.
Can you tell us at least?
Let's put it this way. Here's another tip. Always use the word honey.
There you go.
And you never get screwed up.
My man. Ron, thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. I was taking notes, by the way.
Okay, have a nice day, guys.
Right,
you too.
Listen.
That's inside knowledge right there.
Sage advice. But you know what's crazy? I know, you got to have separate jobs, 2-paycheck households. I know you have to have hobbies. People have to have their own time. Yep. Girls' night out, guys' night out. My mom and dad did everything together.
You were saying that during the break.
Listen, they everywhere they went, if they went out dancing, they went together. If they went out to have drinks or play cards, they went together. If they went shopping, they went together. And then, but see, back then they had couples that would come over and do. They were couples. They had these monthly parties, and I don't ever remember being at a function that my dad and mom were together. And when my dad died, my mother lived 5 years after that. She never had that gleam in her eye, like baptisms, weddings. It was never the same. They just fit like a glove. Good stuff.
It's way better than good stuff. That is the pinnacle right there, I think, when it's not a matter of, and maybe, I don't know, you could probably talk a little bit better about this than I could ever experience, but like, was that just the way that society thought about marriage and love back then?
Listen, I never went to bed thinking my parents, and they had some knockdown dragouts.
Yeah.
I mean, 5 girls, 1 bathroom. My dad would get a little, he'd get a little cranky, but they really loved each other. And sadly, I think why I've been such a failure at it, and I've had success in normal relationships, but anytime I've committed, they have failed. Because I just thought it was going to be like my mom and dad. You just were always together. You just, you got through it. You worked your way through it. But maybe it was just a fairy tale. But I just thought everybody would be the same and I would end up that way. But I look at all my sisters. We've all had our marriages that haven't worked. And I think because a lot of us kept thinking that that's the way. I mean, honestly, even later in life, when I would go visit them,
mm-hmm.
they'd be sitting on the couch watching television together. They've been married like 45 years. And they just really fit like a glove, And my dad told me when he got cancer, Mm-hmm. He said to me, "Thank God I'm going to die first." He said, "Because I don't know what I would do without your mother." I mean, that's love.
That is, but you said a very key word in there. I'm not sure if you caught it or not. Work.
Yeah.
It's work.
It is.
But it can be the most rewarding work, I imagine. I don't know. I'd love to hear more from the audience, however.
Me too. Good
because,
topic. Great topic.
I mean, we need to know what the secret is. We got younger generations listening in. What is it that you can, expound down to us to let us know if we do this right, we have a better chance of success? We'd love to hear your stories.
Listen, he would come home from work 4:30 every day. Oh, his day at work. My mother would kiss him and hug him, and then she'd make him laugh and make him something to eat. My mother, on Valentine's Day, every year, God rest her soul, made a 14-tier cake.
Oh, my goodness.
Shaped like a heart.
Oh.
And she just, because of 14th, February, she just loved my dad. I mean, he always got the first slice, and she'd stand behind him, "Oh, Bob," and she'd make him a drink, and they'd dance in the kitchen. I don't know, good memories. And you know what? I still think love is there because I look at you and obviously Brian and Lance, and I mean, I see it. I see it. I know it still exists, but what you guys should do moving forward, take some video stuff, put it up on your site of these couples who have signed up for Medicare and tell how they met and who they were.
I love that idea.
Because you know what? It does go by so quickly.
Very quickly. You're absolutely right.
All right, come back. One more segment. Stay with us.
We're only 68 days until the draft. Everything you need to know surrounding the draft is right here. It's brought to you by Bill Few Associates Wealth Management, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Premium roofing starts with a team you can count on. Call the Genius Choice in Roofing, Home Genius Exteriors, where you get a dedicated project team with certified installers. Right now, get 50% off roofing materials, plus no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors now at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free no-obligation roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, a different experience. See website for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Fantastic February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that all right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless, skinless chicken breasts or breast tenders are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh strawberries, 1-pound packages, 2 for $6. In the deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Ken's salad dressing, 60-ounce bottles, 2 for $6.
At Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're going to tell you about the seminars real quick, and they are free. You do not have to pay anything, but you got to reserve your space. 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab. February 17th, Swickley Public Library. All of these are at 6 o'clock. The 24th of February, Allegheny Health Network, Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. March 3rd, Quality Inn, New Kensington. March 10th, Shaler North Hills Library. March 17th, Monaca Holiday Inn Express. March 24th, Holiday Inn Express in Washington. And then on March 31st, again, all of these are at 6, Moon Public Library, 888-818-6334. Call now. Advisors standing by until noon. And you can also go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Sean.
So we've spent a lot of time today talking about the way that Medicare, no matter which coverage level you have, whether it's an Advantage plan or a supplement, unfortunately, no Medicare plan covers all aspects of every ailment that you could potentially face. And I hate to bring this up on today's special day of Valentine's Day, but we were talking about the heart a lot and the loving aspect of relationships and everything like that. Well, the heart is, one of the most important systems. The cardiac system is one of the most important in your body, and it's something that, unfortunately, if something goes awry in your medical health as a result, It could leave, your family shorthanded. It could really affect your budget. So we spent a lot of time talking today about indemnity plans to fill in what Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplement do not cover. As I mentioned earlier, this is a completely optional benefit level. You do not have to get this coverage. However, again, Medicare Advantage plans are more like a Medicare supplement at a much lower cost when you combine it with an indemnity plan. And we strongly recommend every Advantage subscriber to consider an indemnity so that they're much less exposed to very expensive out-of-pocket costs. Medigap coverage does not cover travel or daily living costs. So if you're looking to go see a world-renowned specialist in another city and you have to stay there to receive your treatment, the hotel, your Medicare supplement isn't going to pay for. The travel to get there, nope, that's on you. And that could come out of your 401k or whatever it might be, or you could have an indemnity plan that will pay you. I talked a lot about in the last segment. Experimental treatment and medicines are not covered by Medicare at all. It is critically important you understand that. So even if you have a Medigap policy, there's a treatment available to you that your doctor's considering, you're interested in learning about it, but it's not yet FDA approved. Unfortunately, that is self-pay. So you're going to need an indemnity to pay out that benefit to make sure that you can receive that level of care. So let's talk a little bit about why more people are considering this day after day. It's a tax-free benefit. So unfortunately, if you are diagnosed or you have a scenario where a heart attack, stroke, TIA are present, you receive the benefit straight from the insurance company. It's kind of like, I like to call it living life insurance. Because I'm sure all of you listening in are like, life insurance, well, that's just for when I die. You're right about that. Indemnity policies are living life insurance. The purpose of it is for you to live it or use it during your living years to get the care you deserve, to, reaffirm your budget as you're living on a fixed income, most likely. So living life insurance, a policy you could tap into while you're alive to pay for the care you need, critically important. And quite honestly, we hope you never have to use it. But unfortunately, the chances are becoming increasingly higher, especially here in southwestern Pennsylvania, where, again, one of the highest counties when it comes to cancer diagnosis. And we're seeing more and more, cardiac conditions when it comes to heart attacks or potentially even stroke. So we feel like we would be doing you a disservice if we did not at least make you aware of these coverage policies in types so that you can, again, really insulate your life's planning. Because at the end of the day, folks, let's be real. You have worked your entire life to get to this point when you're eligible for Medicare. You've put in your 40, 50 years of work. You're out there enjoying your fruits of your labor. You're traveling. You're seeing the grandkids. You're spending time with loved ones. You're, like my man Rob over here, where you're dating and taking women all over the place, right? Well, enjoy what you have worked your whole life for without the worry that if something happens in your health, oh my goodness, everything I've built can be taken away because I have to go to skilled nursing now, or I don't have the financial recourse in order to pay for this now.
Well, just to put it in perfect sight for everybody to be able to focus, this James Vanderbeek, who just passed away, only 48, colon cancer, had just bought a $4.5 million ranch, had money, Varsity Blues, Dawson's Creek, was a working actor. They have a GoFundMe page now because his bills basically bankrupted him, cancer bills.
And we're talking about somebody who's
affluent.
Very affluent.
So that's why you need MediConnect. And if you are celebrating your 50th anniversary, you're on Medicare, or your 40th, you're soon to be. That's why we were asking for those stories of, forever. And that's what Medicare is. It's the last stop before the last stop. So you got to get it right. That's why you need MediConnect.
We feel passionate about the fact that it's very easy to make a mistake in your Medicare planning, because the rules and regulations and legislation changes every year around it. And unless you're plugged into it like we are day after day, learning and listening to what's happening on a government level and how it's going to impact you as the individual consumer, you shouldn't have to worry every day about this. That's what we're here for. we do all of your homework. Because quite honestly, figuring this out in a changing market where they're trying to figure out ways to stretch Medicare year after year to push off the day of death for Medicare and Social Security, which is in the early 2030s, they're constantly trying to evolve the program to make sure that everybody who's on it can benefit from it long term. And that's going to mean, unfortunately, the coverage you had 3 years ago maybe has changed drastically since.
All right, listen, I'm going to let you do the seminars. We got less than a minute. Remember, they are free. You have to register 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab.
February 17th, Sewickley Public Library. February 24th, AHN Harmer Neighborhood Hospital. March 3rd, Quality Inn in New Kensington. March 10th, Shaler North Hills Library. March 17th, we're at the Monaca Holiday Inn Express. And again, in April, we're going to be coming to Cranberry with a brand new event, a new way for the community to engage with MediConnect for the slightly younger audience who may not be looking at Medicare within the next year. We want to make sure that you're planning ahead of time, understanding what you need to be paying attention to. So pay attention, stay tuned. We're going to have a little bit more information on that in the coming months.
All right, let's get ready for that news coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 39 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. That fire began around 4:15 on Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Now, both sides of the duplex were occupied when that fire began. As mentioned, 3 people died. Indiana County Coroner's Office says the male who died has been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Vabashevsky. His 2 children, daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died. 2 dogs also died in the fire. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Cause of the fire is under investigation. Well, a large law enforcement presence descended on an area of Tucson, Arizona, related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. It was nearly 2 weeks ago. Investigators theorized she was taken against her will from her home. Now, the Friday night movement is considered and confirmed as related to her disappearance. Here's CBS reporter Christian Benavidez.
Sources with knowledge say law enforcement officials reviewed video at this Walmart location in Tucson.
I think that suspects should be afraid every night. We're going to find you.
The sheriff denied reports his department was withholding evidence from the FBI by using a contracted lab in Florida instead of the FBI lab.
Why not lean on Quantico and their lab?
It adds a step that's not needed. I have a lab that has taken on this evidence.
Pittsburgh's Department of Public Works crews are out today filling potholes on city streets. The city says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that doesn't require heat to be applied. The city also has been patching holes throughout the week that were reported to its non-emergency 311 line. Well, coming up on Sunday, it marks the end of an era at KDKA Radio. Chris Moore retiring after his final broadcast. Moore asked on Friday morning what he's proudest of.
Oh, I think showing Pittsburgh a reflection of itself through some of the documentaries that I have produced, like Wiley Avenue Days, Barbershops, and so many other shows that have had a positive influence on people who watch television.
His final show, Sunday, from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. KDK Radio News Time, 10:02. Time to call Highwood Cemetery to ensure your family's grave sites are protected now and in the future. 412-766-6600. The AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Trusinski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Eddie is here from Piper True Value. Of course, in Mars, Mike is here from Sarver True Value Rental in Sarver, PA. And the man, the myth, the legend, here he is, Mr. True Value himself from EV True Value in Bethel Park. Morning, Andy.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to be back in the studio this week. And, a little different weather, guys. It's warming up a little bit and the ice is melting, but getting a lot of calls about water damage and roof damage and gutter damage and just the aftermath of having a January and first half of February where it's just tremendous winter weather. So, switching gears from all our salt products and snow shovels and snow blowers and everything like that for the winter, and we're really into getting into the cleanup mode now of the damage from such a severe long-term storm, so much cold weather and sub-zero weather. And, I'm getting the shop vacs ready, getting the squeegees ready, and also getting the sniper ready, your hospital-grade disinfectant that, boy, if you have water damage, there's no better product for spraying that area to make sure that you don't get the mold building up around the walls, the windows, window seals, the floors, and so forth. So it's going to be an interesting week with the warmer weather. It's going to be really nice. But between the water coming into the house, and also the amount of blacktop patch for potholes, I think it's going to be an interesting week, Mike.
Oh my goodness! Potholes. My goodness! Anybody out there driving in Western? I mean, no offense, it's the weather. I mean, it's nowhere to throw stones at anybody. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of holes. Of course, that's not our arena, but your driveways are, and what have you. And we're certainly going to be into that patching mode. I'm sure we're going to take a lot of questions of that. Certainly, once the weather warms up, in terms of how do you clean out that pothole? What are all the steps other than it's just like painting, Eddie? Right? You don't just throw a bag in there. There's things to do first, but. Luckily, I say this is no solace for folks who have water coming into the house, but luckily it could have been worse. I mean, we could have had a really heavy warm up. We could have had that paired with some rain. I mean, it is bad, but there's certainly a lot of issues people are dealing with.
Yeah, certainly Mother Nature did give us a little kiss on the cheek with the more gradual warm up and not the rain. The rain just didn't come, and that's just been wonderful. But I have to tell you, you guys know, like mentally. Intellectually, I'm confused a lot, right? Right now, my body is confused. My sinuses are confused. Coming in and out of the cold to the warm and the air being dry inside and the air being dry outside and then the air being moist outside and the air still being dry inside. It's got my sinuses really confused. And it got me thinking on the ride in here today, the air quality in our homes is something you really want to be concerned about at this point. You have got maybe, I don't know how many weeks in a row of the homes being buttoned up. When they're buttoned up like that, and especially when we go into those deep freezes like we did, your furnace is cycling substantially more often than it would if we were in more moderate temperatures, which leads to decreased air filter life. Your furnace filter, let's say it's a 60-day filter, a 30-day filter, a 90-day filter. That figure, that number of days is based on an average number of cycles. When you increase the number of cycles in your furnace, you decrease your filter life. So maybe it's time to change that air filter, even though you haven't reached the 30, 60, 90-day mark that you're typically changing it at, because in your homes right now, with everything being buttoned up, that dust is a-flying. If you have pets, I mean, I've got a dog in my house. You've got all those air contaminants traveling through that air filter, and you're doing it substantially more often when your furnace is increased in cycles. So maybe part of my sinus problem is related to increased dust in my house. I changed my air filter. So great day to do that too, because today at 50 degrees or whatever we're going to have.
It's going to be a nice day.
Yeah. So your furnace will be taking a rest. You'll have time to get on and pull the old one out, put a new one in, get to your True Value store, get the right filter and the right size. Today's a great day to do that, and a good time to do it too, because again, you probably lost some filter life over the last few weeks.
And you know what, Eddie, what I was excited about this week is, Mike and I have talked about it, but with you being here, I got my first Coast of Maine truckload of soils in this week.
So exciting.
So it really is.
So exciting.
You guys are losers. So excited about soil.
We're playing in the dirt, Mike. We're playing in the dirt. But, the Coast of Maine is going to be our product of choice this year. We're switching up our soil vendors just due to the quality of product the Coast of Maine is. But, Eddie, that Coast of Maine seed starter soil, boy, fabulous soil. So if you're looking to, start in your basement and under some heated mats or the UV lights or something, what better soil than that Coast of Maine seed starter soil?
Absolutely. And it's a product that's sold exclusively through independent dealers. So you know how much we love that. And what that represents is really a commitment on behalf of the manufacturer to maintain the quality of their product, not compromise ever on the quality of their product, and distribute it through stores and retailers who are really going to properly, invest in the product in terms of putting it in the right customer's hands at the right time. And this is it, man. We're there. It's seed starting time. So what a great time to stop in. Place your order at your True Value stores if it's not in already, because, it's a little early. But, hey, give us a heads up. Tell us you want that seed starting soil. We'll make sure you have it. Great time to also think about some grow lights and some seed beds and things like that. All those things you can do in preparation for the spring, which is, let's face it, that's when the energy level kicks into high gear. You want to be ready for that.
What do we got? 4 weeks? 4 weeks for spring? Something along that?
Well, realistically, maybe a little longer than that. But let's pretend it's 4.
We're ready.
Keeps your spirits up.
Yeah, I got my next home show on February 27th and 28th and March 1st. So it's home show time again. And we'll be at the South Hills Home Show at the Cool Springs Sports Complex. And I'm going to have all the Coast to Maine soils there, all the different labels. They're indoor potting soil, they're outdoor potting soil, they're raised bed soils, they're regular topsoils. Just a beautiful, beautiful product line of this soil. So, if you're tired of the winter and you're fortunate enough to not have to deal with water coming in the house, give us a call on some of the questions for spring.
But Andy,
seeds, Magical, and the rest of those products we love to talk about.
You mentioned the 4 weeks of remaining winter. I think it's really important to note. So the stores are back in stock on a lot of the products they might have been out of. Winter's not over, and she's certainly not going to go away just because it's warm for a few days here. I looked at the long-term forecast. We're looking at the end of February and potentially some freezing rain and some ice.
Yep.
We maybe used our product at home, the ice melter, the shovels, whatever, the ice scraper for the car windows, whatever. It is not a great idea to get lulled into a false sense of security and say winter is over.
So you don't want to pack up your snow shovel yet?
You absolutely don't want to, and you want to get to the store and replenish the things that you can so as to be ready for the next snowstorm.
I got in some more of the roof pucks and calcium and magnesium and rock salt and shovels and snow brushes, and we still have all of that in stock. So if you still need some roof pucks for some frozen dams and you want to push the temperature outside, let's say, and throw a couple of these pucks up in the gutter to thaw them before it really warms up to keep the flow in the gutter itself, stop by your store and talk to them. Most of them have their products in stock.
Yep, and simple things. I know, Mikey, you've got a fairly long commute to work. You use a lot of windshield washer fluid. Those kinds of things. Get the restock done.
Yeah, absolutely. We always try to be prepared, and certainly it's this time. I know we all itch, and that's why we love talking about planting your garden seeds inside and doing the seeds purchasing and what have you, because you can really focus on Mother Nature turning the corner. And we're gonna get the fever here over the next couple of days, and luckily, I think with the temperatures of 2 days are going to solve one of the issues we had. I mean, the sidewalks, you have to be very careful. We were getting that little bit of warm temperatures, right? Just enough for sun to melt the snow, and boy, they would refreeze
overnight,
over. And there were so many situations on sidewalks where were just literally sheets of ice, and they can be very treacherous to take a fall on that. So those are some of the areas where you still have to be careful of. Maybe over the next 48 hours, we may get rid of that problem altogether. Hopefully so. But still be careful out there because, slip and falls could be very, very, very dangerous to the body.
All right, we're going to get a break in here, then we'll come back. Anything on your mind in the way of home improvement, now would be the perfect time to give us a call. 866-391-1020.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family-owned and customer-focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hills showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, back on the True Value Home Improvement Show. This is audience participation time. Give us a call, 866-391-1020. Here's Marty in Mount Lebanon. Hey, Marty.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, so I have a fairly simple question. At least I hope it's simple. I have an older model media filter on my furnace. It's an April Air, and it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to replace. It's very large, and it has those I call them pleated combs.
Yeah. I call them comb. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then it snaps into a frame. It's a whole deal.
Right.
I was wondering, do they make a conversion for that?
Yes. Actually, great call, Marty. They do. They make what they call an upgrade kit, both for the 2200 model or the 2400 model. So you don't have.
Mine's a 2400.
Yeah.
Right.
So what is it? I forget the number. Anyhow, it doesn't really matter. But they have an upgrade kit. So basically, it's that frame. Nowadays, what you'll do is the new filter will just expand like an accordion and clip into place. You don't have to use the combs anymore. As a matter of fact, they completely discontinued those. So you get the upgrade kit, and the upgrade kit comes with one filter. And then going forward, well, there's a couple models you can choose from, but the most popular one we sell is model number 413 April Air. That's what fits the 2400. There's a couple different MERV rating filters that they do have. They have one even higher than the 413. But generally speaking, that's it. And then going forward, you just get the 413. It just expands out, clips into that box, and you don't have that problem anymore.
Oh, great. Thanks very much.
Sure.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Anybody else out there? Now's the time to get in here. 866-391-1020. So what can I actually buy to get ready for spring today at your store?
Oh, to get ready for spring, a lot of people are deciding to get started on their seed starting stuff. So whether you're getting a little greenhouse kit, you're getting some seed starter from Coast of Maine and some packs of seed to start growing your pepper plants or your tomato plants, or whether you just want flowers, that'd be a great way to get you excited for the spring season itself. I mean, it's, of course, way too early to be looking at doing something outside as far as in your muddy yard if you can't even find your grass or something. So it's just looking for things to get you excited about spring is coming and home show season is coming. And, or if you want to do something as simple as, cleaning your windows. Windows have gotten just totally covered inside and out with the weather and the season and the air and so forth in it. So, doing something by like freshening up the house, or maybe come midday, you're going to be able to, crack that window a little bit, like Eddie was saying, and getting some fresh air in the house. Your health is going to improve with it, and your air quality in the house is going to improve. But, changing that filter is going to be huge. And I'm a big fan when you change your filter to spray it with Sniper. That way you're killing the germs that are going through the air as it's circulating through your furnace. So there's there's quite a bit that you can be doing, inside, or if you're outside, like Eddie, Mike, and I were talking about, take a look at those gutters, see if they're hanging, see if they're going to need reattached from the weight of the ice, or if you still have ice building up in there, get some calcium up on that ice to get it melted quicker, so when it does heat up and the water is flowing off the roof, the gutter is able to accept it instead of it overflowing either forward or backwards. Guys?
One of the things that I think is really important to get a jump start on, because too many times you're playing catch up on this. One is two things. I'll mention two things. One, it just came to me. Your window screens that were torn or ripped last September are still torn and ripped unless you've had them repaired. When you have a beautiful April day, a May day, and you want to, sling those windows open, and you realize that you've got torn or ripped window screens, it's already you're behind the curve, because our screen repair shops at all the stores are so overwhelmed with inbound work that you're going to have a substantial delay in getting those screens back, just because that's the nature of a seasonal business. Your window screens are going to be bad. If they were bad in September, they're going to be bad in May. Get them into the shop now. Get them into your True Value store so that we can do those repairs over the winter, get them back in your hands. So the first nice spring day, you sling those windows open, and you've got a nice screen.
And before you get to number 2,
go.
And Eddie, isn't that the beauty of listening to the True Value Home Improvement Show every week on True Value on KDKA Radio? These are the kind of things, the pointers that people don't think of, and it makes so much sense, right? You're so right. Screens get so backed up, and people hate to hear 2, 3, 4 weeks, when it gets into the harder things. And, and I was thinking along those same lines, your house being as protected as it can be, as it buttoned up as it can be, the less water penetration. These are all the things, these little tips you can get from the True Value Home Improvement Show that you learn that help you long-term health of your home and, save you a lot of money as well.
You save you money. And they actually, and this is maybe just my opinion, but certainly I don't think I'm speaking, as a lone soul here. Everybody likes to have the windows open in May. There's fresh air coming through the house, the smell of the budding flowers, the whole 9 yards. Everybody likes that, right? Nobody doesn't like that, but you can't do that when your window screens aren't in. So to your point, Mike, get ahead of that. And we do try to bring those things up on the show because we want you, hey, that's enjoyable. We want you, it's part of our job is to make, your home life more enjoyable for you. It's one of the things that we get a lot of enjoyment out of is seeing you have a nice response to the things that we do. That's something that we can do for you. We can have those ready for you. You just got to get them in. You get those window screens in so that you can have that little bit of enjoyment out of your home.
You didn't forget. I was going to say, did I break your train of thought with the second item?
That's next to impossible. My train of thought is a full-blown diesel locomotive, Mike. You know that.
What was that? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Where am I? It's the second thing. Now, you almost got me on that, Rob. You almost got me sidetracked. The second thing. Come May, and the weeds start growing around your flower beds and your edging and things like that, you think, geez, I don't have a weed trimmer. My weed trimmer broke last year. My leaf blower, my lawn mower.
Now's the time.
Now is the time. For a couple of reasons. Number one, new inventories have just gotten in. Great, weed whackers, great leaf blowers, great lawn mowers, all available. Some of these things improved over the past several years to the point where I feel so confident now that we're offering such an incredible product to the customers. Great pricing. And plus you have time to discern what works for you and work with your local True Value store to say, hey, is this the right weed whacker for me? Is this the right lawnmower for me? Instead of being hurried into a decision because you are broke down. Nobody likes that. Everybody wants to be prepared for when the grass starts to grow and the weeds start to grow and the leaves and the grasses need blown off the sidewalk. Now's the time to get the conversation going. Get into your True Value stores. We are so intimately familiar with the product that we sell, and we are so confident that we can put the right product in your hand that we want to engage in that conversation. And we don't want you to be in a panic whenever you don't have a lawnmower and make a rash decision. Come in and start the conversation. Look at our products.
Do you think when we were 25, we worried about ice on a sidewalk?
No, never.
Now, though, man, it's like a constant, is it not?
It's going to hurt a lot more now if we were up fall, Rob, compared to when we were 25.
I know.
We just bounced.
And you could do that all by visiting your local True Value hardware store like Daniel's True Value Discount and Appliance. Of course, Pifer True Value Hardware and Supply up in Marshall Way in Mars, Pennsylvania. R.C. Walter & Sons True Value, Boston Hollow Road in Boston, PA. Slippery Rock True Value Hardware. Yes, you guessed it. It's in Slippery Rock. Grove City Road, Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. Of course, Evie True Value Hardware and True Value Rental. And Sarver True Value Hardware and True Value Rental. You can just go to truevalue.com to find your nearest store. I think we have something like 5,000 stores worldwide. A lot of them here east of the Mississippi. So check it out, truevalue.com.
So, Rob, how did your house fare?
It did really well.
Yeah?
It did, except for
ice dams up on your gutters or sidewalks?
All good. Just that front sidewalk, because I had some new concrete, so I couldn't really do anything. So I saw a bunch of quadruple or axles or whatever they call them, flying camels with the skaters. I did a couple of those in front of my house too during the Winter Olympics. Man, you can lose your footing but when you have a 26, that's what they call it, flying camel axle, whatever. 26-year-old son trying to get down a flight of steps, and he is a great athlete, and he's like, this is dangerous.
Slipping around.
That's how bad it is. All right, so when we come back on the other side, we want to take some phone calls. Anybody if they have anything on their mind, they want to talk to us, feel free. Andrea Benacki is going to be here next hour, and then coming up in the noon hour, we'll have the latest on the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. We'll continue to talk about that. Also, the big investment, it's all said and done right now, over 1,600 jobs and $5.6 billion coming from Nippon U.S. Steel to the Mon Valley. Lots of stuff to get to today. We're here till 1 o'clock, so stay with us. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show. Ed Pfeiffer is here from Pfeiffer True Value in Mars. Mike Broniszewski from Sarver True Value Rental. And Andy Amron from EV True Value Rental in Bethel Park. Your calls are next. 866-391-1020.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. LegacyBox.com/value.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACKvacations.com.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Is somebody in the family fighting a cold? Pick up a bottle of Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, bacteria, and viruses that are flourishing this time of year. Sniper is available at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 41 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A former Rankin Borough manager, who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president, is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, even a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend those charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. A major fast food chain is reportedly ready to shut down a large number of its restaurants this year. Here's CBS News correspondent Peter King.
More than 4 decades after this ad became its trademark and a pop culture reference point,
where's the beef?
Wendy's says it will close hundreds of locations this year after a fourth quarter that was weaker than expected. The company says it closed 28 restaurants during that period, with as many as nearly 360 to shut down during the first half of this year, or as much as 6% of its nearly 6,000 locations. The company hasn't said exactly where those closures will happen. Peter King, CBS News.
KDKA Radio News Time, 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the curator of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Michael Kraus.
Staff Sergeant Benjamin Karb of Allegheny County received the Silver Star Medal in World War II in Blei-Arensbach, Germany on March 14, 1945. While under hostile fire, Sergeant Karb displayed outstanding bravery and initiative as he advanced alone, approached dugouts and emplacements, and managed to persuade the enemy to surrender. Sergeant Karb was responsible for the capture of 15 prisoners and also saved his attacking party from taking many casualties. His outstanding gallantry in action is in accord with the finest traditions of the military service.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
This first half of the weekend brings clouds at times, but sun should win out with a high of 50 before clouds simply return through tonight with a low of 37. Ahead of a storm passing mainly to our south tomorrow, bringing clouds and a bit of rain with a high of 45. Then more of a mix of sun and clouds on Monday and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, so let's focus on some of those toilets that are plugged up and not working, faucets that are leaking, things that you need work on that you can actually do it yourself with the help from True Value folks. Obviously, we want you to support the ones that support this show. So if you got anything that just needs a fixing, give us a call, 866-391-1020. So only I type A personality, 6 o'clock last night, burning it at both ends and in the middle. I take my car into a bay because there's no car wash this time of year that's going to get your car clean unless you do it yourself. So I had a pocket full of quarters, heat holder gloves, and I mean my hands were like frozen when I was done. But I got to tell you, if there's nothing better than a clean car after it's been filthy, I don't know what it is, but just to peek out and look at my car, know that the mats are clean, the inside is clean. But the shop vac towels from True Value, I never leave home without them. Those heat holder gloves, I never leave home without them. It's the little things, Andy, Mike, and Ed, that go such a long way to make a big difference, and that's what you get at True Value.
Oh, I love that, Rob. I love that enthusiasm, man.
I'm actually a little. Yeah, I think Rob
I did notice your car. Your car is very clean.
Thank you.
There.
Well, you know what? I do got to mention too. You know, everybody loves the hardware store. I hope you love your local True Value store.
Amen.
And you know, today's Valentine's Day, so what a bigger reason not to stop at your local True Value hardware store on Valentine's Day. To pick up your best shovel or hammer.
Actually, there is a lot going on.
Maybe not a hammer.
That relationship's going nowhere.
Well, I have jars of chocolate honey that we put on the counter, and we got them on sale for Valentine's Day.
Honey for your
chocolate honey?
Chocolate honey. It's a spread. It's a honey spread.
Huh.
It comes in a jar. And you could just spread it on your crackers or chips, and it's chocolate. So get a jar of chocolate honey at EV True Value for Valentine's.
Well, I got to say, Sarver True Value Hardware, we're doing nothing for Valentine's Day on Sarver True Value, but we are open.
Thanks, Michael.
I got to be honest, we're open. We're doing our hardware thing, but we have nothing
Eddie,
Valentine's
what are you
related.
for Valentine's Day?
Seed
starter.
We're selling. You want some grass seed and some seed starter, the things that really get me
But
excited.
there are some couples that really do a lot of things together, like painting and wallpaper.
But
and
you guys
so.
were so excited about dirt. Maybe somebody come in and buy a nice Valentine's Day bag of dirt.
Nice. You mentioned that, Rob, but here's the deal. So, people are really astonished that we pulled this off. But, Stacy, my wife, and I, we work together.
I know that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then we come home, we're together, we garden together, we do everything together.
That's great.
And she's a lot better at
I'm
it
working
than
my
you
way
are.
out of a Valentine's
How's our
Day
therapy going, by the way? Is it doing okay?
She's not especially happy about that, but we do spend a lot of time together. Here's the thing, though. There are a lot of couples who, actually a snow shovel might not be a bad Valentine's Day. You got to know what your significant other is, really, really.
But all three of you with your wife, Stacy, and of course Pam, and your wife, Andy, you guys do everything together. And that's I'm sure a lot of couples do a lot of home improvement
I don't
together.
know, Eddie. What are you making for dinner? I'm making steaks and crab cakes.
In my house,
Valentine's Day.
In my house, it's one thing. It's pizza, and it's pizza, and it's pizza again. So it will be
tonight
pizza,
it's pizza?
but it will be homemade, and it will be made by me.
Oh,
wonderful.
I'll have to bring a
Okay.
slice in next time I make it at home.
Nothing
But
like
here's the thing, though, Rob. This week, so we do a Valentine's Day today. Hey, it is a big deal. We're having fun with it, but it is a big deal.
It's a
right?
very big deal.
I just found out in the lovely studio reception area out there that Tuesday, Random Act of Kindness Day.
Nice.
Okay. Now, here's the thing. I heard this a couple of weeks ago, and I totally agree. This was on a talk show, and it was a commentary about, doing a random act of kindness. Maybe you just avoid buying the $7 coffee for the guy behind you in line and maybe shovel off your neighbor's driveway or something like that. And I thought it was a great idea because a lot of times we get confused about what kindness really is. It's a great time to go ahead and shovel off the neighbor's driveway, something like that. Do it ahead of time. Do it today. Tuesday's Random Act of Kindness Day. Also, Fat Tuesday. Mardi Gras coming up.
It's
Ash
fine.
Wednesday.
Yep.
But a lot of happenings, a lot of things coming up. And I think we're going to have a few nice days to kind of get us in gear for those things. So stop by your True Value stores. If nothing else, you stop by this True Value store in your neighborhood, develop a relationship, start doing that now, especially if you're new to a neighborhood. I have a lot of people that have recently moved into the Mars area.
Oh, I drove through your neck of the woods the other day.
A lot.
Unbelievable, Ed.
A lot. And these people are so kind. They stop in. They say, hey, I'm just here to check the place out. Do that. Do it today. Do it while the weather's nice. Stop in.
So let me ask, is this little merger thing going to happen between Mars and Marshall?
Well, it'll be Mars and Adams.
Yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see what happens there. I have positive thoughts for whatever happens because,
It's great. It's progress.
Yeah, we've been part of this community for, this is, throw this out there. I don't think I mentioned this yet, but this is our 40th year, Pfeiffer Hardware's 40th year in
Wonderful.
business. 25 years since Stacy and I bought the business, and 250 years for our country. It's a big anniversary year. So
all the way around.
Yeah, so we're really excited about
Got to
this.
take them anniversaries however you can get them. Absolutely. All right, here we go. Bill in McCandless. Bill, you're on the air with the guys from True Value. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm having a problem with like gnats in the house that they're small, have wings on. I try putting vinegar down the drains, but I still getting them. Is there anything else I can do to?
Absolutely. There's two ways that you could attack it. One is there are traps that you could put out, and you could put them on the kitchen counter because your kitchen counter and the kitchen drains are the most common area for it. So that's going to capture the ones that are flying around the kitchen and around the sink area and so forth. Now, the other is instead of using vinegar, that really doesn't do that good of a job because it's maybe touching the surface of the crud that's inside the drain and maybe catching a few of the gnats. It's not destroying the nest. And the nest of the gnats or fruit flies are living in the crud that is built up on the inside of the drain. So whether you're throwing vinegar down there or you're throwing drain opener or you're throwing hot water, it just flushes through, but it is not destroying the crud that is built up inside the drain. So there's two products on the market. One's made by Green Gobbler, the other's made by Zepp, and they are drain cleaners. They are not drain openers. They're an enzyme-based product, so they're very safe. You don't have to worry about dishwashers or disposals or anything like that because it's no acids, no chemicals that are going to hurt the pipe or the plumbing. But what you have to do is you have to do this 7 days in a row, and you do it when the drain is not being used. So say you do it at night when you go to bed, so the drain is not used overnight, or you could do it in the morning before you leave for work. But you put a quarter cup down the drain and you let the drain sit. And the longer it sits, the more of the crud is eaten away by the enzyme that's in the product itself. So you do that 7 days in a row, and the inside of that pipe is going to look brand new again, meaning all the crud is going to be lifted off the pipe and flushed down the drain, meaning that there's nowhere left for the gnats or the fruit flies to live. So a combination between the traps and between the enzyme, you will win the battle. It'll take you about a week, but you will win the battle with them.
A question, if I can ask, please.
Sure.
I got two kerosene heaters. Now, they haven't been used in years. They're like brand new, but they don't self-start. It needs some repairs. Is there some place I can dispose of these at, or somebody is there somebody that fixes them up that would want them? Or,
I don't know. I don't know in your area itself. As far as recycling them,
yes.
My store in Bethel Park, yes, we do take used equipment, mowers, trimmers, chainsaws, kerosene heaters, and we will recycle them instead of just sending them into the landfill.
Okay, yeah, I could
you'd have to go to Bethel Park.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, when you go, just tell them you're dropping these off to be recycled.
You know, I think a lot of people, when that stuff happens, they kind of blame themselves. But are there some places that are just susceptible to gnats, fruit flies, no matter how much you try, maybe the landscape ants, things of that nature? Or can you prevent all of that?
Absolutely not preventable to the degree that it would never happen. You know, that's one of the things. It's like, like we talk about ticks a lot, especially in the spring. Mm-hmm. We get these warmer days. Actually, if it gets above 50 and the snow disappears, there'll be ticks active and out and about.
Green. Yep.
And there are a lot of steps you can take to, to kill or semi eliminate ticks, but at the end of the day, if you're someone who's going to travel into the woods, you're going to be susceptible to ticks. You know, there's prevention, and then there's 100% guarantee, and those two things aren't necessarily, they don't walk in lockstep. So yeah, you can't always prevent everything. You just do your best.
Just remember, if I ever pass away from ticks, it was murder because I'm never outside.
All right. That's true, Russ.
Never outside. So just
wonder
remember
what happened. Well, he wasn't outside.
Couldn't have been ticks. All right, 10:45, short break. We'll come back. We've got Eric. He's up next. True Value Home Improvement Show.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
Hey folks, appliances are big purchases. Mistakes can quickly become expensive. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960. Pittsburghers have trusted Voss for decades because they do right by people. The Voss family and their entire team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out and provide helpful advice. Before, during, and after your purchase, shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters, doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here's Eric. He's been waiting patiently to talk to the guys from True Value. Hey, Eric, good morning and welcome to KDKA. Hello, Eric. All right, Eric's gone. So why don't we pick up on this whole ticks and Lyme disease? Do we need to really be concerned about that type of stuff?
Always year-round.
Absolutely have
So
to.
how do you prevent? How do you protect yourself?
So, it's important to note a couple of things. Don't do something that's a waste of time. When you mow your lawn and it's July, you don't need to apply, a tick killer. It's useless. The ticks can't survive in the heat of a mowed lawn in July. Where do you have ticks? You have ticks in the more brushy areas, in the cool areas, in the areas where there's leaf litter. And so it's for me, I'm an outdoorsman, and I can't ever say to myself, well, I'll just stay inside. I'll just stay away from the ticks. That's not on the radar screen for me. So Mikey and I were just talking about it. We have repellents, spray repellents.
That tick repellent's really neat stuff. That's,
It's absolutely great. There are two types. There's a tick repellent that you apply to your clothing. Do not apply it to your skin. You apply it to your clothing and you let it dry. And then that clothing becomes tick repellent. There's another one that you can apply to your skin or topically as you go into the woods or the brushy areas or whatever. And of course you can do tick mitigation. But again, you do the tick mitigation or the tick killer at times when it makes sense, not when it doesn't. Broad-based insecticides on a July lawn, I am now and have been opposed to that for, my working life. But can you apply it to areas where there are brushy components to the lawn? Yes, you can. And that will help to mitigate some of those ticks. But to say stay inside and lock yourself in this, I've always said there's risk in everything, including sitting on the couch.
Absolutely.
So you kind of weigh the risk and you take the preventative measures that you can. Certainly, if you have pets, you protect the pets because they're especially susceptible. Dogs, my gosh, dogs root around in everything. They're especially susceptible to ticks. But those repellents, the True Value stores, every one of them will have it. Again, it only takes temperatures above freezing to make ticks become active again. We have 50 degrees. Once that leaf litter gets exposed, ticks will become active. Don't stay inside. Protect yourself instead.
All right, here's Lee in Elwood City for the guys from True Value. Hey, Lee.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, so right after that big snowstorm, my basement backed up, and it turned out I had 2 service line breaks in my backyard. It didn't completely flood the basement, but, I got enough water down there that I ordered a dumpster, and we've thrown stuff out. I've ran a dehumidifier. I've gone across and bleached, mopped, Swiffered all the floors, noticed some discoloration on the wood, bottom of the wood walls that where the water got a little bit up against. What would be your best method? And I've sprayed, I had this RMR mold killer, should I get the Sniper also? Or what would be your best bet moving forward there?
Well, as far as for me, the best product on the market for taking care of mold and germs is Sniper. Sniper is a stabilized chlorine dioxide, is what the basis of Sniper is, where when you look at the reports of what kills mold. Bleach does not kill mold anymore. Bleach will bleach out the color of the black mold, but bleach cannot kill the roots of the mold itself. And it's the same thing with a lot of germs that bleach can't kill any longer. And if you, to put it in more layman terms, bleach is a product that has been out over 100 years. And in today's society of germs and molds, they've become immune to bleach. Bleach is a poison where the germs have to drink it or the mold has to digest it to kill the mold spores or the germ living creatures. Where with the sniper type products, it would be like taking a stick of dynamite and putting it on top of a germ. It kills it from the outside in. And it's the same thing with the mold spores. It kills it from the outside in. So the mold spores or the germs don't have to digest to be effective on it. So with, say, bleach, or you take your wipes and you're wiping off a countertop and your wipes are a bleach base, which they make great cleaning and they make great products at bleaching out the color black of the mold, but all it does on a wipe is it moves germs from one end to the counter to the other. Where a product like Sniper, where you spray it and it'll instantly kill not just the mold, but the mold spores or germs, it instantly kills them, and it has a residual effect where it'll continue to kill the mold spores or the germs for up to 30 days. So for me, my basement, I would be taking a bottle of Sniper and walking through the entire basement and just misting the air. You don't have to cover yourself. You don't have to wear a respirator because it's safe for humans and it's safe for pets. It's just not safe for the germs and not safe for mold. And then in the areas like the bottom of the wood paneling, the carpeting, the wood flooring, and so forth, go ahead and spray every surface it is, and you know that all the mold will be killed, all the germs will be killed. And then you could look at redoing the wood where you say it's watermark stains and so forth to get it back to some colors or restaining or repainting the areas itself. So for me, my number one flood control product is Sniper.
And I have to tell you, when you have that water infiltration, and especially if you have a recognized or a routine sort of water infiltration, meaning I have a drain that sometimes backs up and water comes in through my door, underneath my door, garage doors, whatever. I would encourage everyone to keep on hand a product called Quick Dam. And what it is, it's like a long tube, puts you in mind of a giant baby diaper. And what you can do is you can put this in front of a door so as to prevent water from coming in. The nice thing is that the Quick Dam is something that you can literally put in a bag and carry home. This isn't a 70-pound sandbag. It's not 20 feet long. It's just a little bag, and it expands when the water hits it, and it creates an immediate dam to prevent the infiltration of water as it might pass through a doorway. It can also help to guide water. Once the water may have infiltrated, you can guide it towards a drain. The Quick Dam is an incredible product to have on hand. If you have any notion that you may receive some water from the outside where you don't want it to go, you have to keep a Quick Dam on hand. Your True Value stores will have it, and if they don't, go in and ask for it.
The other one, Ed, that I am a huge fan of is the flood guards.
Yep.
The flood guards are made actually here in Pittsburgh by a company called General Wire and Spring. And what it is, it fits down inside your floor drain. You get them in a 3-inch or a 4-inch, and it has a float in the middle of it. So it'll let water down the drain, but if the drain's back up, this float engages and closes off the drain so it doesn't flood into the basement itself. So if you have a situation where you're prone to the water backing up through the floor drains of a basement, this product, it's called Flood Guard, made here in Pittsburgh, an amazing product.
And let's face it, we're coming in, we're going to be in that rainy season, that early spring season. The water won't have enough places to go. I can remember the old meteorologists in Pittsburgh used to always say, if you live near a creek or stream, and I thought, who doesn't? We're in Western Pennsylvania. Everyone lives near a creek or stream.
My man was thinking deep even back in the day, wasn't he? That's good, though. That's good. All right, let's wrap it up, guys. Couple of minutes, so go ahead, Andy. You start.
Absolutely. I appreciate the show, as always. I appreciate having these two gentlemen here with me, and I'm going to be off next weekend. I'm going to be in Harrisburg judging the high school DECA tournaments for the state of Pennsylvania. So I'll be working hard in Harrisburg next weekend. And then we got the home show. We got the home show, South Hills Home Show, on February 27th, 28th, March 1st at the Cold Spring Sports Complex. So looking forward to seeing everyone stop by there. And Mr. Pratt's joining us on Saturday. Larry Richard and Doug Oster are joining me on Sunday. So it'll be a fun time. We might actually even ask Mike and Ed to stop by, but I know they won't. So take care, everyone, and watch those homes for those flood products.
Yeah, and make sure you check out Sarver True Value Hardware and Sarver True Value Hardware Rental in Sarver, Pennsylvania. We're open all day today, open 7 days a week.
Yeah, and in Andy's absence, I may make my way down to the show next week, pull my nose away from the grindstone, and come down and do some radio time. But in the meantime, I think everyone out there should develop a relationship with your local True Value, and especially the stores that support the show, like Daniel's Appliance and Hardware in Allison Park, my store in Mars, R.C. Walters and Sons True Value, Slippery Rock True Value, Andy's store, EV True Value, and my good buddy Mikey's store, Sarver True Value. Hey, we're going to be next month. We're going to be at the True Value Buying Market, where we will see the latest and greatest of everything hardware. Please let us know if there's anything you're interested in. If there's anything you want to know about what's new in the world of hardware, give us a heads up and we'll take care of you.
I'll tell you as soon as we're out there what I'm looking for. All right, we're out of time. Stay tuned. The news is coming up next.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used BenefitsCheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. BenefitsCheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, BenefitsCheckup.org might help you too. For free, visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Indiana County, 3 people died in a house fire. Fire began around 4:15 on Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. Indiana County Coroner's Office says the man who died was 34-year-old Kirk Babashevsky. His 2 daughters, aged 4 and 7, also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died. Other residents of the duplex were able to make it out safely. Cause of the fire is under investigation. A crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital. Police say the crash happened Friday evening along the 1300 block of Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in the crash flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. Well, Pittsburgh has a new police chief officially taking the helm of the city's police bureau. Here's News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush.
Jason Lando was sworn in as Pittsburgh's newest police chief in a ceremony led by Pennsylvania Superior Court Judge Jill Beck.
I, Jason Alex Lando,
I, Jason Alex Lando,
do solemnly swear
that
I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
As he steps into the role, Lando says rebuilding trust and strengthening community relationships will be a top priority.
And I'd like to bring this group together, do some training, education. And when I say education, educating each other, right? Like, I want to know the needs of the community, and I also want to make sure the community understands our policies and why we do what we do.
Lando returns to Pittsburgh after spending the past 5 years serving as police chief in Frederick, Maryland. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh's Department of Public Works crews are out filling potholes on city streets today. The city says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that does not require heat to be applied. The city also has been patching potholes throughout the week that were reported to its 311 line. KDK Radio News Time, 11:02. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
This is Greg Trusinski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you, because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the US, we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. Yeah, I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
As veterans, we've dealt with noise. From chains clanking as they're clamped onto cargo, to orders coming down the chain of command. We can handle that kind of noise. Back home, the noise is different. Seems like everyone's talking all at once and over each other because they just want to be heard. They're taking selfies and oversharing. But we know that it's not about hearing. It's about listening. Listening to what's actually happening with our fellow veterans. Understanding each other because we share the same experiences, the same vocabulary, following the same paths that others have walked. If only we can pick up the trail. Make the Connection is a place for veterans to hear stories from other veterans. Listen and learn about why you're not alone at maketheconnection.net.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
There was this one time I went snorkeling in the Caribbean when I was a kid. It really just blew my mind. We saw the most beautiful corals. I remember thinking they were waving at us as they moved with the ocean. And then there were all these amazing fish. I'll never forget it. It completely changed the way I look at the ocean.
Most of us have a memory of being in nature we'll never forget. Let's protect the world's natural places so more memories can be made for generations to come. Visit worldwildlife.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Early clouds give way to more sun today with a high of 50, but clouds do return for tonight with a low of 37, leading to a rather cloudy day tomorrow with a bit of rain around and a high of 45. Monday looks dry, though, with more of a blend of clouds and sunshine and a high of 47. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information. nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Well, Abby Wells will be here in just a matter of moments, and you can see this interview stream live and hear it too. KDKARadio.com, KDKA Watch, Metropolitan Window video screen. Before we set sail with Alma Waterways, your host, here she is, Andrea Benacki. Really excited about this guest, are we not?
Yes, we are. It's Abby from Alma Waterways, and she's going to tell us about our great President's Cruise. So let me introduce her. So Abby Wells serves as a trusted resource to AAA travel advisors throughout the region and is a devoted traveler and river cruiser. She regularly hosts groups aboard Alma Waterways ships and brings deep insight into the world of luxury cruising, which has become so popular. And then today she joins us to talk about our 2027 President's Cruise in Portugal. Abby, it is so great to have you here with us today.
Oh, thank you so much, Andrea and Rob. It's such a pleasure to be here. And it's also really an honor to have been selected by AAA East Central for the upcoming 2027 President's Cruise to Portugal.
Yes.
So really, really appreciate the opportunity to talk to your listeners and to get them excited about this wonderful trip coming up.
All right. So, Abby, tell us about this special President's Cruise to Portugal with AAA East Central.
Well, this is going to be one of those circle the calendar trips. And so we are going to be sailing in Portugal on the Alma Sintra, August 5th through the 13th of 2027. So there are going to be opportunities for pre-cruise extensions and post-cruise fun. And so you can really take your time to enjoy this entire trip. And so the President's Cruise is going to begin with an overnight in Lisbon. And this is one of Europe's most charming capitals. And it's a really visitor-friendly place. And so then guests will travel together to Porto, in the northern part of Portugal, and that's where they will embark on Alma Sintra, and they'll begin this wonderful Douro River adventure. And so the Douro Valley is one of the most breathtaking wine regions in the world, and it's also one of the oldest. So if you think about terraced vineyards cascading down from hillsides, medieval hilltop villages and fortresses, these are century-old wine estates that you are cruising down this beautiful, almost cinematic river. And it's incredibly immersive, not just in the history of the wine, but just the natural beauty of the hills meeting the river, and then combining that with the history of the region, which has been recorded as a trade route since 800 BC. I mean, there's so much to see along the way. There's a stop in Tomar to visit the Templar Knight Castle. This is a dramatic medieval fortress that feels like stepping into history. Whenever you think about, like, what does a castle look like? This is the castle that all of the other castles are modeled after. And the journey along the Douro is just so scenic. And while we're making our way down the river, we're going to visit wonderful towns like Régua, which, by the way, in Portuguese is spelled Régua, but it is pronounced Régua, and Pinhal. And we'll enjoy private wine estate experiences, and we'll even travel into Spain to explore Salamanca, Spain's golden city and a UNESCO World Heritage City that is often called a living museum. And then we end up back in Porto. This is the city of bridges with port wine tastings and a beautiful evening illumination cruise, seeing the cities of Porto and Gaia lit up from the river at sunset, it's just unbelievable and unforgettable. So this Portugal trip is done thoughtfully and beautifully and without the crowds and on AMA waterways.
Yeah.
So that's the trip in a nutshell.
Great. So let me just go over the pricing so we don't forget any of that. So this includes 7-night cruise accommodations. There's 1-night land accommodation all meals during your cruise portion. There's beer, wine, and soft drinks with lunch and dinner. Coffee, tea, water, iced tea are included all day. Complimentary sip and sail cocktail hour with a happy hour. With a happy hour menu 5 nights on the ship. There's a captain reception for the other 2 nights. There's a captain's welcome and farewell reception and gala dinners. All government taxes and fees. The starting price on this, and depending on what category you go with, you can go with just the lead-in price, which is going to be $4,969 per person. That is a panoramic window cabin, or you can go all the way up to a suite, which is $8,099 per person. So those are great prices for everything that I've listed included. Of course, there's some additional inclusions, but yeah, and what's really great with AMA is a lot of the stuff is already included. You won't have to pay for much after you've paid the price for your cruise.
All right, what we're going to do, we're going to take our first break. We'll come back. Abby's going to be here for a while. Of course, Andrea is your host. Don't forget 800-354-8761, AAA.com/radio, and you can set sail on this President's Crew. It's your Pratt Pack. We'll be back in a couple of moments on KDK. Stay with us. Good morning.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Dreaming of your next adventure? AAA is offering $350 per person in savings on select featured vacations. Explore Ireland, Italy, or Japan in 2026. First, explore Shades of Ireland, October 16th through the 25th. Rolling green hills, charming villages, and ancient castles await, starting at $4,949 per person, double occupancy. Next, Italian Vistas, October 7th through the 19th. Visit Rome, sip wine in Tuscany, glide through Venice's canals from $7,199 per person, double occupancy. Or cultural treasures of Japan, September 13th through the 26th. Vibrant cities, serene temples, meditation, and a private tea ceremony from $8,949 per person, double occupancy. Don't wait, this $350 per person savings ends soon. Visit your local AAA or call 1-800-354-8761. That's 1-800-354-8761. Your next great adventure is waiting. Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy sessions, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 through 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find St. Anthony school programs within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, they have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
Hey folks, Marty here. My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Listen to this. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs, storm hits, substantial damage. She calls NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company, installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO up on the roof. Call NASCO 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I love looking at these folks on the monitor when we're back here talking off the air, and they're probably saying, are they talking about us? Well, I am talking about you, Abby Wells from AMA Waterways. You are doing a spectacular job. I said, if there was anybody who sounds and looks like a travel agent so professional, it's you. So I'm enjoying this show, and it's so great to have you here today. And this President's Cruise is going to be absolutely tremendous. Go ahead.
Yes, it is going to be fantastic. So, Abby, let's talk a little bit about AMA Waterways. There are a number of river cruise lines out there. What makes AMA Waterways so different?
Well, Andrea and Rob, one of the things that I am most proud of is that AMA Waterways has the highest repeat guest rate in river cruising. And that really tells you something because people don't just try us, they come back. And our crew and our cruise managers, they truly get to know our guests and they anticipate the needs before guests even think about asking. And it's so it feels thoughtful and it's not transactional. But also, our ships are intentionally designed for comfort and for personal space. Ama Sintra only has 52 staterooms and it'll carry a maximum of 104 guests. So you never feel crowded. And that means more space, more comfort, and more room to breathe, and more room for guests to have the trip that they want. And so another major distinction is how much is included in the cruise fare. So we offer guests multiple excursion choices each day and at different activity levels. This could be guided walks, bike tours, wine tastings, cultural experiences, and they're all done at the traveler's pace, not at the designated pace of what happens to be the whole group. And then there's the culinary experience on board. AMA Waterways was the first river cruise line inducted into the Chaîne des Rôtisseurs. This is a prestigious culinary society. It dates back to the 13th century. And so food is not an afterthought. It's part of the storytelling of the destinations. And we are so proud to be a part of the culinary tradition that the Shen is recognized for worldwide. So those are the basics. That's what sets us apart.
Yeah, you mentioned, I told you a couple years ago I was on an AMA cruise, maybe in a year and a half. It wasn't even that long ago. And every time we had dinner, you get wine with dinner. They had a wine from the region or the area or the city that we were at,
Yes.
which I thought was really cool. So they would even have like the
Absolutely.
food and that kind of thing from wherever we were parked that day. So it was really neat.
That's right. And in this part of Portugal, where you have the oldest wine demarcation in the world, and you have these really incredibly special and a really incredible variety of wines that come from this region. And yes, they are all included for lunch, dinner, and even if you wanted to have a mimosa for breakfast, you can do that. You could even have a mimosa while standing on the sun deck doing yoga with the onboard wellness host if you wanted to. That's something that also sets us apart from other cruise lines is our commitment to number one, making the trip your trip, but also having a wellness host on board to so that everybody can maintain their own personal exercise regime or whatever their personal routine entails. And if that's a mimosa on the sun deck doing yoga, so be it.
You're bringing back so many memories from my cruise. I remember getting up and we did yoga in the morning, and it's all included. You could just sign up for yoga and go do it. And then there was also a variety of different excursions that were already included in the price. And like you said, if you didn't want to do a hike up a million stairs to see a castle, you can just do a city tour. It was really great, and I loved it, and I loved how you got to meet everyone that was on board because the ships are so small. So you see the same people over and over again, and you get to know them and talk to them. And I know some of the travel advisors that have went on AMA cruises are still friends or email some of the guests that they've met on board. So it's really, really neat. But Abby,
It is.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
What
no,
do
I
you
was just
get?
going to say, like, there's nothing like that kind of shared experience
Yes.
with other travelers and to know that you have so much in common with them just by virtue of the fact that you got on the same sailing. That says a lot about people.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
it's extra.
It is. It is. So what do guests constantly tell you they love most about their On the Waterways cruises?
What they love the most is because there is so much to see and do and explore, but they don't feel crowded. They don't feel like they are just part of this mass of people traveling from point A to point B. They get to enjoy the wonderful onboard experience of being on this luxury boutique hotel that sails down the river, and every day you end up someplace different. And then you get to really enjoy the adventure of seeing something new and enjoying the crowd that's with you, the crowd of like 10, 15 people, and learning, and then coming back to your wonderful private space in your stateroom, but then going back out and enjoying the rest of the travelers in the lounge on the sun deck. And I can tell you, I mean, this trip to Portugal in August, the weather is going to be so wonderful for outdoor spaces and outdoor engagement that you cannot pick a better time. So, but we hear that all the time from AMA Waterways travelers, that there's just this wonderful feeling of comfort and welcome hospitality that they know that after a day of active enjoyment, they can come back to, and it just feels so cozy. That's what they love.
Another thing that reminds me of, or that brings back memories, is the tour director was actually on the tours with us. They got off the ship and they really joined the group. So you got to know the tour director as well, which was really, really cool.
Right, and especially for the pre or post. Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. You can interrupt anytime. You have a much better thing to say than I do today. This is wonderful. So what are we going to do when we come back?
So when we come back, we'll talk about how this President's Cruise is so special, and then we'll go into more of what AMA Waterways has to offer.
All right, AAA.com/radio to see this itinerary and everything we're talking about on this incredible show. And Abby will be back for another segment, as will Andrea and your Pratt Pack. Right now, though, we're going to get ready for a news break at the bottom of the hour with Rob Taylor. Next hour, we are back in Open Talk. We'll have the latest on the Nancy Guthrie disappearance. Also, some other things making news locally. We'll give you a chance to call in and voice your opinion. But right now, it's Saturday, and we've been doing it for over 3 decades. Same time, same station. AAA Central's Talking Travel. AMA Waterways in the spotlight with Abby Wells today on KDKA.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Fantastic February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, center cut boneless pork loin chops or roasts are $2.99 a pound. In the produce department, Sunkist Jumbo, Cara, or Neighbor Oranges, 10 for $10. In our deli department, Coons pepperoni rolls are $4.49 each. An additional savings this week, Eggland's Best Large Eggs, 1 dozen cartons, 2 for $5.
Coons Market, that special place in your neighborhood, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Thursday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 43 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A former Rankin Borough manager, who's now the Woodland Hills School Board president, is facing charges for alleged credit card misuse. 52-year-old Terry Lawson, police say, made nearly $10,000 in retail $10,000 as personal charges on a Rankin Borough credit card at restaurants, retail stores, and a marijuana dispensary. She faces charges of theft by deception, access device fraud, and other charges. Now, her attorney, Phil DeLucente, called the allegations out of Lawson's character and intends to defend those charges. Lawson faces a preliminary hearing on March 19th. The Subway restaurant on Ridge Avenue on the north side was ordered closed by the Allegheny County Health Department. Inspectors found 10 violations, 2 of those considered high risk. There were a number of foods measured above 41 degrees inside the walk-in cooler and in the sandwich prep cold rail. Inspectors also found a buildup of mold-like substance on the caulking and under the hard sinks faucet. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Why deal with crowded hotels and packed pools when you can have the whole place to yourself? At SWAC Vacation Rentals, some homes come with private lazy rivers, indoor pools, massive game rooms, and outdoor kitchens built for the whole crew. These aren't hotel rooms, they're private vacation playgrounds, managed by us, cared for by us, and ready when you arrive. And when you book direct, you keep more of your vacation budget where it belongs, with you. Find your unforgettable stay at SWAC. SWACK vacations.com. That's SWACvacations.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sun followed by some clouds this afternoon. It'll be warmer with a high of 50, then rather cloudy, low 37 tonight. Clouds and occasional rain with a high of 45 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we go. Third segment, Set and Sail President's Cruise, Alma Waterways. Abby Wells is our guest, Metropolitan Window video screen. You can see this and hear it stream live, KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch, and of course our YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, you need to. And of course, KDK 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And on that Odyssey app, download it, get it on your phone, AUDACY. Here's Andrea Benacki. Andrea.
Hi. So, Abby, what makes this President's Cruise with AAA East Central especially meaningful?
Well, Andrea, what truly elevates this sailing beyond the magnificent natural beauty, the incredible history, and the onboard excellence of Alma Waterways, it's the sense of community. And so you're going to be traveling with fellow AAA East Central members, people from the greater Pittsburgh area and the surrounding communities. And there's something really wonderful about boarding a ship and already having a sense of connection. It feels like, joining it feels less like joining strangers than more like traveling with friends. And I'm especially excited that Terry, the president of AAA Central, will be sailing on this one as well. And that really speaks volumes about how meaningful this departure is. This is the kind of trip that people will talk about for years. The vineyard dinners, the golden hillsides, Porto illuminated at night. This is all a shared experience with people from home. And keep in mind that because this is the exclusive President's Cruise, space is limited. Smaller ships mean fewer cabins, and the most desirable stateroom categories will book first. And so, for your listeners, the best next step is to contact one of their AAA advisors directly and to ask specifically of the August 2027 Portugal President's Cruise with AMA Waterways. And the travel advisor can walk people through availability, pricing, and determine if it's the right fit. And so I want to say, though, if Portugal has been on your list of places to go, things to see, this is the moment. And all it takes is a commitment to yes, a small deposit, and a sense of adventure.
Yes, to book that, please call 1-800-354-8761, or you can stop into one of your local AAA branches, and they can take that deposit, give you more information. We have a printout of all the details, the itinerary. So make sure you're stopping into your AAA office or dialing 1-800-354-8761 today. Because you should be reserving your space now. And Abby, why should someone consider reserving their space right now?
Well, what it does is it allows them to, first and foremost, to select the stateroom type that is most preferred to them. And that means different things to different people. Some people want to go for the larger, more spacious staterooms because they want to spend a little extra time there in their stateroom and enjoying that kind of special luxury and special privacy that comes with a larger space. But then there are other travelers who would rather allocate resources to something extra. And so, in that sense, they might take one of the staterooms on the lower level where you still have panoramic windows, but the little extra that you save by doing that type of stateroom, maybe you use that to upgrade your flight to business class or something along those lines. It just depends on people's preferences. So being able to lock in the stateroom type, that's the most important part. But then also, it's literally just a matter of saying, we're going to do this trip. And that's really what it comes down to, is you commit to the trip and you've still got a year and a half to do all the planning. So that's why.
So let's just go over what's included again and the pricing so that you have an idea for when you go into your AAA office to make the reservation. So, of course, your 7-night cruise accommodations. There's 1-night land accommodations before the cruise starts. All your meals during the cruise portion. There's beer, wine, soft drinks with lunch and dinner. Coffee, tea, water, iced tea are included. You have cappuccino, latte, and espresso that can be requested at the meals, free of charge. Of course, complimentary sip and sail cocktail hour with a happy hour menu for 5 nights on the ship. There's captain receptions for the other 2 nights, captain's welcome and farewell receptions. There's gala dinners. There are described shore excursions in every port of call, including the use of headsets. So what's so important about that is a lot of times when you're in these busy areas, touristy areas, there are people everywhere, groups of people. The nice thing is your tour director, which is someone that's locally from that area, will give you headsets. So those come from the ship, those headsets, I believe. I remember getting those on there. But you'll get a headset and you'll be able to stand wherever you want in that area that you're in, and you'll still be able to hear the tour director talk about the places that you're at, what you're looking at, what you're seeing. So that's really nice, and it's all included. Isn't that right, Abby?
Yes, that's right. And you know what's so neat about those headsets is it gives you the feeling that you are definitely with a group and you're getting the inside look, but you can also sort of hang back and take pictures and really kind of mosey around while the group is still fairly coherent, but you can keep up with them but still feel like you're on your own. And that is just such a special feeling when you're touring and traveling with a group.
Yeah, and the nice thing about these cruises, now they'll stop right along the river, but if you don't want to one day do one of these excursions, or you've already been to this place and there's something that you want to see, or you're looking forward to see, you don't necessarily have to use or have to book one of the excursions. You could do something on your own if you want to. If you want to take a bus into the city, or a lot of the places you can just get off the ships and walk around. So it's really something that you can make your own, and you don't have to make it an escorted kind of tour. If you just want to use the ship as a place to stay and your meals and things like that, and kind of explore on your own, you can do that, can't you, Abby?
Absolutely. And one of the most interesting things about Portugal specifically is that you can only sail during the day. And so when you get into port, now granted the sailing is only an hour here, an hour there, maybe a little bit more, but you do get to experience the lock system on the Douro, which is really, really interesting and special for people who have never experienced going through locks. But truly, when you get into these areas where you're welcome to step off the ship and explore on your own, you can. And Portugal is different that because you're sailing mostly during the day, you have your evenings to step off and go explore in the evenings. And that's really different from our other itineraries around the world. So it's a great way to experience Portugal, both from a guided standpoint, but also on your own.
Yeah. And you mentioned the locks because whenever I was on the Danube. We went through the locks, and I used to work on the Gateway Clipper, which is like a small river boat company here in Pittsburgh. And we would go through the locks. So I was like thinking it was going to be like that. And we go in this huge thing and it fills up with water and we're like lifting. And I was like, this is the coolest thing I have ever seen. It was nothing like the one on the Monongahela.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in fact, there are some on the Douro that are 30 meters high. And that kind of a lift, I mean, it feels like an eclipse, you know, when everybody's outside and watching the solar eclipses. It feels like that because all of a sudden you go into almost complete darkness because the windows are all blocked out. And then you rise with the water and then there you are back in the daytime again. It is so extraordinary. I mean, and then what's funny is that the crew on the ship thinks that that's hilarious to watch the guests be so enthralled with that experience. Meanwhile, they're in this gorgeous river valley, and the locks are the kind of the draw sometimes.
Yeah, it is. Everyone rushes to the top deck just to experience rising with the docks. Or with the lock. It was really cool. That was one of the things I remember from that as well.
So how do people partake of this cruise? 800-354-8761, AAA.com.
AAA.com/radio, or stop into your local AAA office, and they could give you all the information there. We've been talking about this trip at all of our AAA travel expos that we've had. We have another one coming up, so we'll be promoting it there as well. So we're really excited for this. There's lots of promotion. Look out for it in the Motorist as well. But 1-800-354-8761, and then stop into your local office. Or you could go to AAA.com/radio to get more information on that.
You know, Abby, I was telling Andrew before you came on the air, I've been doing this since the jump. I mean, it's over 30 years, and I've seen brands, soar to new heights, but I don't think I've ever seen a brand like Alma Waterways jump the way they have. I mean, everybody's talking about them. Why do you think you've had so much success in recent years? What has really made you guys rise to the occasion to be truly one of the best at what you do?
Well, I think that most of it has to do with our incredible community of travel advisors because they are the ones who meet all of the travelers face to face and they have experienced the excellence that you find on board and on our tours. And it truly has been a word of mouth kind of sharing exponentially because we have not devoted advertising dollars to the airways. We have devoted our resources to making sure that we are providing the best river cruise product on the rivers. And so that momentum has been built over the years. I mean, we've been sailing for 23 years and that momentum has reached a monumental head with our travel advisor community. Truly, that's what we attribute it to.
Well, whatever you're doing, it's working. Great people at AAA help too, for sure.
Yes, our travel advisors go on these ships. We have a couple AMA Waterways FAMs a year, and I mean, everyone comes back with a great with a great sense of what AMA's about and how we can explain it to our clients. And then we'll go on other ones too, and we get to compare the two. But I think the great thing about AMA is everything being included, the difference of the excursions. If you just want, you can even go bike riding through the cities. Included.
And you know what, Andrea? One of the things that when I leave a cruise, I leave with a sense of pride that is so strong to leave behind these beautiful ships, knowing that they are in the care of the crew and the staff that's on board. And I am so proud to represent those folks here in the Mid-Atlantic and talking to travel advisors and just reminiscing about the wonderful experiences that I've had personally. And, you know, you have to pull me kicking and screaming off the ship each time because it is so wonderful and so enjoyable.
All right, we're going to take a break. So what's our final segment like?
So we're going to talk about what else AMA Waterways has to offer. If you don't want to go to Portugal, if you want to go on the Rhine or the Danube, there's so much more that AMA Waterways can provide to you.
Get you all around the world for sure. We'll come back. Abby Wells, AMA Waterways. One more segment today on AAA East Central's Talking Travel with your Pratt Pack KDKA. Good morning.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey folks, winter is here. For many of our neighbors, staying warm is not guaranteed. Local families, seniors, and many in need are struggling to keep their heat on. You can help by supporting Dollar Energy Fund during the Warmathon. Every donation goes directly towards helping someone maintain utility services so they can stay warm in their home this winter. Just one gift can make all the difference. Give warmth, give hope. Donate now at warmathon.com. Because no one should have to face winter in the cold.
Having trouble keeping up with your electric bill? Duquesne Light Company can help customers manage costs through their Customer Assistance Program. Flexible payment plans, budget billing, rebates, and more. Duquesne Light realizes these are difficult times, and they are all committed to supporting our communities. Discover how you can save money and stay comfortable in your home year-round by visiting DuquesneLight.com/assistance. That's DuquesneLight.com/assistance.
It's Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. We've been keeping Pittsburgh comfortable since 1947. From leaky faucets and water heaters to boiler service, HVAC inspections, and hydrojetting. We've seen it all, and we handle it all. Remember, our technicians are certified, not commissioned, so they're trained to do the job right, not sell you something you don't need. Call 412-431-7455 or find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
It's tax time, y'all. If you want to file free, this next one's for you.
Now taxes is so free. Tax-free edition only. Roughly 37% of filings qualify. Simple form 1040 returns only. Now this is tax.
Love that jam. Up next, commercials.
Intuit TurboTax Free Edition. See if you qualify at turbotax.com/free. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, student loan interest, and Schedule 1A.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment. Abby Wells, AMA Waterways, and then I'll get ready for some open talk. But in the meantime, let's get back to your host, AAA Essentials Talking Travel. Here's Andrea Benacki. Andrea.
All right, so AMA Waterways has so many different destinations to offer. Abby, what if Portugal in 2027 doesn't align with someone's schedule? What else can they do on AMA Waterways?
Well, Andrea, that's the beauty of working with AAA East Central. Even if this specific President's Cruise doesn't work with your summer in 2027, there are so many delicious options for people to choose from. We sail all over the world. For first-time river cruisers who are just interested in experiencing something really traditional, we have itineraries in Central Europe along the Rhine and the Danube. And these are great introductions. They give you everything. They give you the onboard experience, but then also the storybook castles and cathedrals and these wonderful, charming towns. Or if people are looking for something a little more immersive, perhaps a little extra traveled, more adventurous, then the rivers of France are spectacular, from food and wine and art and history. We travel in all three major wine regions of France. And I know I am a huge Francophile. I was lucky enough to spend a year in France between high school and college. And so it has always been really close to my heart. And those are really special trips. But then if you have somebody who wants to do something really over the top, AMA Waterways sails the Mekong River in Southeast Asia between Vietnam and Cambodia.
Wow.
We are on the Nile River in Egypt, where people can go and check that bucket list item off, seeing the Great Pyramids, seeing the Valley of the Kings. We are also on the Chobe River in southern Africa for folks who are interested in a safari experience. We offer a river and land safari experience in southern Africa that is absolutely unmatched. Imagine standing on your balcony and being about 12 feet away from a herd of elephants, just completely in the wild. This is something that is so unique to AMA Waterways, and that's because in Southern Africa, they don't have the nautical schedules like they do in Europe. So those ships go wherever the animals are. And everybody who experiences that Southern Africa trip, they come back and they say that they absolutely checked every single dream and wish off of their list. And then finally, our newest destination that is also quite exotic is on the Magdalena River in Colombia in South America. And this is what I think is just the best exotic trip for somebody who doesn't want to commit to a 24-hour flight or an 18-hour flight to get halfway across the world. Sailing on the Magdalena in Colombia requires basically a 3-hour flight from where you are in the greater Pittsburgh or just Pennsylvania. 3-hour flight down to Miami, change planes, Miami to Cartagena, 3 hours, and you're there in a part of the world that is so natural and so undiscovered. And for example, you can see more birds and flowers and different plants and tropical areas along the Magdalena than you would experience anywhere in North America. And it's so close. And it's such a wonderful part of the world where people are opening up to tourism, and they are just so excited to meet our guests and watch them from the riverbanks enjoying this wonderful new destination. So I know that all of the advisors with AAA they have all of the information. They can share all of these itineraries with travelers, and they can match what the traveler wants to do with one of our itineraries. And so whether it's your first river cruise experience or your fifth, and it's just river cruising is one of the most rewarding experiences to see the world. And with AMA Waterways, it's done so thoughtfully and with so much care. So however you choose to travel, whether it's Portugal in 2027 or another river around the world, we would love to welcome anybody on board.
Those destinations sound wonderful. And those are destinations that normally people would just do a land tour on. And to know that you can do that on a river cruise, one-stop shop is great. So let's just recap our the President's Cruise for everyone in the last couple of minutes, and then don't forget 1-800-354-8761 or stop into your local office. But go ahead, Abby, just recap that, and then and tell us just the dates, where it's going.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So once again, we are doing the Douro River Valley. We are sailing from Porto in Portugal, and the dates are August 5th through the 13th of 2027. It's a wonderful time of year to be in Portugal, especially with this winter that we've had. Boy, it's wonderful to think about some sunny, hot weather, and so it's just the best time. So we'll be sailing 7 nights, and we are on board AMA Sintra with a maximum of 104 people on board. We will visit some incredible sites. We're going to be visiting the Templar Knights Castle. We will visit the cities of Hegua and Pinhal, where you have some of Portugal's most important history. You'll see the beautiful blue and white tiles that are so endemic to Portugal. You'll learn about the castles, the palaces, the city of Salamanca
All
that
of
we'll
it.
visit in Spain. I mean, all of it. It is just this wonderful trip.
Don't miss it. 800-354-8761. Showbiz means we got to go. Great job. Thank you. Abby, come back anytime, okay?
Thank you so much. It's been such a pleasure.
All right, AAA.com/radio for the itinerary, but dream it, plan it, book it, pick up the phone, stop in, do it online, get her done, and set sail with the Prez. You're going to love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
All right, new news. I'm never done. I got another hour to go. Stay with me.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many years, but it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Happy holidays from D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling. D'Amelio's services heating, cooling, commercial refrigeration, and tap beer systems. D'Amelio's services all brands and provides 24-hour service. And D'Amelio's Heating and Cooling is a Carrier Factory certified dealer. D'Amelio's Incorporated is a family-owned Pennsylvania heating and air conditioner contractor invested in providing you with the finest strategies, heating and cooling systems at reasonable cost. D'Amelio's, 724-838-9360.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 45 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. In Indiana County, 3 people died in a house fire. It happened Friday morning around 4:15. Fire started at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer Borough. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. The people who died, Indiana County Coroner's Office says 34-year-old Kirk Fabishevsky, his 2 children, 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died. Cause of the fire is under investigation. Well, a large law enforcement presence descended on an area of Tucson, Arizona, related to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. It was nearly 2 weeks ago. Investigators say she was taken against her will from her home. A Friday night movement is confirmed as related to her disappearance. Here's CBS reporter Christian Benavidez.
Sources with knowledge say law enforcement officials reviewed video at this Walmart location in Tucson.
I think that suspects should be afraid every night. We're going to find you.
The sheriff denied reports his department was withholding evidence from the FBI by using a contracted lab in Florida instead of the FBI lab.
Why not lean on Quantico and their lab?
It adds a step that's not needed. I have a lab that has taken on this evidence.
Do you still use your local library? 54% of Americans say they use the libraries annually. Ruth Neely, the executive director of the Sewickley Public Library, says despite this being the digital age, libraries are having a major resurgence.
Access and skills and trust are not accessible online. And so libraries are here to help bridge that gap through our collections and our programming.
She tells Michael Bartley on KDKA Radio, right now it's a challenge to keep up with the demand.
We circulate nearly 400,000 print books per year. So
Just
it's
in
really
the Sewickley Public Library?
Yes.
And she says the Sewickley Library remains fine-free, meaning no overdue fines. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03, almost 12:03. AccuWeather forecasts coming up.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Warmer this afternoon, sun followed by some clouds and a high of 50, then rather cloudy, low 37 tonight. Occasional rain, high 45 for tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Heather Zaire, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
Long-range forecasts indicate brutal winter conditions are coming to an end, and not a moment too soon. The numbers show we endured the coldest start to a year since 1994 and racked up at least 25 days with temperatures below 15 degrees, the second most all time. As the deep freeze fades away, higher utility bills are arriving. Electricity rates went up 6 to 10.5% in December. Natural gas rates are up 5 to 6.5% as well. These higher rates, combined with much higher usage during a long stretch of extreme cold, made the 18th annual NRG KDK Radio Warmathon more relevant than ever. And you responded with kindness, helping us raise more than $364,000 to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund. More than 1,000 Western Pennsylvania families in need will be getting utility assistance thanks to your generosity. And you can still make a donation online through the Dollar Energy Fund Warmathon page. To the listeners and sponsors helping Pittsburgh area families stay warm and pay their utility bills, we couldn't do it without you.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
All right, you know, I love being Catholic, and not that the diocese needs me to give them any publicity, but I'm going to do it because Andrea Benacki, who was just leaving, I said, you got to stay, because she mentioned one thing that I never get tired of talking about, and that's food. Her father, retired firefighter, can cook. Mom of Italian heritage, an incredible cook. And someday I will be at your family's house just knocking on the door to say hello.
You can come over.
I wish I could eat that way, but I can't. I got to do it in moderation, but I still love talking about it. But you brought up something that's near and dear to my heart. Fat Tuesday, obviously Ash Wednesday. We're getting ready at Coons Market with all those fish sandwiches. Can't wait for that. And Frank will be here tomorrow to talk about Meatless Mills, Coons Cooking Hour. And their fish sandwiches are absolutely to die for. But you mentioned the stuff that your mom's going to prepare for Tuesday. And I said, you cannot leave this building until you talk about this menu. So this is what Andrea's mom, God bless you, she's going to prepare Tuesday. Go ahead.
So every Fat Tuesday, since my grandmother was alive, they made cavatail, which is kind of like a gnocchi, but it's not potato. It's a noodle rolled up. So she makes that with spaghetti sauce, of course.
Oh, my.
Meatballs, brajol.
Oh, my goodness.
You name it, it's there. So I think one year she had chicken, like chicken parm. So, yeah, it just depends on what's...
Andrea.
Yeah.
You realize how fortunate your family to grow up with this type of stuff. Now, my mother, who's been gone forever, I was just talking to her this morning. She didn't answer, but I was talking to her and telling her how much I love her as I was leaving. Don't ask me why, but I think about her a lot. But she did this all the time, and your mom is still doing this stuff.
She is. I think she loves to do it.
They do.
Yeah.
But, you know, every once in a while, you could take her to Olive Garden.
Yeah, I know.
Come on,
That's
Mom.
what she said. She said her birthday's coming up, and she's like, all I want to tell you is that I want to go out to eat, and I know you're the only one that'll do it, so that's why I'm telling you to take me out to eat for my birthday.
Listen, That endless salad at the Olive Garden is to die for. Listen, I used to go over in Green Tree every Sunday, and you can get the big vats of wedding soup and stuff. I'd get to like the $100 worth of wedding soup, and I'd eat it all week.
Oh, my gosh.
And they would come out, and they would be like two-fisting it, trying to just struggling to get to the car. But, this was such a big deal when I was a kid. The punchkis, obviously, and you would load up. And then Lent would come. And Michael Bartley's in the back, and I know Rob, they both went to Central Catholic, and I know Alonzo did, so we're all connected to the Catholic faith in one way or the other. But we used to really give up stuff that mattered back in the day.
Yes.
I mean, like candy.
Yeah.
Not fighting with your sisters in my case.
Right.
Actually getting up instead of your mother having to drag you out of bed in the morning, cleaning your room extra more than you normally would. And that's what we did. And I remember going to Mass on Good Friday, and it lasted forever. Now they do 15-minute visits. And I tell my kids, you know how lucky you are? I mean, we used to have to go, and you'd be kneeling for hours on end. But I just told Andrea moments ago, I love this time of year, especially Holy Week, like Monday, Thursday, Good Friday, Holy Saturday, Blessing of the Feet, the baskets. It's a really special time in our faith.
It is. And I went to Catholic school growing up, so
I always wanted to do that.
Yeah.
That's special.
Yeah. So, like you said, Ash Wednesday, we had to sit in Mass all day. Now you could just stop by the church and they'll just bless you and you could leave.
Listen,
we had to sit through Mass.
I got to tell you. So it was one Ash Wednesday, and I was running around, and I'm driving through Ambridge, and I went, oh, there's a church. I'll run in and get ashes. Well, I went in, and this thing's going on, and nobody's genuflecting. No one's making the sign of the cross, and I'm going. I'm in the middle of this giant family. I got pushed in the middle of this pew, and I'm like pulling the kneeler down, and the guy's like, what are you doing? And here it turns out it was a Byzantine church. So I'm leaving. So we get outside. The guy, I said, I didn't get my ashes. He put his thumb like on a retaining wall and got some dirt on it, and he put ashes on my forehead. I said, now do you feel better? But I mean, I would be driving in Ohio, West Virginia, looking at my watch. Okay, is it close to noon? I got to get you had to have ashes.
Yes, you did.
I don't know.
Yeah.
And then these, I don't know about you, but if I had to have a last meal, it would be a Coons Market fish sandwich and like mac and cheese. Oh,
yeah.
You like fried fish?
I can eat it around Lent, but it's not my go-to on a normal day. But yeah, I can eat it. But I do love the fish fries, and I prefer like fried shrimp or something like that. But they're all so good.
They are.
I know.
Listen,
I can't wait to go to one.
Before I got back into shape, the pandemic almost put me over the edge. They used to call me Tons of Fun. I gained I gained well over 50 pounds over those 4 years. I ate 2 of those fish sandwiches in one sitting.
Really?
And I could have eaten a third. They are so good. They got these Stallone rolls.
Oh my gosh.
And listen, you're getting old when you like tartar sauce. I would look at my dad and go, oh my, what are you doing? He'd get like a McFish even and put tartar.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you doing? Put some Heinz ketchup on that. He said, you'll learn to appreciate this when you get older. And now I love tartar sauce.
Yeah. Do you allow yourself to have a fish sandwich?
No bread.
Okay.
Yeah, no bread. I know. And Salone's bread's the best. Every once in a while, I'll, slap a little butter on it or something like that. But I literally, I'm in the stores all the time.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes the line is so long, and I'm thankful because if it wasn't, I would be like,
jump in it. Yep.
Listen, have you ever looked into that glass case and saw that golden brown? It's like your mom. What I miss, and I'm sure she does it, you come in there and you can smell the sauce.
Yes. She starts it early because she fries pork at the bottom of the sauce because it's a pork-based sauce. So that's the first thing you smell when you go into her house.
That's a true Italian family.
Yeah.
If it's a pork sauce and not a meat sauce, and if they're throwing in some spare ribs, you better get ready to do the tear and tell.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What? I mean, she must have the strongest biceps in all of Pittsburgh for rolling. How many meatballs? I mean, she does this all the time.
Yeah, she does it. She makes a ton of meatballs because, my sister and I, for little girls, we can eat. That all of our friends say so. We love
I know,
food.
but I always.
But I grew up in an Italian family. That's why I love to
Did you have the big Sunday dinner?
Every Sunday.
Still.
We don't anymore since my grandma passed. But when she was alive, I mean, there was not one Sunday that she didn't make sauce.
Listen, you're dating an Italian girl when all you do is hear about the grandmother, but you've never met her. And I'm like, where is she? She's in the basement cooking. You know? Listen, I remember every Italian, they had a kitchen in their basement.
Oh, my gosh.
And my daughter's godparents, or the Piccarellis, Joe Piccarelli and his wife, Nicole, Joe's mother, Mary, I went to the house one time up there in Moon, or Coriopolis, whatever, and we're in the basement, and she was cooking. And I swear to God, if God would have come down and said, you're going to die here, and this is eternity, you're never getting to leave this basement, I would have signed right there on the dotted line. Ernie Ritchie's making this stuff, and he's getting sausage, putting it into like a heart link, you know what I mean? I love Italian food.
Yeah.
And I know people say, and Joe Dantisi and I used to argue all the time, my dear friend, I miss him every day, moderation, moderation. But can you eat one meatball?
No.
Honestly.
No. I eat it, like I'll go to her house early and she'll have them fried, but they're not in the sauce yet. They're just in a bowl. I eat them for breakfast, and then she throws them in the sauce, and then I eat it for lunch and then dinner.
Well, so Jessica was here earlier today, Festa, doing her show, and she was talking about this new restaurant, Rocco's, on the north side. Have you heard about it?
No.
Lucatino's now, by the way. Carnegie, Rico Lenardi, Slice on Broadway. I wish him nothing but the best. You know it's going to be spectacular. So if you're looking for a place to take your Valentine, you may want to do that. But I was talking to her because she's like you, physically fit, works out. And I'm like, how do you eat these meatballs? She goes, I said, how do you eat all that pasta? And she says, I really kind of go for more of the protein, the meatballs. But I'm telling you right now, I could crush a dozen meatballs and not look back.
Me too, especially my mom's. I have to bring you some of my mom's.
Let me ask you something. Has she written these recipes down?
No, she just does it.
Do you cook at all?
Not really, no.
Does your husband cook?
No.
Why do you?
We make my niece, the older one, Lexi, cook with my mom so that she remembers all the recipes.
Listen.
I told her we're all counting on her.
Now the truth is out. You wanted her to get close to your mother, not because you wanted them to bond. You want to make sure these recipes live on, right?
Right.
I will promise you this. I don't know what happened to the last 20 years, but they went by so fast.
Yeah.
You'll see a wooden spoon one day for no reason, and you'll start to cry because it'll remind you of your mother.
Yeah.
I remember my mother putting on Rosemary Clooney records, Dean Martin, Sinatra, and holding that wooden spoon that was dripping with sauce, no air conditioning, just sweltering heat in the kitchen. And she'd twirl her little dish towel, and she would sing into that, like mimic those great songs. And we would get a little bit of that sauce and a piece of bread. You'd have thought we had everything.
Yeah.
We had everything. Now, you still do the whole Mass at Easter and all that stuff?
I don't go anymore. My nieces are in, Bella's still in a Catholic school, but.
We all need to kind of get better at that.
I go when she, like, christening, you know.
I get it.
That kind of stuff.
But you know what? My mom, if she was here, what she'd say. My mother used to get us up on holy days 2 hours before the 6 a.m. church. I'd be like, Mom, wash behind your ears. Father's going to be looking. So the whole time I'd be sitting there going, my ears clean.
Yeah,
I can't see my ears. But I was an usher for 10 years, and I did it every Saturday night, and it truly was some of the best years of my life. There's nothing like being a part of a parish. And I know the parish that I belong to for many years. They've got their winter carnival that's happening through the weekend. It's all good. But the pierogies, I've never gotten into pierogies, and I've tried. You like pierogies?
Yes, I love them.
I'd have to say that twice, did I? Holy mackerel. Does your mom make homemade pizza once in a while? No.
Yes, she makes homemade pizza, yeah.
Okay, last question, then I got to go. What's the most favorite thing your mother makes that you crave all the time?
Spaghetti. I love her sauce. I could drink it.
Oh, my goodness.
It's so good.
Does she have like a little ladle of it, like extra on the side?
Yeah, well, she makes a pot, like one of those big silver old pots, like full of sauce.
What?
And then she'll freeze it because we don't throw any sauce away. You can't waste it.
That's what Cool Whip containers are for.
She'll freeze it, and then, like whenever she just wants to whip up a batch of spaghetti, she'll just thaw out her sauce.
My mother used to save Cool Whip and Sealtest cottage cheese, okay? And those lids, and she'd put masking tape, and she'd write spaghetti sauce. She'd put the date on it, and she'd always say, check the date. Because you would go over, and you'd be having a rough day, And she'd say, let me make you some sauce. I'm like, Mom, don't go. She, oh, no problem. She'd open up that freezer, and it'd be like 10 jars of the sauce. But it's so true. Just a little bit of sauce, bread, and a meatball can change your entire day.
Yep.
All right. Anything sweet for the holiday? You like desserts at all?
I'm not a big dessert person. I like salty better, like potato chips, things like that. But she is making a dessert. She did say she was making something. I don't remember what she said.
Let me leave you with this. When you go see your mom, you give her a kiss on the cheek from me.
I will.
Because I'm telling you, you have no idea how lucky you are.
I'll send you some pictures of our
please,
food.
please. That would just make my day. The great Andrea Benacki, and to her mom and dad, God bless you for keeping those traditions alive. But, man, I just remember, I'll talk about it when I come back on the other side, but this time of year is such a special time, especially in my faith. Have a great rest of your day.
You too, Rob.
All right, meatballs, spaghetti. Come on, that's the way to go. We'll be back.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
The National Negro Opera Company began right here in Pittsburgh in 1941. Founded by Mary Cardwell Dawson, it became the first successful African-American opera company in the United States at a time when Black performers were shut out of major opera houses because of segregation. This company created professional stages where Black singers could train, perform, and shine. What started in Pittsburgh grew into a national movement, producing full operas and launching careers, proving that excellence rises even when doors are closed.
I'm Mike Broniszewski of Sarver True Value.
And I'm Andy Amrine of Evie True Value. The temperature can get pretty low here in Pittsburgh. On those cold days, True Value features heat holders to keep you warm from head to toe. Heat holders, hats, gloves, socks, and feet warmers are available in various colors and styles for men, women, and children. Heat holders in True Value, making life warmer. Evie True Value and Sarver True Value, proud supporters of KDKA's Warmathon.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, just a little bit more of some humorous stuff before we kind of get down to some of the big headlines of the day that we began the show with many, many hours ago before the sun came up, and we came out fast and furious, and we had people lighting the phones up early on some of the topics. But, with Andrea here, young and, just in that perfect age in her life, married with her husband and, going to her mom's house, that just brings back so many memories. But my grandmother was a very young woman when she got married, so when I was growing up, she was like a second mom because she was like very, very young, right? And my mom, was trying to negotiate 6 kids and, a lot of work. So my grandmother always kind of took 1 or 2 off of her hands to give her a helping hand. But I remember Holy Week. And she lived on top of the hill in New Brighton, and down over the hill was Catholic Church that we attended, which is still there to this day, but obviously a consolidated parish now. But I remember we went to her house every single Sunday. But I remember like Holy Thursday was kind of really hip, cool, celebrating. Then Good Friday, around 3 o'clock, I mean, it was lockdown. All of us had to sit on the couch. This is when your feet were still dangling from the couch. And I don't know about you or how many of you remember this, but it always seemed like that time that, Jesus was supposedly crucified, it would always get dark. And every once in a while, you'd hear like a rumble of thunder. And I remember watching The Robe with Victor Mature, one of my all-time favorite movies. But I had just seen it like the night before, a couple of nights before, because my grandmother, she would have you stay overnight if you had a couple of days off from school. And she'd get you all lathered up on Maxwell House coffee, so she'd have company throughout the night when she's making all the baked goods and getting ready for the holiday, the ham and stuff like that. That movie just scared the bejeebers out of me. Victor Mature absolutely loved it, right? Great content. Supposedly, the robe, Jesus, the Roman soldiers, centurions were gambling for it, that whole thing, right? But it always seemed to happen, and you'd be sitting there, and just when you would try to lift your head to make eye contact with anything because you were petrified, there would be that symbol of our beautiful religion that I have in just about every room in my house, a crucifix. But it just made you, even back then, understand the significance of faith and why you have to buy into it. And look, I have said we could all do a better job practicing our faith. And I'm the first to admit, since the pandemic, I have not gotten back on a regular basis like I should. But I still go from time to time. But there was a time in my life, and people who know me for decades, I mean, even if I was the walking wounded, I found a way to get to church. And those 10 years that I ushered really were some of the best years of my life. And I got to meet a lot of gentlemen who were, in that church for such a long time, many of them my age now. And we had like a little bit of a bonding there. And we had a chance to get to know people on a regular basis. And, just getting an extra chair for somebody or showing them to their seat or helping communion go smoothly, it gave you like a really good feeling inside. But I remember, obviously all of the different masses and things that we went through. There's Michael Bartley just giving me the thumbs up. Listen, if there's anybody who knows the Diocese of Pittsburgh, it's Michael Bartley. But I absolutely love my faith. Get in here. I'm so glad you showed up. Go in that side chair. I was going to get you in there, but I know you're tired. Go ahead, jump in.
Can I just say that I'm back at my cubicle planning my show.
I couldn't help it.
For 2 o'clock. I know. Wait.
I can't help
it. But, Rob, listen. I didn't know you ushered. I usher.
I love it.
I still usher. Noon. I'll be there at noon tomorrow.
I love it.
Isn't it wonderful?
It is. It is. I love our faith. I need to get better at it. I've kind of dropped the ball in recent years.
I do, too. And listen, I've learned the hard way. I get mad with certain issues.
Yeah, I know.
All right, and certain priests. And then I'm like, why do you do that to yourself? That's between, I got mad political stuff, all right? And my friend at St. Rosalia, and I was telling her, and she went like this. She pointed, Rob, she pointed up to the crucifix. Translation, that's why we're here, dum-dum. Not because of your personal little, tortured fights.
When I was having some personal issues in my marriage, I actually thought, I was hearing voices in the whole world. I used to think some of these homilies were directed to me. And I'd be like dipping my head thinking, oh, God. But I want you to just hang one more segment.
Sure. I'm walking by thinking, he's talking about ushering.
Well,
I love this.
All this stuff I've been hammering and talking about, the serious stuff. And Andrea brought up about her mom.
And I heard some of her, too. Are you guys talking about this because of Lent coming up?
Well, because her mom makes this big dinner on Tuesday for Fat Tuesday.
You were talking about meatballs. I was so
You know where she's from?
Where's she from?
Hazelwood.
And she is?
I forgot. But
wait, where did she go? Where is she? She leave?
She's the best.
Oh.
But she's from Hazelwood. But then her dad, I guess, lived in Greenfield for a while. But Hazelwood, Greenfield, and Squirrel Hill.
Hey.
Right there, man. That's the triple header.
St. Steve. Oh, I'm telling you. They made meatballs there.
Don't go anywhere.
I'm telling you.
Listen, getting ready for Lent. Don't forget those fabulous fish sandwiches. Have you ever had one?
Yeah. Phenomenal.
They are they? They're delicious. All right, we'll be right back.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Berg with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today. Visit sliceonbroadway.com. This winter, help keep Western Pennsylvania families warm. Support Dollar Energy Fund by bidding in the online Warmathon auction at warmathon.com. For nearly 20 years, Warmathon has helped provide critical utility assistance to neighbors in need. Bid today and help make a difference this winter. New to Rivers Casino? Join now and earn up to $1,000 free slot play. Stop by Rush Rewards on your next visit to start earning today. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Details at KDKA-radio.com.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Pittsburgh is on the clock. Our comprehensive draft coverage is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's more than just the players. It's the vibe of the city. Where to go? What to do? We have you covered. It's presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and by Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. On the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 47 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 3 people were taken to the hospital after a crash in Aliquippa. Police say the crash happened Friday evening along Kennedy Boulevard in the 1300 block. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in the crash flipped over. One person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported to the hospital by ambulance. No word on the conditions of those who were injured. The crash is under investigation. A major fast food chain is reportedly ready to shut down a large number of its restaurants this year. Here's CBS News correspondent Peter King.
More than 4 decades after this ad became its trademark and a pop culture reference point,
where's the beef?
Wendy's says it will close hundreds of locations this year after a fourth quarter that was weaker than expected. The company says it closed 28 restaurants during that period, with as many as nearly 360 to shut down during the first half of this year, or as much as 6% of its nearly 6,000 locations. The company hasn't said exactly where those closures will happen. Peter King, CBS News.
KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Elevate your sleep experience with an adjustable bed and make everyday activities like reading, watching TV, and working in bed more comfortable. At the Original Mattress Factory, we know not all adjustable beds are created equal. You want one that has the features you actually need, like anti-snore and zero-gravity positions. We offer high-quality adjustable bases paired with a hand-built mattress, all at a factory direct value. And we have product in stock and ready when you are. Visit an OMF location to elevate your sleep experience today.
Hi, News Radio KDK's Paul Alexander with some really good news. If you're dreaming about a getaway that feels truly refreshing, this September it's time to discover Arizona with me for a 5-day trip based in beautiful scenic Flagstaff. From there, we'll take in the stunning red rocks of Sedona, stand in awe of the Grand Canyon, and relax along the clear blue waters of Lake Powell. It's a perfect mix of natural beauty, easy adventure, and unforgettable views, all at the best time of the year, with fewer crowds and comfortable temperatures. 5 days, incredible scenery, and memories we'll talk about long after we're home. This September date will fill quickly, so don't wait. Visit travelwithkdka.com for all the details and to reserve your spot on this unforgettable Arizona escape. Or you can call my friends at Cruise and Tour, 800-383-3131. That's 800-383-3131. Give Cruise and Tour a call. Or visit travelwithkdka.com to book your trip today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sun followed by some clouds this afternoon. It'll be warmer with a high of 50, then rather cloudy, low 37 tonight. Clouds and occasional rain with a high of 45 tomorrow. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Heather Zayer, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, we'll be back on Monday. Lots to talk about. As always, Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6. Catch you on Monday right here, KDK.
Yeah, this is better than anything I got. I took care of all the heavy-hitting stuff. He can do that later today. We're going to finish this show up with my man, Michael Bartley, the Pride of Greenfield. I want to go on a world tour.
Why were you going on about the Catholic Church? Why did that get into your head?
Listen, I helped my church because they got the Winter Carnival this weekend, and I love Fat Tuesday. I love fish sandwiches, Coons Market. I love Holy Week. I love Monday, Thursday,
Rob,
Good Friday.
I heard you and Andrea talking about Holy Thursday. Can I please tell you that?
Please do.
And I get mad at the church, like, so we're human beings, and so are they. So let's get that out.
But seriously, I don't really have anything. I get mad at myself for not going as much, but it's such a helpful tool.
My closest friends are the priests and the sisters. But Holy Thursday. I'm going to see how smart you are. Right. Okay, Rob.
Don't do
Holy Thursday, that mass. All right.
Mm-hmm.
When they wash the feet of the apostles. And, but they play that song, Now We Remain. Did you ever hear that song?
I'm sure I have.
Okay, you have, and it makes me cry.
Ave Maria does it for me.
Oh, me too.
That was my mother's
But
favorite.
that is the most beautiful liturgy of the year.
Well, let me
Holy
tell you how
Thursday.
there must be something in it. So you had a beautiful woman of the Jewish faith, and you had a Catholic get together, Bob O'Connor and Judy, two of my dearest friends.
Oh, yeah. Bob O'Connor was an usher.
Yes, and today, you know what's going on right now? I just noticed. This is why I love this Corey O'Connor. He and his son are out there filling potholes today in the city of Pittsburgh. But Heidi is wonderful.
I love Heidi.
But Father Terry O'Connor he's one of the reasons why we have such hope in our diocese.
There's no question. And I see him at the Greenfield Giant Eagle all the time. He's like, oh, how you doing? And this and that. And you know how many funerals I attended that he did the mass because he grew up sort of in Greenfield, Squirrel Hill and all that type of stuff. But he's wonderful. And, Rob, you got to look. We have to look. We have to look to guys like him and never, ever, ever be afraid to tell them what's on your mind. My spiritual advisor, and I like to have a spiritual advisor to ask, say what's going on in my life, all that type of stuff. And you mentioned Hazelwood, and Andrea's from Hazelwood. Father Dan Walsh, who lives in Hazelwood, and I'm on his board at Fishes and Loaves, and I go to his noon mass every Sunday.
What board is that?
Fishes and Loaves from the Bible, Fishes and Loaves.
Yeah.
It's a food pantry that he founded.
That's pretty
and
cool.
It's wonderful. But Rob, he is he's not a diocesan priest. He's a Spiritan from Duquesne.
Wow.
And he was a missionary, but he's like. You can't be afraid to tell people that. And some people look at me like, you tell
what I've always
tell priests your stuff? And I'm like, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's trust there. Don't you agree?
Listen, I probably tell them too much. I've always...
Me too, probably.
Listen, Father Burke, all these guys, I can't...
Tom Burke, I love...
These people, I'm telling you, when Bishop Zubik, obviously our new bishop...
I like David Zubik very much, and I just saw him not long ago.
They're really good people.
I know. I agree. Father Tom Miller, do you know him?
Oh, love him.
Oh, that's my man.
And let me tell you something. Right now...
How about my man Nick Vaskoff? I have him on every so often.
I know who Nick is. And Father Lingwin, obviously, for years.
Yeah, I see him when I sneak in for Chris Moore once in a while, I run into Ron Lingwin.
This young superstar, Joe Freedy, have you heard of him?
Very well. Yeah,
Listen,
I know Joe.
He's doing stuff in Elwood City. I was in Elwood City the other day. They love this guy.
The problem, though, and it's sad, is we're a sacramental church. But we don't have the vocations we did. And I hate to be negative about that, but, when I look at last week's St. Anselm closing, there were so many Irish Swissville families
But
out the East and all those consolidations, it's very sad.
But let me come to the defense here for one second.
All right,
And they just knocked down the church in Bloomfield, which is, just horrible. But I, too, was like you, okay? But I must tell you what I've noticed, because I go out and do all these social media videos for folks, whether it's their carnival or their fish fry. It's actually made these churches, in some cases, even stronger, to where they've started to really help each other, and they're sharing ideas and festivals and money, and more people coming to certain masses. And I know it still has some kinks to work out, but it's actually made some of the. I can tell you from
I think
Rochester
maybe
to
in some
Brighton,
instances,
but you can't keep
I'm
all
sure you're right.
You can't keep all those parishes open. You know what your heating bill is now. You know what mine was $500, and I don't have a cathedral. I mean, can you imagine what these churches?
All I'm saying is this, Rob Pratt. You ready?
Yeah.
Listen, we worked our tails off for the church, my church. When I'm dead and then the casket from Kenai Funeral Home, I want my casket going down the aisle at St. Rosalia. You know what Father Tom Miller said to me?
What did he say?
He's hilarious. You know what he said? He goes, Michael, relax. It will be. Listen, if Rosalia's closes and it becomes a bar restaurant, we'll just call the guy, get the key, and open the door and push your casket down the aisle. Relax.
Hey, remember when you were a kid, though, and you'd be like at a social event or out shopping with your mom, and the parish priest would walk in?
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Hey.
Hey, but back in the day, you had relatives who were nuns and priests.
I know.
I did. Huh?
You did. I didn't.
Oh, man.
Did I? No, I didn't.
And that's another thing. I get mad when people criticize the nuns. They were the backbone of the church. Okay, Rob, you ready? I'm going to tell you this right now. I'll leave you with this one.
No, you're staying right here.
You ready? Yeah. I got to go.
I know, but you got a couple more minutes.
Wait, you know what, Rob? Now let me ask you what you think of this. You ready?
I'm ready.
Pope Leo, I love him.
I love him too.
Okay, all right.
They had to do that.
What does that mean?
Because we got a lot of Catholics in this great country of ours, and we're going to be the spiritual leader of taking our church into this next generation.
I think I like him a lot. I think he's a cool cat.
What do you think that would be like, waking up with that responsibility?
Oh my.
I like our church better now, and I'll tell you why.
Compared to when?
When I was growing up.
Oh, yeah.
Because
you do?
Even though we've gone through some tough times.
And don't go on about that Latin mass stuff. I don't speak Latin.
Listen. Dominus Obisco, Ecum Spiritus.
In nomine Patris, Filii, Spiritus Sancti.
Listen, that's all. I knew it. I fooled my grandmother for years. I got an extra meatball out of that. But listen, it's out in the open now. Everything's we're all it's more transparent. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Do you ever think the young people are going to like? I'm just saying this, and I know you're not going to tell me I'm wrong. When we were younger, 90% of the weddings we went to were in Catholic churches, and don't say I'm wrong about
You're
that.
Not wrong.
And now the kids get married, and I have no problem with it. I'm not saying that. I have absolutely. They get married on the beach and barns and farmhouses and this and that. I don't have any problem with that. That's their business, and just I'm not delving into that. You have every right to be what you want to be, but I'm just saying, if you go into a typical one of our churches, go on Holy Thursday night. I'll take you.
Oh, I still
and then
love
we go get some fish. But Rob, I'll take you. And I'll defy you to find 10 people under the age of 40 or 50.
How do we change that?
I don't know. That's my question. That's what I'm asking you. I'm saying this to you right now, and maybe people smarter than you and I, like Vaskoff and Miller and Walsh, they could tell us. But I'm telling you right now, Rob.
Here's what I would like to do.
This Pope Leo, I think, is connecting a little bit. I do.
We'll get him on the Zoom line.
Yeah, we'll do it.
I would love it. But here's what I want to do, and I've been saying this in my God Squad, I call him, and I've been telling Father Burke this. I would like on my show, once a quarter, or maybe once a month, get 3 or 4 priests in here.
I think it'd be a blast.
Or even a rabbi, a priest, minister, whatever, and just talk about faith, because what worries me as we move into next generation after next generation, you got to have some spiritual well-being.
I agree.
You have to.
Yeah. I have Nick Vaskoff on a lot because...
See, I miss all this. You got to text me when you have him on.
And you can come and talk to him, too.
I just like to listen.
But Rob, and he's so bright. He was my intern at WQED. But he talks about his message that he'll have, like if I took home for Easter or Holy Week or something like that. And he's cool.
Are you afraid of dying?
No. Are you? You are? Why?
A little bit.
Why? What do you mean?
There's a couple more things I like to do before.
No, Rob, listen. None of us are getting out of this alive.
I know.
Number one.
My mother used to always
Number
say,
two, just accept it. Number three, listen, and cherish every day. Don't you agree? Cherish every single
Every
day.
second.
Live it to the fullest, which you do.
Yeah, amen.
First of all, you look fantastic.
Thank you.
I always say to you, you look,
I came back. But listen,
And
you know, my mother used to always say, even Napoleon's mother died. And
there you go.
But it's true. But I want to go out, and I think I'm there. But just when you think you've accepted everything and you're in the right space. So I'm with my friend Nick Mancini in Elwood City, 75, Italian, loves this radio station, listens all the time. And he's got Father Freedy up there, and they love him.
Oh, yeah.
He had a scapular around his neck. At 75.
A scapular. I remember those.
And I said,
we got them at school.
Yeah, and I went.
What was your grade school?
I didn't go to Catholic school.
Oh, well, okay.
We couldn't afford it.
Yeah, we went. Oh, yeah, we got those.
But think about this. You went to Central Catholic. Rob Taylor went to Central Catholic. Alonzo went to Central.
Marty Griffin did.
Well, that 3 out of 4 ain't bad.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. But what was that like, going to Central Catholic?
Rob, I will tell you, that's an interesting question. I'll be loyal to that school until the day I die.
I love that school.
They were, those Christian brothers were wonderful to me. They really were. They saw every person as an individual, as sort of like Fred Rogers did. And I will be loyal to them till the day I die. And I know people get sick of me saying that. I never had any issues there. I was the class president.
You have your hands in so many things. You're just such a decent human being.
Look who's talking.
I know, but let me tell you something. Of all the things I've done in my life, there are a lot of things I wish I could have done better.
Okay, but answer the question. Why did you say you were afraid of dying? What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, listen, I thought I could do anything. I was Superman. I could go on 2 hours sleep. I could leap tall buildings, single bound. I could get deals done. I could do multi-air shifts, television, radio, standing on my head. I could do anything. But I've come to the realization where I am in my life, and I am vulnerable now because of my age, just like you are, because things happen to you. But I feel great, look great.
You do. And can I just say one thing? I don't want to embarrass you, but you look great, you feel great. I know that. And Rob, I
want to help people.
You've done more than the average person has ever done and will ever do. Well, number one. Number two, You've reached a legendary status in the industry that you chose. Number three, I got to tell you something. Media is a backbiting, it's cynical,
knock you to your knees
business, as you know. You and I have both been in it 40 plus years, and I have never once heard anyone say a bad word about Rob Pratt, and that is on Ash Wednesday. Is Wednesday, and as we say, you and I, God strike me dead on the Blessed Mother if I'm lying. No, I've never heard anyone say a bad word about you.
Here's all I remember about growing up. We had Father Hannon and Father Reichel.
Father what, Hannon?
Hannon.
He was an Irish guy.
And let me tell you something. There'd be 2 people in his line and 1,000 in Father Reichel's line because they knew.
Really?
You were getting, listen, Father Hannon, you could hear that voice. You did what?
We had Father Darty. Raymond Darty. He went to Carnegie Mellon. He punched me in the back on Palm Sunday. I blew the candles out too soon.
But your dad would say you deserved it.
Yeah. That's the other thing. But generationally, me and you.
I'll tell you what my dad, real quick. So he elbows me at church one time. He goes, look at that. I'm like, what? Here, my buddy was an older boy, and he was wearing his tennis shoes. My dad went nuts. He goes, I'm telling you right now, what's this church coming to?
Oh, Rob.
Listen, crazy little things like that.
My dad got mad at us. We snuck out, and he saw us. And when we got home, we snuck out of communion. We left. You weren't allowed to leave the church, and you had to have a bulletin in your hand. And you weren't allowed to leave after got communion and walk out the door in those days.
And your dad would give you some quarters. He said, "Go down there and get that paper for me."
I know. Get out there, I know. Run down and get. Run down.
And then we go to the bakery and get a free cookie.
Yeah. Oh, my dad would say,
"Hey, I got to give you a shot because we've all done it. I've done a bunch of stuff, but we're losing a legend in this broadcasting.
Yes, we are.
Media. Chris Moore.
You know, I had him on last week because I was in for Lenny last Sunday.
Wrote the book.
He's wonderful, and
that's that QED background, like you.
Oh, and we worked together so many years. You know, speaking of getting older and saying the things that you need, and I'm sure Chris won't mind, but about a month ago, Chris came into this studio because I'm in on Sunday. I get out of the chair and get in the chair, just like when you leave here today.
Right.
And he said, "Don't leave." And he hugged me and he said, "I love you."
I know. He got back. I sent him a text.
Can I just say that that meant the world to me, because we worked hand in hand. You know, at QED when we started programming there, Chris and I co-reported and co-produced the first story.
Wow.
In the Hill District, and I'll take that to my grave. You know. And he's so beloved. It's unbelievable.
To just know this, if you do pass and I am here after you're gone,
yeah.
Even if we go through the drive-through at Dunkin' Donuts, I'll tell you it was St. Roselius.
Wait, you bet. I don't care if it's a bar restaurant. I want that casket going down that aisle.
I get it. You know what I told him to do with me?
What?
Cremate me, and throw me in the creek at Brady's Run and get a keg of Iron City.
You get a can of and
have
all
fun.
right, let me go.
Go.
Hey, wasn't this fun? No,
because this is who we are.
I know.
And we're blessed to be from Pittsburgh, and we're blessed to be Catholic.
You know what? I'll tell you something. Larry Richard and I were talking yesterday.
He's a good Catholic.
Let me tell you something about Larry and I. We were talking yesterday because we just had some downtime.
Make it quick because I got to get
all right, give me 30 seconds here. Ready?
Go ahead.
I said, I don't know how we were talking, and I said, I'm going to tell you something, Larry. Maybe the number one reason I love Pittsburgh, if you're arrogant and you're not authentic, you ain't surviving here.
No.
And Larry said, absolutely. Rob Pratt, you know that's true.
Amen, brother. All right, the great, what's your name? Oh, yeah, Michael Bartley coming up later. We're going to be back to wrap it up in just a moment.
It's the little things, the information you need, people you know, the little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found GoodRx. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's GoodRx, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to GoodRx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at EasterSeals.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we'll be back tomorrow, then, of course, throughout the week, 6 to 10. But, you know, I think a good way to end this marathon Saturday is to kind of finish what Michael and I were talking about. And look, Ash Wednesday, Lenten season, Catholic, whatever your faith may be, I think now more than ever, we need to gravitate to something. And the world we're living in is very tough. And, I mean, you think about what's happened to our city financially and people just trying to make ends meet. And we obviously have a mayor who I just have been so impressed with. And I don't want to say I told you so, but I told you so, okay? I know who he is and what's in that DNA, and it's driven. And I'm just so proud to have a chance to kind of sit back from afar and watch what's happening to my beloved Pittsburgh. And I love it. And I know, 7 churches closing. I saw that, and right away, people were texting me and this and that. But you have to understand, take a look at your own utility bills and what you're going through. Unless you have people in these parishes, you can't. But I have seen these parishes actually get stronger and flourish because of these mergers and how they have changed things around. And you have to understand, it's not just about me and you. It's about future generations. It's about people that are actually going to be around long after we're here, giving them an opportunity to go to that Holy Thursday Mass or, celebrate Easter together. And it's important that we save these synagogues, and it's important that we save these parishes and churches. But what we need to do is to save each other from really fighting amongst each other. And look, even if we don't have the same beliefs, and no matter what it is, the bottom line is we're still in this together, and we need to lean on each other. We need to help each other. And really, we need more love in this world. And I'm talking about just being patient enough to listen to people when they talk, to understand that they too have an opinion they're strong about. And if it starts to go in the wrong direction, you need to take it upon yourself to dial it down a little bit. And I'll tell you, somebody said to me many, many years ago, I said, so why do you still go to Mass after all these years? I said, you've never really appeared to be overly religious. And that person said to me, Rob, I go mainly to just sit and to decompress and to feel that spiritual warmth that I get. Don't understand everything. Don't pray the entire time I'm there. Don't read the missalette and do not sing. But it gives me such inner peace. And I've never forgotten that. And that was told to me decades ago. And I think about it all the time, even when I'm in church or passing a church that I know or have been connected to. But just know this, as we get ready for the Lenten season, maybe it's time that we all just kind of reevaluate, right? And start looking at the world and each other a little differently. Can't hurt, can only help. It's your Pratt Pack. See you tomorrow morning. Michael Bartley coming up in about an hour. Good night.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
There is a 211 number. It's a helpline. Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis is trying to get a hike. It's part of the budget proposal. Joining us is Senator Wayne Fontana.
Certainly a credible and respected organization for many, many years. But it's a helpline for anyone that has any kind of issue.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 49 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A crash in Aliquippa sent 3 people to the hospital Friday evening. Police say the crash happened around the 1300 block of Kennedy Boulevard. 2 of the 3 vehicles involved in the crash flipped over. 1 person had to be flown by helicopter to a Pittsburgh hospital. The other 2 people were transported by ambulance. Right now, still no word on those conditions of those people who were injured. That crash is under investigation. 3 people died in a house fire in Indiana County. Fire happened around 4:15 Friday morning at a duplex in the 400 block of Hancock Street in Clymer. Both sides of the duplex were occupied when the fire began. The Indiana County Coroner's Office said 1 adult male and 2 children died in the fire. The male has been identified as 34-year-old Kirk Babashevsky. His 2 daughters, ages 4 and 7, also died in the fire. 2 dogs also died. The other residents of the duplex were able to escape. Right now, the cause of the fire is under investigation. Well, happening now, Pittsburgh's Department of Public Works crews filling potholes on city streets today. The city says 30 trucks are out on what's being called a pothole blitz. They're using a ready-to-use asphalt material that does not require heat to be applied. The city's also been patching potholes throughout the week that were reported to its non-emergency 311 line. Well, a major fast food chain is reportedly ready to shut down a large number of its restaurants this year. Here's CBS News correspondent Peter King.
More than 4 decades after this ad became its trademark and a pop culture reference point,
where's the beef?
Wendy's says it will close hundreds of locations this year after a fourth quarter that was weaker than expected. The company says it closed 28 restaurants during that period, with as many as nearly 360 to shut down during the first half of this year, or as much as 6% of its nearly 6,000 locations. The company hasn't said exactly where those closures will happen. Peter King, CBS News.
The Subway restaurant on Ridge Avenue on the north side was ordered closed by the Allegheny County Health Department. Inspectors found 10 violations, 2 of those considered high risk. There were a number of foods measured above 41 degrees inside the walk